like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
What's your favorite scary movie?
I don't know.
You have to have a favorite. What comes to mind?
Yo, Moodz starting up our show, gonna get your dick hard while Jeremy's in the back screaming, you fucking retard. Come on, guys, let's get this fucking show done. Tyler's got a black and white movie to watch for fun. Moodz just trying to work with what he's got, cause JP just sits looking at Carly like, bro, this chick's hot. You must be out your mind, bro, if you don't listen to us. Just jump aboard with Jeremy and take the short bus. You wanna diss our show? Bro, we got news for you. For every joke you throw, we dish out 22. That's not a shot at you, that's a shot of Moodz. 22 shots that'll make you black and blue. We're the 22 shot crew, ready to destroy your ears, reviewing movies all day while we drinking beer. 22 shot crew, and we're here to stay, making horror history every fucking day. Moodz is a legend for fuck's sake. They say his dick is the size of Camp Crystal Lake, and we're all wondering how much of it Jeremy can take. You wanna hear my opinion, says JP as he rants, but we all love this motherfucking Mexican. Tyler spitting out info, every little spec, every single movie, there's nothing he can wreck. He's a god amongst men, yo, that's his flex. He loves horror, and that's a fact check. We the best and the rest, that's no contest. Do you feel that knife in your back digging out through your chest? You got your top 10 list, bro, we do that shit every year. You gotta take down notes, bro, we do that while drinking beer. You got a problem with us? Well, Moodz has got something to say. I'm from Canada. So before you get mad and hit that thumbs down, remember we will lyrically leave you like a clown that's down. So don't frown, we record everything that may occur, so buckle up, fucker. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You think you got enough to prove we're kings of underground horror things? We'll flip you the middle finger while we take our swings. There's no drug in the world that can cure those things. Our show keeps getting better, we're ahead by far. You can listen to us while you dumping bodies in the backseat of your car. So fuck you if you don't know who we are. It's the only horror show that will forever last. So if you think we're sick, then whip out your dick and listen to 22 shots. A Moodz and Horror Podcast. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode Austin 316 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexicant. And of course, we got Mr. No Fact Check Saucedo, also known as Tyler in the house. And welcoming back to the show, we got Mike, the Snore Merriman, representing the No More Room in Hell and Fresh Cuts podcast. And also in the house, we got Tony the Shiner Hartman, representing the Sin Bin podcast. And of course, I be your host, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. It's good, my players.
Yeah. Playering.
Yeah. Episode 316. It just seems like we just did 300 like a little while ago. Mm-hmm. It's kind of crazy. I was looking back through the episodes the other day. I was just going back, seeing how some of the older ones were doing. And I think like since a calendar year, we've done like 30 something episodes. And I'm like, that's pretty good.
Wow. At
that pace, like we're getting up there. Next milestone, 350. We gonna do something big for that one?
No.
No. We're totally
no.
I think the next milestone, if we get there, is 500, right? Maybe not, maybe 400.
Maybe 400.
I'm surprised you can even like think of things to do for milestones at this point.
It's hard. That's the bigger issue, yeah.
Yeah. Top 400 favorite films.
Oh, I could think of one.
Each? No, I don't know, man. I guess we'll get that. I mean, we always think it's so far in advance, but then you start doing these shows, you're like, shit, dude, we're getting pretty good.
Oh, I got one. You could do your top 50 least favorite movies.
Oh, man.
We've never really like
torture yourselves.
Yeah.
We've never actually really dove into like worst of lists or anything really bad. We've never done anything on purpose.
Yeah,
that would have to be like no prep at all. You just do it off the mind.
Yeah. There's a lot of real shit movies that I've watched.
I mean, we talked about that in the early days. None of us just really were a fan of doing like worst of or least lists. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not something that really interests me. Like when YouTubers and shit make stuff like that. Like, I remember back in the day when we were doing the top 10 Tuesdays and someone recommended like do a top 10 worst
I think it was films in your collection. I actually did that, and I was like, it did really well, but it just felt weird to talk about shitty movies because I had to explain why I had all these movies in my collection. If I hate them that much, it's a weird conversation, but whatever. So episode 316, man, we are on the second half of the Scream franchise. Of course, this is going to be the new trilogy, Scream 5, 6, and 7. I think everyone's pretty excited to get into these films because, there's reasons. There's definitely reasons. This should be an interesting conversation tonight. So did you guys have pretty decent experiences in the theater? Like, I went and seen mine yesterday during the day, and I couldn't believe it, bro. Like, you guys know my experiences with my cinema. My cinema sucks. I got one theater. They got 6 screens. But they have so many showings for Scream. I just couldn't even believe it. But surprise, surprise, I was looking at, how the tickets were doing, and they were selling out pretty good. Every show, I was like, this is fucking wild, man. So immediately I just thought to myself,
Scream in general did way beyond expectations for people.
I think so too.
Box office wise, for the third time ever in my life, for like a new movie, did my screening sell out. The only other 2 times was Friday the 13th 09, which is kind of crazy because that movie didn't even do that well at the box office. It just seemed to like murder in my town.
It's kind of shocking it didn't, right?
Yeah. And then, I think it was during remake fatigue era. Everybody was kind of just like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
And then, It Chapter 1 was the other one, and then this one.
Yeah,
which,
it
was
1 and 2
crazy.
did really good at my theater too, but I was like compelled, and it was funny too because like the showing I went to was probably maybe like a quarter full. Like it was 1:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday. Like, who's going? But I was like, one thing I always do when I walk into the cinema, I always do like a quick little glance around the place to see who was all in there. Everybody was either like older. There was only a couple younger people in there. I would say maybe 2021. It's not really that young, but there was like no teenagers in my showing. It was all people that were probably fans from Scream back in the day and seemed to know the films and shit. It was kind of funny. Actually, me and the wife.
I was actually a little surprised too at the amount of fans that were there. Like, a lot of people with like Scream shirts and Scream backpacks. And
I had a baby in my screening.
No! There was one,
and honestly, it was really well behaved. Like, it like made a couple noises every now and then, but I was really surprised.
That's a dedicated Scream fan there.
There was one family that brought their young kid. I would say there was a girl. Their child was maybe like 7 or 8, and I was like, "What a movie to bring your kid to!"
Well, kind of my screening was overall like pretty good. Like, there was like some claps in there and some like actual reactions. It was really funny because I had watched Scream 2 like the night before, and at the beginning of Scream 2, we've talked about like the hype for that movie in that film. Nothing like that, but the lead character, the one of the black chick who is like not feeling the horror movies and stuff, and she's like, they parodied it in Scary Movie, but she's just like, very audible in there. It was funny because I had a chick like that behind us who was like, "I'd be getting the fuck out of there." Like, she just kept saying dumb shit like that.
Bro, it was so funny.
It's kind of annoying.
Every time me and the wife go to see
I've definitely had these showings like that with people.
Yeah, man, me and the wife were sitting in there, and every time we watch a movie together, there's always somebody that's super animated and making like full-on commentary through the whole film. There was these guys, they were sitting in like row 5, I don't know, and there was like 10 of them. But there was like 1 or 2 guys down there that were like, "Yo, man, look over your shoulder, bro. No, don't go in there." And he's saying all this shit, like full-on commentaries. Me and the wife just kept cracking up the entire movie. I'm like, this guy's
I would love that
awesome.
shit.
Because he was like legit so into it. And he's like, "No, bro, don't do that." I'm like, oh my God, this is so fucking hilarious.
You kind of have to read the vibe of the theater. Like,
I've
been in theaters where people can make comments and it's like good for the experience.
Do you remember that movie, The Blackening, that came out a few years ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a theater like that full of people where everyone was getting all animated and everything, and it was hilarious.
Yeah,
we have somebody doing play-by-play though.
There's a part in the movie where a character goes like, "I've never seen Friday," and then some guy in the back of the theater, wicked loud, just yells, "What?"
It's crazy.
Fucking hilarious.
My Scream 7 crowd was pretty enthusiastic. It was actually the second one this year because Send Help actually had a pretty enthusiastic crowd for me as well, but it was more just laughter at the comedy. But Scream, you could tell it was a bunch of Scream fans that are familiar with the franchise, and like the common stuff, like anytime Ghostface would go down in the movie, it'd be like, no, don't walk up to him, shoot him in the head, shoot him, what are you doing, shoot him in the face, like that kind of stuff. It's good when, like, I don't mind an enthusiastic crowd when they're kind of reacting to what's going on screen versus like just trying to make like jokes to like spotlight them, like, oh look, we got comedians here.
I'm the
people that think they're the smartest person in the room, or like the people that think that their opinion matters for some reason in a theater, like they can definitely be a bit annoying.
Crazy when they keep going at it when people aren't laughing. But you gotta have some like real sense of like fucking, I don't know. But it's like it's almost sad to me. Right.
Yeah. I think that, like, I was kind of surprised to see the reaction of the film online, considering like I felt like my audiences really, well, funny enough, this is a little bit of a longer story, but I had a really bad night when I went and seen Scream. So me and Carly's mom went and seen it, and it was like packed. It was fun. It was a good time. And then we drove an hour back to, like, I rode with Carly, so I parked in like a neutral area, like a Walmart parking lot that was like an hour away. And we get back to my car and I realized I don't have my car keys.
Oh no.
So I was like panicked, which sucked. I called my grandfather because I had an extra key at the house, but like I didn't want to lose my key because those bitches are so expensive to replace.
Yeah, man.
And so we drove all the way back to the theater. It was an hour away, like an hour and 10, 15 minutes away. And then we drove to the theater. They locked the doors after the start of the last showing. So I had to wait outside for somebody to like come out so I could like sneak back in. And then I'd already called and they said that they couldn't go into the screening until it was over because they didn't want to interrupt the movie because it was another packed screening. So that they went and go look for my keys. So I got back, I went up into the screening, and then at the top where we sat, there's like actually an aisle that goes to the upstairs second level of the building. And there's like bathrooms and stuff over there. So I literally sat in the fucking aisle and waited for the movie to end because I didn't want to bother the people that were sitting in my seats watching the movie. So I watched the like final like 30 minutes of the movie again for free too because nobody noticed I went in. And then I went over to, as soon as it ended, I went over to the people. It was like this black couple sitting there. And I was like, yo, did you guys find any keys in your chair? And they did. And I like wanted to hug them, bro. They were,
oh my God.
They were funny as shit too.
That's
like
lucky, man.
You want to hear something that's
like,
hilarious?
I got you, dog.
So Friday at work, I had to do a lot. I had to do inventory. So I'm physically like walking around my building all day, outside, counting stuff, literally all day. I lock up, I go out, I get to the gate, and I realize I don't have my keys on me. So I figured, I must have left them in my desk or something. They weren't in my desk. And I just I went through my car, like maybe I dropped them there this morning, and I just crashed. And like I walked around, retraced my steps all day for an entire hour after I was supposed to leave. I literally went in the dumpster, fished out my trash that I threw in case it fell off my desk into my trash, ripped through the trash, literally went dumpster diving, retrace the steps ever. I was about to give up. I said, okay, one less sweep. And then I found some like metal coils on the ground I was counting, and they somehow fell out. And went like right inside of it, and I didn't even my keys on. It was my wallet, so that would have been just as bad.
Yeah,
but
that our screening was at 6 p.m., dude, and I didn't get home till 1:30 that night. Like that's how bad losing those keys were, man. It was so fucking. I was like so miserable.
2 hours of travel time is nutty, dude.
It sucks. That's what it is.
Crazy to me, man.
Is it because there's a specific theater you want to go to, or
no, bro? I don't have a my theater that was close to me. The two that were closest to me, one was close to my work, like literally 5 minutes down the street, and then the other was like 15 minutes from Carly's house. And they both shut down after during COVID and never opened back up. And then Like I have like 3 or 4. I have like 4 or 5 theaters, but they're all an hour away in different directions. It's super annoying.
I mean, I'm used to driving like that all because everything around here is super far apart and shit like that. But an hour just to go see a movie is just fucking outrageous.
I do it all the time.
I know, but I mean, if you don't have a choice, it is what it is. But that's just crazy to me, man. Yeah. Like it takes me under 5 minutes to get to my cinema from where I live. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can usually leave about.
I would literally probably see like every movie if I was that close, like even like all the non-horror shit, because I just I mean
I would if I had
my pass.
Yeah, if I could get a pass to the theater, but they don't do them at the fucking Famous Players. So
if I had a pass, I'd be making more of a point to go.
Was that Mike that shared that AMC is what are they doing? They're basically limiting the best seats to like the A-list. Is that what they're doing?
So what do they consider the best seats to be? Because for me, it's the
probably
back row.
The back.
Yeah,
I thought it would be like the kind of middle, but I'd have to look at the article to see what they did.
I always sit in the back row. I always sit one seat over from the handicap section because no one ever sits there. So it's great.
Yeah, I've always been a back type of person too, but. A lot of people are bitching about that. I, however, think that is amazing. Like I've been saying that they should let us pick seats first anyway, or like section off like a section for us that pay that for that premium thing. I like that.
So
Mike does have a pretty good point to that. Why it's not good for the general public, but I mean, I get it from JP's vantage point. Like if you're a member and you're paying for this membership and stuff, you should be able to get the seats. Like why should you pay a fucking membership and then have to be forced to sit in the front row? Like, I mean, that sucks. Like you don't want to sit there. I'd be like, fuck, I'm not even going to watch this movie. I got to sit in the front row. It's bullshit. I want to sit where I want to sit.
Yeah, I mean,
well, the way that I look at it,
points though. You both have points.
But the way that I look at it too is like the people that have those passes are the people that enjoy movies the most.
Yeah.
So it's like you're also catering to people who are actual film fans.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I like that.
But in the way I see it though, too, you're going out of your way to become a member, get that pass and stuff like that. Yeah, you should be benefited from.
You should get a little perk.
Exactly. You should get some little perks and stuff. But I mean, Mike does have a point about for the general public and stuff. But, I kind of side a little bit more with JP on this one, too, because you have that choice, right? You always have the choice of doing what you want to do, right? So
I think it's good. If you're a membership, all the perks you can get to justify being a member is like good. The only opposite take is like if theaters are struggling with foot traffic overall, then like excluding them from being able to sit in certain spots might not draw people.
It definitely
it's a business thing.
I mean, but for somebody like me though, like JP, if the whole back row was taken up through A-listers and I didn't have a pass and I went in there, I'm like, oh fuck, I could see people being like, well, shit, is that the way?
Yeah, but you would have a pass.
No. I'm just saying
I'm saying if you were somebody who goes to the movies all the time. Yeah. And that pass was available, you would already have it. So, like the people that it's really affecting are like the people that go and see one movie a month or one movie every couple months or something.
Yeah. I'm just saying if you're still a movie lover, but you haven't gotten around to got your pass and stuff. And you go to the theater one day, you're like, oh shit, I can't even sit anywhere around here. This is all for people with passes. I could see how it would defer people a little bit, but then again, you have that option of becoming that.
If you go to if AMC is like your main theater, and you're going there to see movies, there's nobody that goes to the movies regular that would not have that pass because it just doesn't make financial sense because it's $24 a month or whatever. And you can see 4 movies a week for free. So it's like,
it's $25 a month for that. And you get to see 4. So how much does it cost per movie? Like where you are, like how much does it cost to see one film?
It depends. Like Dolby, like Scream would have been like 15, I think. Yeah. So
if you can pay $25 a month and you can get $60, say roughly $50 to $60 worth of tickets every week, dude, like the math is doing math is mathing right there, bro. Like
the Cinemark one is way less value, and
that's a really good deal actually.
If you go to the movies all the time, you'd be silly not to have.
But it's smart to do this though,
and you get like bonus points for every like purchase you make.
Right.
Yep.
And then you like get they used to have a thing where concessions had like a roped off line just for A-listers to where you can like skip the line.
Oh,
I don't really
that'd be
do that
so
much anymore.
Dude, I understand that, man, because I used to have a Nexus Pass when I flew. I didn't go in the general public lines. I fucking walked right beside everybody, went right through my own fucking line and got on my plane. It was fucking amazing.
Do you get a concession discount with that too?
You do a little bit. I think you get like a free size upgrade. So if you get like a medium drink, it upgrades it to large for free.
Yeah, you get 20% off with
it's usually like 50%, 50 cents off. It comes up a lot of times.
But these deals that these cinemas have, like that's an incredible thing because they don't make their money off the ticket sales anyways. It's the concessions. So if you're going to give people the option of getting such a cheap monthly pass, dude, you just be hard pressed to like not spend money at the concession. Like, do you? Like
I do. We get a large popcorn and a drink like every single time.
Yeah, me too.
Because it's like we're literally that's all we're spending. You know,
right.
I don't even get concessions that often, but with a Cinemark one, I'm always platinum, so it's 25% off for me. It almost makes like the outrageous price to just turn into slightly overpriced. It feels way less bad.
Yeah, I got the thing about version, which is Regal Unlimited, and since I don't really most of the movies I see, it's by myself, so I just keep banking points to where when there's actually movies where I go with the whole family, I just use my reward points and
that's smart.
I don't pay almost anything for concessions because you get about 50,000, 60,000 points, so it might cost me like 20,000 points.
I have a lot of points bagged up too.
Everything for free.
I could probably go to see a bunch of.
I always just cash it in when I get a free ticket. I just cash it in for a free ticket every time.
Yeah, it's just.
I think also like whenever you have an ability to not pay for a ticket, basically, like I never pay for tickets, unless it's like some kind of special event or whatever. Like some of those Fathom titles, don't count.
Fathom events,
which is annoying, but
does it work like for 3D and stuff? Like, do you have to pay extra for the?
Yeah. So any of the premium features, 3D, IMAX, Dolby, like all the premium features are included, which is huge.
Oh, that's a real good deal.
That's amazing because 3D, they always jack up the price for 3D shows.
Yeah, because
like,
basically
Dolby is hands down the best way to see any movie at the theater.
Yeah,
and like that being free too is amazing. But like if you are seeing, like if you have those free tickets available, like you can go see something like Silent Hill that sucks and you don't feel like the only thing you wasted is your time. Like you didn't really waste any money on it. So it makes like you more adventurous to check out stuff that you wouldn't want to pay for.
Yeah.
So that's another perk of the A-list.
Yeah, I would definitely. Fuck, I wish I had more theaters.
Yeah, for Scream 7, I saw it in the Dolby, and like within like the first 10 minutes, I'm like, man, I wish this was just the default sound for like every movie because it's like the clarity on it and like how crystal clear, like every little detail of the score and the soundtrack and the sound, and I'm just like, man, I wish this was just the default way every movie sounded because it's just so good.
The Dolby sound is like second to none. It like rattles the earth.
Yeah. I watched it in the roller coaster seats. Those are sometimes hit and miss, but they were really good for this movie.
We don't have those.
What do they?
We don't either.
Yeah, they rumble.
Okay.
They rumble and they move around and shit. So sometimes the best one so far, hands down, was Sinners, because all those times like you're driving around these back roads, your seat's like bop, 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 bop. It was fucking really cool.
Like, did they move to the point where you could like spill your popcorn or drink or some shit?
No, they don't move around like that, but you get a couple movements like here and there.
The last time I did that, I think I took my kids to see the Brendan Fraser remake of Journey to the Center of the Earth. Yeah. And my impression of it was like,
yikes.
It's really fun for like 20-ish minutes, but like for like a full-length movie, to me, after a while, I'm kind of like, okay,
I like it. It's fun. Some of the movies it sucks. Like sometimes I feel like I get ripped off when I buy them.
That's kind of how I feel. I feel like the gimmick will wear off in literally like 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, I fucking hate this shit.
Some movies is just not as fun with. Like I remember one battle after another, there was barely any. I was like, this sucks.
William Castle was way ahead of his time.
But
he was
I went at 10:10 this morning and there was like almost no one in my showing, but there was 2 going on, so maybe that has something to do with it. But something I learned, like I was saying before the show,
I had 2 showings at the same time also.
Yeah. Wait, when you go to the roller coaster seats, Tyler, because I haven't been to it in so long, once you sit in, did you have to initiate it, or is like an empty theater have all these seats moving around with no?
I'll get into that. So like I was telling you guys before the show, I was running a little late, but I wasn't really late. I was like, usually, like most people know, show starts 25 minutes after showtime. And I was about 15 minutes late, and as I'm walking in, they're already starting the beginning of the movie. So I was like, oh shit, and I just jumped in the first seat because it's all dark in there. I wasn't playing the game where I was fishing for what seat number I am to get to the right one. But I did go in the roller coaster seat section, and I watched the whole cold opening. And my seat didn't move at all, and then I forgot about it, and I tried to adjust it, and I was like, oh, this just like won't even work because nobody paid for this seat. So once like the title card finally hit for Scream, I saw what seat I was in, and I found my real seat, and that seat was activated. It had a green light on it, and it was rumbling, and you could adjust it and all.
That's interesting. That makes sense. So people don't just fucking go and sit.
Yeah, because that was something I've never done it, but that was something I definitely thought of when they first came out. Like, why don't you just go sit in the seats? No one's there when the movie starts.
So it must like when the ticket's purchased for it or something.
Yeah,
when you pick your seat, it activates it.
Yeah, it's initiated by the system.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's cool.
Yep. So learn that today.
Go. Cool shit. Yeah. So you saw yours today. That's crazy. It's not very often that we actually do these newer films like right when they come out. I think the last one we did was it Sinners? I think the last.
Yeah.
Oh, we did that within a week or two. Yeah. It was pretty early.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it did so good that they announced that there's most likely going to be a Scream 8. So you're like, damn, now I got to wait for the next 3.
I know. Oh, for sure. I knew they were when they when I saw the opening weekend, I was like, oh yeah, there's a Scream 8.
Probably hell yeah. I want 100 Screams, baby.
I thought that I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I think that what they should do with a Scream film, like this one would have been perfect for it, is to not reveal the killer and let him get away.
Carries over to the next one.
Yeah,
it's funny that you said that it would have worked perfectly in this one because
but like I think that would be like the ultimate like surprise.
That would be cool. There was actually we'll get to it.
Like it just goes to the credits and you're just like, who the fuck was the killer?
What if they did that and then they just never made another Scream movie?
The thing is, I would
that's
love
the
that.
risk.
That's about what we're gonna get with 28 years later.
Maybe. Yeah, I heard about that debacle. What the fuck's going on with that shit? Just when it was getting good.
I don't know. They just didn't make money.
It didn't make money, and I think they were projecting to need more money for part 3, and they were hoping to make money on these 2 movies.
What's the excuse as to why it didn't make money? Because it was better than the first one.
I just think
because it came out too fast.
There was low anticipation for it, maybe based off the previous one. Word of mouth was.
It's weird because it came out pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean that's
usually proximity is like a big thing. Like, you get one of
the we kind of talked about that. We kind of talked about that back when we were like talking about the new 28 years later.
Yeah,
that like where we used to think that like coming out right away is good. It might not be now, like with general audiences.
I just feel like most people are like goldfish, man. They forget so quick. Like if you don't drop shit right away, it's like that whole relevancy thing, right? It's like with music and shit. If you don't drop a song every fucking week, people forget and they go on to the next shit. But maybe movies are a little bit different, but
when you plan
I don't know how to explain it.
It's always changing. Like the audiences and like their reactions and expectations change every decade,
It's a risk. I mean, because like I would say 28 years later, it was very mixed, but then you had the other one from a couple of years ago, Exorcist Believer, I think it was called. That was supposed to be like a planned trilogy, wasn't it too? But it did so horrible that they're
they canceled the whole fucking
thing. It was explainable though, because that movie was legitimately trash bags.
That movie got trashed.
They brought
it was bad
Flanagan.
Yeah,
the new one is coming out like
that year. That was my bottom movie. I thought it was that bad.
But Bone Temple was already filmed, wasn't it?
Oh, so like, horrible.
But wasn't Bone Temple already filmed? That's why it was coming out no matter what. Whereas the third,
but they could have put it like what are the last?
You could wait.
Yeah, when did the last one come out? May?
Yeah, they definitely filmed Bones back to back.
Yeah, it was like a 6-month turnaround.
Yeah.
I just meant as far as like the reaction.
I don't know why they didn't
20
wait.
years
They
later
seem like good summer
as
movies too. Like I don't know why you
determinative.
wouldn't wait till spring or summer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was so I can't remember. How did Scream 6 do in compared to Scream 5? Because they came out pretty close in proximity to within a year.
It made like $10 million more.
So it did, like, I mean, releasing a film a year after the first one or whatever is pretty quick. It's a quick turnaround, right? And it's doing that well. And then this one comes out in theory 3 years later, I guess, due to time. It's probably only maybe 2.5 years. I don't even know. And this one just blew shit out the fucking frame.
Yeah, but you know, I really, really think that Scream has caught on with the new generation.
Yeah, it's just pretty much.
I really think it has caught on really well because like a lot of the people that were there were pretty younger.
I think they handle younger kids.
Older people.
I think they handle the Gen Z kids probably better than most franchises. Whether like you like the characters or not, I think they capture young people pretty well compared to a lot of movies.
Yeah, I think that the
like, characters are also
and stuff kind of resonated with the.
I think the characters are still. They're still kind of very similar to what they were in the 90s because they kind of base like through time. They didn't really change them a whole lot.
Yeah, they kept the formula, but
they kept the formula,
but they're better at just the way they talk, the way they interact.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get a whole lot of like new age lingo and shit in the films. Not like where some movies are really trying to really connect with a certain audience and they throw in all these words and all this street lingo and all this other bullshit.
It's just
that
the way they behave.
I'm 46 years old. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
If you look at Scream 5 specifically, I think that Tyler's like kind of hitting the nail on the head there because like the first part of that movie where you're just introduced to the new crew, like there's a lot of interaction and back and forth talking between them all in their friend group, and I'm like, that is like how kids talk nowadays. Like, you know, I think that they do kind of
I'm sure they do.
It's like I might even connect with them less.
I'm just saying I don't have a problem with it. It seems still relatable to the point where I'm like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem that far out of left field from, you know, the characters of Randy. Like if you take Randy's character in the original Scream film and then you look at Chad and Mindy, you know, they resonate so well as the niece and nephew because
they're saying the same shit, but they're just saying it in a with like the swag of like the modern day.
It's their tone, it's their goofiness, and it's also because they're kind of smart and sarcastic at the same time. They're very much written as, you know, family members of Randy, and I buy into it right away. Like honestly, Chad and Mindy are my two favorite characters in the new trilogy, hands down. I hope that they just don't go anywhere.
Too, actually,
I love them. I think they're fantastic. Every time they deliver lines, like I love Mindy. I think she's fucking fantastic. Chad's funny too, like low key funny. And I don't know, man. It's just
can't stand Chad. I do not like Chad,
dude.
Why do you not like Chad? You're such
probably because he's superhuman.
Well, dude, the crazy thing is that him surviving.
Well, I think that's just a meme now. I think that's
the craziest thing in the world. Actually,
I almost think that's just the meme. Like I kind of laughed at it this time with 6 when he just like leaves at the end. He's low. Gives up the 4. I kind of just like laughed. I'm like, all right.
I mean, without getting too much into it, since we are going to be talking about these later, I will say I kind of liked him in 7 more than before. Like his character came up on me, like as far as likability, because I
don't love either of them, but I definitely like Mindy more than Chad. I think Mindy has more personality.
The reason I like Chad is because he knows the core 4 is super corny, but he's pushing it anyway because it's funny to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like to Moodz's point. I think it's like they've gone out of the way to make the characters not too overly Gen Z coded. Like they definitely sound modern, but like their interactions, the conversations they're having, it still has the familiarity for like millennial.
Yeah, if I'm not cringing at it, then it's probably written pretty well because sometimes I watch these films and it's just written by somebody from the
either
generation.
That or it's like the most
a lot of the times
writing.
is when they do the
it just
Gen
correlates
Z
with
stuff,
everyone.
Mm-hmm.
When they do the Gen Z stuff, like in the you know, Fear Street or something like that, it's an exaggerated version of it.
Of course,
where this seems like more toned down and like just a realistic version of it. So I think that's why we cringe a lot of times when we see like the Gen Z influencers and different characters and stuff in these movies because it's such an exaggerated.
Fear Street stuff is easy to take though because, like you said, it is over exaggerated, and we know that. Like these characters are.
Fear Street,
I think it's harder. I think it's harder.
Yeah, the thing that makes me cringe about Fear Street 2 is they'll just put them in some different era, and they'll just put that era's like skin on it, but the kids will act like they're from 2020.
Oh, I know the period piece for the 1666, whatever it was. Yeah, there was moments in there where I was like,
I thought like the last ridiculous. 80s one they did too. They're like, okay, it was put a zombie poster here and put some 80s music in here, and then it's just like this perfectly sculpted like Gen Z friend group talking like they're from 2025.
I forget what the subplot of that movie was too, but I remember even like remarking that even that's like a modern like plot point that wouldn't even exist in the 80s, whatever it was. I can't even remember now.
Yeah,
I think it was a character's gay. It might have been. Remember,
that was gay characters in the 80s movies.
I know, but like there wasn't like these big like there wasn't all these like plot lines where like it's a major part of a story. You know what I mean? It's something that came up, but they were just gay. Like they weren't like they didn't make a big deal out of it.
I always think of Final Exam with the one character that's like flaming gay in that movie.
But it's like never. But it's never come out.
Yeah, never. But everybody knows the guy's just totally flaming. It's hilarious.
Come quick, the psychos are here.
Yeah, it's like
the psychopaths are here.
It's not like
that movie is a lot more smart than people think it is. Final Exam is actually quite clever.
Final Exam rocks.
I love that random guy.
Well, most people miss the point of that film. That's the problem with it. They just kind of take it for like
massive violence.
Yeah, that movie's always got a bad rap.
The point of the movie is to like just showcase random violence.
Yeah, I don't know like how anyone can miss that point. There's literally a guy shouting out the point of the movie.
I know, and like people tend to always miss it. They're like, the movie doesn't even have a reveal. It doesn't have any point. I'm like, the whole point is to showcase random violence and how crazy that could be.
I think a lot more people. It's interesting. You see this happen a lot. You know, you see it with Halloween 3 and Friday 13th 5 and Elm Street 2 and stuff. Like there's a narrative for these films that when they come out and land for like a decade after, and then you start seeing a change. Cause like, I remember hearing that all the time with Final Exam 2. And then now I feel like everybody is saying the other thing, the thing that you're saying, where it's like, it actually is kind of smart and stuff. So I think with time, the narrative of a film kind of changes.
Well, you just think about that though, JP, like when we first started YouTube, you know, early 2012, remember the consensus in the Halloween franchise, like part 3 was still very not liked. You know,
it was it was like probably a year or two after that you started seeing the opposite.
People really liked Halloween 4's mask.
I feel like around the time the Scream Factory Blu-ray came out and that you had that cool collector's edition, people started watching it again.
Which is right around the time we're talking about.
Yeah.
But no, I seriously like I was at a thing last night with in Pittsburgh, like a little like get together for like people that we're friends with, and we're friends with Maddie and stuff like that. And I was just, you know, generally talking there. And you can't even like find a person that doesn't like Halloween 3 now. Like we were talking about that.
Yeah.
And it's like everybody has now got to the point where they love Halloween 3. A lot of people say it's their favorite in the series now. And
it's mine.
You know, if you go back to 2012 when we started this whole YouTube stuff and things, that was not the opinion.
No,
it definitely was not the opinion. Like,
I don't remember.
There were still a lot of people. Yes. I was the original fan of Halloween 3.
No, because that's bullshit. I always like
seriously, bro. Seriously, here's why. And I've said this on the show before. I didn't ever see the other ones. Like Halloween 3 was the first one I saw. Yeah. And it's what I knew Halloween as.
So your vantage point was so different than the people that seen Halloween 1, 2 first. And then they're like, what the fuck is part 3? And I get that vantage point completely. Because back in 1982, you were throwing a fucking curveball there. For sure. It was hard to accept.
Single Halloween film outside of Halloween 3.
Yeah.
Until H2O came out. I watched that one. I didn't like it. And then the next Halloween film I watched when I was 19 years old was the original. So
19, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Because I didn't like them. Like I always thought Michael Myers was just a ripoff of Jason.
You know what always pissed me off? I've told this before too. I used to watch those Halloween marathons on like AMC and shit like that, and they would always play part 1, part 2, and then part 4 and 5 and then 6. And I'm like, they would always skip part 3, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, why do they do this? because it was the Michael Myers fucking marathon.
It's not part of the story.
Yeah, and that's what they would do, and it would always drive me nuts. So I'd end up renting part 3 quite often because it was the only way to watch it. They never played it on TV. It was so
when
frustrating.
I was a kid, it was part 2 they didn't want to play for some reason. They'd always have 3, 4 and 5.
Part 2.
That's random.
It just continues from part 1. It's the same movie.
I know. Maybe it was a rights. I don't know if it was a rights thing, but when I first saw a Halloween movie, it could have been a rights thing because I did eventually.
Because they're both Universal.
Yeah, and I eventually did see it in that first season. That first season that I first saw Halloween, I eventually also saw Halloween 2, but that played like twice, like the entire Halloween week or weekend, however long they were playing these movies for, and I had to catch it at the very end. Like I watched like Halloween, H2O, and then 3, 4, and 5, I think. In that order.
The weirdest thing was I remember watching the Friday the 13th like Joe Bob special back on Monster Vision in like 98 or something. And
we had trick or treating the same night. It was sick.
That was an awesome fucking night, dude. One of my best memories. But I remember him just raging because they show like 1, 2, and 3, and then he finds out they don't have the rights to part 4, and he's like going behind the studio or whatever. I think it was kind of set up, but he's just like, "What do you mean we don't have part 4?" He's like, "There's crucial plot points in part 4." He's
what
just like all mad about it. Friday the 13th.
Oh shit!
And honestly, doesn't make any sense why they didn't have part 4. It's like it's all under Paramount. The same umbrella.
Yeah, but it was just like he was just like he's going behind like the soundboard, like talking to the producers and stuff. Like, what do you mean we don't have part 4? We can't have a marathon without part 4?
I never had any issues because I remember the Friday the 13th marathons all the time. It was 1 through 8 all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They were always on.
I think with Halloween 3 too, it helps out. We're like in a world now where like most people go into it with the context ahead of time about it being a different story. Where the first time I saw it, I had no idea. It was just like the next Halloween movie I grabbed at the VHS store because I had seen the first 2. Probably saw the first one on TV and the second one, and they just didn't play 3. So I rented it, not having any idea that it wasn't like the same story, and had to find out blindly. And I remember it's not that I didn't like it. I was just kind of like, what the hell is this? Because like I didn't understand. But now it's like it's very unlikely that anyone's gonna put it on with like zero knowledge of like what's going on. And I remember the same kind of thing when I was growing up with Friday the 13th 5. So many people hated it because it wasn't actually Jason. And then now it's not that everyone loves it now, but like that factor doesn't really factor in anymore for most
it just
people.
Doesn't matter.
Dude, I see it pop up in people's top 3 now. I was
culture,
the only one.
Sequel culture is like changed nowadays because like like back then with sequels, like everybody always just expected a linear narrative. Like nowadays we're talking like 50 years like past like when sequels like became normalized. Mm-hmm. So now narratives have gone in like 15,000 different directions, and people just don't have weird little hang-ups and expectations like they used to.
Well, I personally, I've always championed sequels over like remakes or reboots or retcons. I'm just like, just keep the franchise alive. Just keep going.
Oh yeah, I'm a franchise whore. Like, that's all I fucking want.
I love the requel conversation, man. It makes me laugh.
But the funny thing about part 5 too is like, and I made this argument forever, where people like back when it was like kind of hated. I was just like, dude, if you like Friday the 13th 1 through 4, there is no reason that you shouldn't like part 5. Okay, the ending, you don't like
1 minute can't spoil a whole movie.
The same fucking movie throughout the entire rest of the rundown.
Yeah, what people are
which
forgetting.
Is also why I don't really care about the Scream reveals that much. And I think that as time goes on, people don't care about them as much either. I think it's the same thing because, like, let's face it, like the reveal in Friday the 13th Part 5 is just as stupid as any of the bad Scream reveals.
Honestly, watching Scream 7, it reminded me of Friday the 13th Part 5 with the reveal on how fucking random it is.
What, in Part 7?
Yeah, Scream 7 reminded me of Friday the 13th Part 5 when I was watching it.
Yeah, that's a good comparison, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's why I brought it up. But
it's
like
fucking
in general,
the
narrative online like cares so much about these reveals, and I'm just like, bro, you guys watch fucking giallos with the dumbest, fucking stupidest reveals ever, and barely even.
But you have to understand though too. Like it does help if the reveal just kind of makes a little bit more sense. It does help with your overall feeling for a film.
I mean,
right?
it definitely is.
Dude, we've watched giallos before. I swear to God, the whole movie was a cheat.
Film. Yeah.
There's a tons of them.
Like the whole movie's a fucking cheat. All of a sudden they're just like, they decided one day, they're like, I think Bobby's going to be the killer. We're like, what the fuck? That doesn't
and even the motivations in giallos are fucking retarded.
Well, of course. I mean,
it's the same
made
shit
fun of my
as
tiny penis,
movies.
so I'm going to kill them.
Yeah, it's like,
well, I mean, when you take part 5 and 6, I mean, the reveal in part, as much as I still shake my head at it, it's kind of crazy, but like, it does make sense given who it is, right?
I felt like that's how it was in 5. Like I felt like it made sense. And like 6, I mean, you could trace it to making sense, but it just kind of felt like,
well, it's so far blown.
This is the first idea they thought of.
It just seems so far fetched that you could actually pull this off with how they do it in 6. But then 7 is like completely different because 7 is so crazy out of left field. You're just like,
I had it pegged like immediately.
I will say, and you guys can even ask, I said to Aaron, so there's a character that gets introduced into the film in part 7. And I said, that's one of your killers. And I was right. Pretty much the first moment they were introduced, I turned to Aaron and I said, that's one of the killers. And she just chuckled at me. Right?
I have never once predicted a killer.
I am fucking so bad.
Like 17 of them.
Everybody knows how bad I am at predicting shit and like box office brawl and shit. I'm usually really bad at it.
Scream 7 was so obvious.
Yeah, I felt like it was either so obvious or the biggest attempt at a red herring ever.
That's the thing. That's the thing with the Scream films though, is they have like the first film, right? Like a lot of people are like, oh, it's so obvious that it's this person and Billy or whatever. And I'm like, okay,
definitely not. The first one's not obvious at all.
It's not obvious in the first film because we don't know the rules. But the thing is with the Scream films,
it's only not obvious because there's 2 killers. But before that point where you think that it's Billy before he goes to jail and then another attack happens, you know what I mean? But if you go through each of the films with the killers and stuff like that, it does seem to be fucking random. Like they just choose someone. Like they don't really set these movies up to where they're predictable, like where you can figure it out. And just because you did it this time doesn't mean that like you couldn't use that same logic and apply it to the other films because sometimes they just don't do that.
It's interesting.
The caveat I'd say is it's not that it was just so blatantly obvious, I guess. Like, I mean, I thought it was, but it's blatantly obvious in the concept of having seen 6 Scream movies.
Well, honestly, that too, it's all predicated on
the rules,
how it's casted and what roles they have and how big their roles are. It's like Slasher 101. Like if you have like a big name actor that you casted in your movie who's got like 5 fucking lines, like that's going to most likely like come back. You know what I mean? It's
maybe it's because I don't know who that person is.
It's familiarity with the
that's
the franchise,
a big one,
too.
JP. Yeah,
and when there's not a whole lot.
I actually didn't know who that was.
Just a random person to me.
I didn't know who that was either, but they just seemed to be inserted in the movie for the purpose of that.
Yes, when they're random.
I think we should probably like chill on that.
Yeah, we should.
I just wanted to say one thing about that because I was thinking about this earlier today. Actually, well, yesterday when I got out of the theater and I was thinking to myself about like reveals and shit. And I was like, well, I think the reason why it's a lot easier to pick out, I don't think it's so much like the writing that's bad and stuff like that, is that we're so used to the formula. And if you pay attention to the rules and the structure of a film, and something I did watch when I rewatched part 5 and 6, and I actually really enjoy watching Scream films on rewatch because I watch for that shit. And like, there's still stupid shit. I thought
5 was a lot more interesting on rewatch.
Dude, me too, man.
Know who the killers are.
Yeah, because I was naturally watching it like, I was naturally watching like, oh, who's the killer in this one? Who's the killer right now?
But it's interesting when you know.
There's actually a lot of tales for the one.
Yeah, so like in part 5, like, yeah, when you go back and rewatch it and you're kind of picking out because you know who the killer is, you're like, oh, that's how they did that. The one thing about Scream films that's always bugged me, and I think I mentioned this when we did the original 4 films, was it's I know it's like movie logic, but you know when you know who the killer is, when I was watching part 6, there's a scene in the hospital where you know some shit goes down and stuff. It's just a matter of them getting in and out of costume so quick. I'm like, it doesn't. There's no logic in it because it literally makes no sense. And I even
how long do you think it takes to throw that costume on?
They actually show a person coming out of their costume at the beginning of Scream 6.
Yeah,
in the cold
about
open.
5 seconds.
Takes 5 seconds to take that thing off and put it in a backpack.
Yeah, see, those things have never really bothered me because when unless you're like doing this all in one take or something. Like when you're dealing with movie editing, it's unreliable exactly how much time and when these events are occurring. So I've always kind of
there's certain scenes that are like you can tell the proximity of the scene, right? Like everything's happening all at once.
I just think the Ghostface costume too, though, is like the perfect for quick swap.
Like this is the bigger issue would be.
Of course, it is definitely one of the easier ones to get off and on.
This is something I did notice in 5. Like I happen to like you can see a lot of the time the pants and the shoes that they're wearing, and it looks like they're always wearing black jeans and black shoes.
Okay,
and then when it switches to the character, they're not wearing that, so they also had to change their pants.
Yeah, but Tyler, this is an ongoing thing within any type of slasher film. There's always the actors that portray the killers once the reveal is are never in the costumes. It's always another actor. It's to throw off the audience too, because let's face it.
I understand that. I just think it's a cheat.
In part 5, let's face it, we have possibly multiple killers. Like there's 2 different body types to the point where you obviously fucking know it's neither of them.
And part 4 and part 2. It's like it's not the first movie in the franchise that does that.
I have no problem with it because there's an actor
do want to bring
portraying.
up that one.
It's to keep everything neutral.
Exactly.
The one point that Tyler made about the height difference in part 5, I think you're wrong about that, bro. Like I think the way you're
I watched it again back and I paused it. There's literally a part where they're standing taller than Dewey and it's a full string
when they're
shot.
Stabbing them?
No. Before they stab them. There's a part where they gives you a whole shot of them like standing eye to eye and they're taller than Dewey.
Well, you know he's on.
You didn't see the soapbox they were standing on?
Yeah.
Well, that scene is kind of crazy given who the killer is of Dewey in that scene.
Like I'm not saying it just inherently.
The reveal is kind of crazy because
and it works better when it works.
Dude, listen, I'm not even kidding, bro. But after you mentioned that, I watched it like closely because I was like curious about it, and I agree that this person should be a little shorter, but the whole 1 foot taller thing, I didn't see it once. And I'm like, the only time that you see that is when he's on his knees because he's on his knees for prolonged.
No, well, the thing is that actress is like 8 inches shorter than Dewey.
Well,
like 7.
But again,
she could have had. She could have had 2
Are we
inches
doing
for the
Dewey's
boots.
death right now?
But it's movie shit though, man. It's movie shit because, like I said, it's always they have.
I'm just saying
playing Ghostface.
But the foot taller thing is just wrong.
Add 3-inch lifts.
It's more than that.
It's only
Show
like
me a
5
screenshot
inches.
of where she's a foot.
I'll go back.
I thought it was more the strength than anything else.
It's more the manhandling. Exactly, Mike. It's a little bit overdone.
No, hold on. The strength you can kind of cover because they literally like make a point where Dewey's like, I'm all gimp, I limp now.
He's being manhandled,
bro. Well, that's he can't. But like he's fucked up. Like he can't do anything. So
he has nerve damage. Remember?
Yeah, but he's being tossed around like a fucking rag doll.
Like they have that.
Use your imagination, bro.
Like in part, I agree, but I'm willing to give it more credence than that. Like, and I'm not saying it makes the movie bad.
No, it doesn't.
But I do think it's a cheat, and I do think it's a little lazy filmmaking because they wanted to do this shot with Dewey where this happens and have this brutal kill, and it just doesn't line up the way they could have just.
Scream 7 has a more unrealistic kill.
Well, I mean, like that's kind
of the Dewey one. We'll get to that.
It's not even like the unrealism of the kills that like I mind, especially in 7. But I'll just shut up until we get to those.
We already started the Scream.
But anyways, my point I was trying to make is that I used to have a problem with obviously these killers that when they're revealed they're not the ones in the costume when throughout the movies and stuff. It used to bug me. It doesn't really bother me because it's just movie shit. It's to keep everything neutral.
Yeah, you got to deflect constantly.
You have to deflect for the audience. Like if you're going to sit there and be like, "Oh, she's wearing stilettos. Oh, he's wearing he's wearing fucking Converse." Come on, bro, stop it.
I'm just saying,
you're just ruining shit for yourself, man.
But the thing is, you don't have to put those shots in your movie.
Yeah, but
no one's making you do that,
dude. You're like your worst enemy when watching films.
I'm not my worst enemy.
I told you the Tylerisms were coming.
Well, like, seriously, it's so trivial. It's so trivial. All it's doing is bringing it down for you when it doesn't need to be brought down like that, man. Like I got over it, and I'm fucking stubborn as shit, bro. I'm telling you, I'm stubborn as fuck.
It's not like I have a checklist of things where I'm just like,
I'm pretty fucking sure you have a pad and pen.
I really don't.
You have a pad and pen in there, and you're like, oh, that just clicked box.
That I even think are masterpieces. Like, I'll even say, like, Godfather, for example. Like, there's so many shitty shots out of focus in The Godfather. There's poorly lit scenes. There's literally a shot with a boom mic, but none of that matters because it's still a good enough
There's
movie.
A boom mic.
Where it just... Yeah,
I brought that up when he was dissing Megan is missing.
No fucking way. I've never noticed that.
Has a boom mic in it.
Yeah, but The Godfather's not a found footage tape of some girl's shitty cell phone.
I do agree
That's
though
awesome.
that the points you were making about like some of the stuff in there, it was valid. But
I'm glad you realize that now.
But I think that Tyler doesn't like embrace the slasher enough.
It's like, not. I will say they're not close to my favorite. They're anywhere close to my favorite subgenre. I used to like them a lot. They're
just fun movies, bro. Like I mean,
there's like a lot of
no one's here to convince you that they're great movies or that you need to like them and stuff. It's just coming from somebody that is kind of always embraced that slasher film, and it's always been something like a go-to film for me. I love watching those type of movies. It's just I have a hard time with people who are like, yeah, I can pass on. I'm like, really? I don't know, man. Sometimes I just think that my taste should be, it's a little bit more loose. Not everyone's, but it's just more like they're just fun movies. They're not something to take overly serious and like pull commentary out of and we're not fucking.
Well, no, and I actively don't want that in my slashers, and I'm glad that like Scream doesn't make a point to like try to say something important. Like they're just like goofy slasher movies.
And it's one thing I did note, rewatching all three of these films again. I actually have that written down too. I'm like, I'm so glad that they don't get all preachy and political in these films, and then throw these little fucking nuances into their films that were like, go fuck yourself, man. If they start doing that, guess who's checking the fuck out, man? Me.
They literally make fun of it, dude.
Everything is so politicized now.
Becoming a parody of themselves if they start doing it.
Everything is so politicized now that it's gone to the point where I just want to fucking check out of everything. I just want to turn my phone off. I'm like, you can't even talk about anything anymore without somebody throwing in politics to it. I'm like, fucking shut up. Just stop with the politics, bro.
I'm calling it now. So this
and these Scream films. There's actually a lot of politically correctness type jokes in Scary Movie. Like it opens with a they them joke. The trailer opens with
okay. I was like, what?
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, I missed the trailer because
but of course, I mean that's the Wayans brothers. They're gonna make jokes about the hot topics, right? I mean, it makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
If they're not doing that,
but it seems like they're dissing everyone too, because like then like some of the movies that are parodied in there is like Terrifier, Halloween 2018. The main chick, she's basically Crazy Lori, like Rambo Lori from 2018 Halloween, and she's like, I'm Republican, so that means I have to be racist and stuff. So it's just like they're just funny. It honestly looks really good.
So I was thinking, guys, since it's been a little bit since I've watched 1 through 4 of the Scream franchise, would you guys be like, after we finish the reviews, just do a quick overall ranking? You don't have to explain your ranking, just do a quick ranking, like quickly of the 7 films. Okay, because I just kind of I was thinking about that this morning. I'm like, hey, why not? Right. So
I actually rewatched 1 and 2. I wanted to do 3 and 4 as well, but I just like ran out of time. And honestly, like part 3, I never want to watch that one.
I actually watched all 7 this week.
Nice.
Yeah, because you're a big fanboy, right, Tony?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I was thinking about doing all of them, and I was like, no, I got too much prep to do, man. I enjoyed
part 2 more than I usually do. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I was thinking about it too. I just didn't want to get burnout. And
they're all like 2 hours, bro. Besides like part 3, I think.
Yeah, they definitely.
Dude, when I got to part 6, I saw the runtime came up 2 hours and 2 minutes or something. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, the credits start at like 1:54 though.
Yeah,
like
realistically,
credits.
You can literally like subtract 6-7 minutes from your modern movie runtime for the credits.
I don't know. Even like all these movies are 2 hours long. None of them feel that long to me. They just kind of, because they're all the same structure, right? So you know what you're doing with them, and they just fly by.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would say they do feel about their runtime, but if they're not movies I'm bored with, like I'm not like, oh my god, this movie's taking forever. Like I wasn't ever bored. Like the movie's paced bad. It just has a lot of things in it.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like it's like a roller coaster you've been on before. You can kind of gauge it as like the kills start happening. You know who the final girl is usually going to be, so it's like how many people around her are still alive, so you can kind of track where it's going. So they're paced pretty similarly, so like it's that familiarity, that comfort.
Right.
Which, yeah, I mean, that's a feature with like most slashers, more or less.
Oh, it's gotta be tons, man.
I think there's like, is there 17 killers now?
I don't know. Did you take a picture of the? I forgot that in part 6 when they go through it all and they show everybody. I'm like, that's actually kind of cool.
No, on the board, the whiteboard.
They break everything down. I'm like, oh yeah.
6 kind of confuses me on like whether or not you like count certain people as like official killers.
I think you do.
Yeah.
I think so.
Because technically one person isn't an actual killer.
One of them though. Not both of them.
I also question in 5 if Richie has killed anyone.
Why?
Yeah, why?
No, like I agree with him because I mean we can talk about it, but if you like go back and you like actually like pinpoint things, like one killer does literally like 90+%.
Yeah, because Richie's in like every scene while shit's happening. I know. I that too, actually.
Yeah, I think there's 2 scenes that it could have been him, but it's not clear, and it just could have been.
All it takes is one scene for him to be. You know
so I mean? I think it might offer a texture where it's like he's just the mastermind and he has like the other person doing.
Dude, you might have to roll the spoiler at the fucking beginning of the episode.
Not for part 5.
But yeah, still.
He literally just said the killer's one of the killer's name by name.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You're gonna have to. I think right after the fucking our homie antique influence. After you do that intro, you have to roll the spoiler intro. Because
luckily when Dave Parker finally watches like the last Scream movies, he won't even remember what the name is.
He hasn't even seen part 4 yet.
Right.
Dude, I think that if anything, I think that part 4 just keeps getting stronger and stronger with every new entry. Like that movie was like really fucking like well designed.
It's weird that it's like in its own little island in the middle of 2
right
trilogies.
Now it is because it is. It's like
it almost made my 2011 list. It was very close. And I'm not even like a big fan of this franchise, but it was very close to making my top 10 that year.
So, yeah, what else do we have to talk about? I mean, we're starting to Scream already.
I know, just like screens are like, oh yeah.
It's just hard not to talk about them when they're all like so fresh and like, it's like a big everybody in the horror community is talking about them right now. That's why I had to go on Thursday night because I was like, I can't even I'm gonna have to literally shut off my phone for the whole weekend if I don't go 30.
Yeah, I was gonna wait till Friday, and then I was thinking about it more, and I was like, yeah, I better go see it. And if I need to see it again before the show, I will. But I was like, I better get that first watch in before because it still almost got spoiled for me on someone's like story reel. Because it was one of those stupid angry people about it, like protesting or whatever, and like they wrote like who the killers were in their story.
Oh, because dude, that is the dick.
Dude, I was fucking pissed. But luckily, as my eyes were kind of like scanning, I was like, oh shit, and just clicked to the next thing before I read it. Do
you guys remember on AOL Instant Messenger how you had an away message?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
I don't think I ever used that.
The day the last Harry Potter book came out, I spoiled the ending in an away message and just went away.
Dude, you're a fucking
all day.
Of shit.
That's funny as fuck.
That's a dick move, man.
I was like 16. I just wanted to watch the world burn.
I remember there used to be like YouTube pranksters that would go to like the theater and while people were walking into the movie, spoil the ending. Like that funny. Shit will get you beat up.
I've seen a video of some guy walking down people in line for the Sixth Sense, spoiling the ending.
Okay, so
that's crazy.
Speaking of doing top 10 worst lists, I just did a quick search on like Scream ripoff movies, top 10 Scream ripoffs, and this was the first thing that came up. It's not really, maybe it's trying to be, I don't know, but it's from Collider, whatever.
Collider.
Yeah, that one.
You're adding an N.
Collider. I don't know why I can't fucking say that properly. My mind does not read that properly. It's weird.
Collider. It's our favorite recipe website talking about their favorite Scream.
Yeah, exactly.
Favorite meal, favorite food recipes,
favorite food to eat.
Bring in some noodles
with each
Scream Collider. Yeah, I think that's why too. Yeah, probably. Collider. Yeah, so it says that the 10 worst movies that tried to be Scream ranked.
Oh, I'm gonna love every single one of these.
So I thought that was kind of funny because I wasn't trying to find the worst list; it just came up. So, anyways, number 10 is Cherry Falls. Isn't that funny, Mike?
Cherry Falls is actually really
literally
good.
just reviewed that. And how'd that review go, Mike? It went pretty good.
I'm still figuring it out. I mean, I had to listen.
Nobody gets the joke right now, I think, besides me and Mike. But, he's still fucking. You guys will get that later on. Yeah, Cherry Falls is not bad.
It's good.
I actually like that movie. Rest in peace to Brittany Murphy.
Love the motive of the killing is like actually going after virgins instead of people actually having sex.
I like how they just throw a fuck party.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, the fuck party.
They literally throw a fuck party. That's hilarious.
You see DJ Qualls getting action too. Yep. Like everybody was getting it.
Yep.
I got the image of the guy like just slicing through everyone at the party.
After they do the reveal and the backstory and the motivation, it's dark as shit.
Yeah, dude, it's better than people think it is, man.
It's got the goofiest like 90s like techno music that plays during that part too.
Because it is 99 though, right? So that was right about the time.
Think,
yeah, 99. It was around the time when like raves were super big. So it kind of.
I heard it got shelved for a couple years too. I don't know if that's true.
But it ended up premiering on the USA Network.
But even if it was done in 97, 98, like the rave scene was still really big there because I had friends that were DJs and did all that shit and stuff. And yeah, I was never into it. But anyways, number 9 is Jason X from 2001.
Did they really say that's a Scream clone?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. You can say a lot of bad things about Jason X,
think
I don't.
Maybe dialogue wise,
it's saying that's trying to be Scream.
I think
maybe the meta
there
aspect
is a bit of that going on.
There's definitely a lot of meta dialogue, like especially I
can see some
professor saying he wants his machete back type shit.
Right?
Talking. Yeah, I can definitely see it.
The whole holographic stuff.
It's been a long time.
This is a weird one. Number 8, Dracula 2000 from 2000.
Definitely, that is pure like Scream coded.
Dude, that's hilarious. I haven't even thought of Dracula 2000 in forever.
Kevin Williamson's.
I saw it in the theater actually.
Dracula 2000.
Number 7, Urban Legends Final Cut from 2000. Didn't somebody just say they popped that in?
Yeah, I watched that last night.
That is so weird. Yeah, that was you. How weird is that? 2 movies that you guys just recently watched and reviewed.
I like that one better than the first Urban Legend.
I've never seen that one, but I've like Urban Legends. Movie I really liked the first time I saw it.
You might actually you might like the second one a lot, Tyler, because it takes place at a film school, so there's a lot of like little film school nuances and shit like that in it.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. It's a decent film. Oh, yeah. Here's one.
The first one I liked it when I was a lot younger, and then I watched it again when I was much older. I'm like, this ain't that good.
I saw Urban Legend in the theater. I just had that experience, so I probably enjoyed it more than I probably should have. But number 6 is Cut from 2000.
I'm waiting for that movie to come out from Umbrella.
I can't believe Umbrella's never put that out.
Yeah, like what the hell are they waiting for?
I remember renting that one back in like 2000.
Do they not have a blue? Are you sure that Umbrella never put out Cut?
I feel like
I'm talking through OCN.
Oh.
Yeah, I swear there is an Australian Blu-ray for Cut though.
I think there is, yeah. And it probably is Umbrella. I'm just waiting for
I think it is
a US version.
I think I looked into grabbing it because you probably do too, the old DVD. We probably all do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I looked into getting it and I think it was really expensive.
Yeah, Umbrella did release it on Blu-ray.
Okay, so I was right. Yeah, it was like $50 or some shit. I'm like, yeah, fuck that. $50
back in 2019.
Right.
Yeah, I want to get it for 50% off.
Number 5 is do you know a secret?
Never seen it.
Do you want to know a secret?
Do you want to know a secret?
That one's also pretty goofy. It's got Joey Lawrence in it.
Yeah.
Joey Lawrence.
Who's also in Urban Legends Final Cut.
Right, he is too. Yeah. Number 4 is I've Been Waiting for You from 1998. I've never seen this one.
It's a TV movie. It's Lois Duncan who did I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Oh, okay.
It's got Becky number 2 from Roseanne in it.
Becky number 2.
It's not bad for like a TV slasher movie.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I've never seen that one. Okay, number 3 is The Rage Carrie 2.
Yeah, I love that.
I like The Rage Carrie 2. It's actually pretty fun.
I love it.
Number 2 is what the fuck? It's making me laugh because the screenshot is just Jack Black with fucking dreads. Yes. I Still Know What You Did Last Summer from 1998. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Maybe definitely in the running, maybe like top 5 dumbest slasher ever made, like most retarded.
Yeah,
it's not a good movie at all.
I like it.
I don't like it.
I love it.
And number 1 is Valentine, 2001.
Valentine's good.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever seen The Wisher, aka Spliced from O2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one I always think of that never gets mentioned.
That one has a boy band member in it too. It's got one of the Lachey Bros in it from 98 Degrees.
Oh Jesus. They were really reaching.
Not Nick, but the other one. The less famous one.
I didn't even know there was another Lachey.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was another
That's
Lachey.
why it was in Splice.
Damn, R.I.P. to the other Lachey, fucking 98 Degrees.
That guy's more famous for taking Jessica Simpson's money than being in 98 Degrees at this point.
He's a host of Love is Blind now. He's probably more famous than she is now.
I guess I don't know what I'm talking about again. Because that sounds like
didn't fact check
that would make her more famous. I did not. I haven't heard that name in like 20 years. I just remember
same thing with Jessica and Ashley Simpson. Like, when's the last time you heard about either of them people?
Right. Yeah, I'm not even disputing that. Like, he's more popular, but I just thought they all went into obscurity. But I remember when they got divorced, he took like half her money.
You don't see a lot of that anymore. Like, just a bunch of like pop singers and ex-pop singers and shit like just randomly show up in movies and stuff. But then again, we just watch
there is no pop singers.
Like Night Patrol. I wouldn't say they're pop artists, but it's just kind of funny to see a movie with like a bunch of rappers in it and shit. It's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That, isn't like a total B underground film and stuff, but yeah.
I think Charlie XCX just had a movie, but other than that, and she got some play for like her soundtrack and Bodies, but
I'm not even sure who that is.
We just had that Weekend movie last year that everybody loved.
Oh my god, the worst fucking shit ever, dude.
Like, you saw Night Patrol, right?
Who, me?
Yeah, he didn't like it either.
I just watched it the other night. I really liked it.
Yeah, me too, man.
Stars.
I know me and Tony, I think, are the
4 fucking stars.
Dude, it was great.
Out of 10?
It just felt.
Dude, isn't it kind of crazy? Like how
I probably gave it like a 7.5 out of 10.
Like it gets super cosmic in the third act. It's kind of crazy.
I thought it was cool. All that Zulu Warrior shit
was fucking weak.
No,
I thought the characters were cool. The soundtrack was sweet. It reminded me of like the Judgment Night soundtrack, the rap metal fusion type shit. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, and it's just cool to see like Blood and Crips storyline and shit. It was cool, man. It kind of reminded me at first. It reminded me of Colors. And then, kind of mixed with like a vampire vibe. I'm like, this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like, I thought Freddie Gibbs did good. Mess. I thought Freddie Gibbs. It's not though, man. It's actually really fucking straightforward, man.
Mike, tell him it was a mess.
It reminded me of that HBO movie Full Eclipse from like all the way back in '93. Similar, as like a cop or law enforcement Night Patrol.
Didn't you just watch that one too, Tony?
Yeah, I just watched it.
That's crazy that you brought that up. Because that movie is like kind of stuck in obscurity too. I've seen that one before.
Yeah, and that's a clan of cop vampire or werewolves instead of vampires.
Yeah, it's werewolves. Yeah.
Yeah, Night
because
Patrol,
they have they're not actually I think they have a serum, right? They can turn them into it.
Yeah, they inject themselves.
Yeah, because they're not actually werewolves.
Yeah, the lore is different.
Yeah, it's like I remember that shit. Yeah, I never thought of that when I was watching Night Patrol, but now you like totally. That's crazy. It's
Mario
kind
Van
of similar,
Peebles.
but it's Mario Van Peebles dope, man.
Yeah, I mean that's probably why I enjoy Night Patrol so much. It's just it gave you that like nostalgia of watching like the old like hood horror movies and all that shit from back then.
Yeah, man, and like the story makes sense. Like vampires at nighttime doing the Night Patrol, it makes complete sense.
Yeah, it's cool.
Right. And I like it too because it's not like that hidden. Like other cops know what the Night Patrol is. I think that's kind of interesting. So, but I don't know. JP is tripping dicks on that one for sure. But
I only thought it was okay though. I don't know how low JP has it. I thought it was okay. Like
I liked it.
I think I gave it
as good as
5 out of 10.
I just remember JP talking about it. He's like, oh, this is fucking horrible. And that inspired me to watch it too. I was going to check it out anyways, but after he said it was so bad, I'm like, what the fuck's so bad about this? It doesn't sound bad.
It didn't sound bad. It looked great when I saw the previews for it. Just feel like they totally missed the opportunity.
I don't think so. I think it was actually pretty good, but whatever. Anyways, we should probably move on.
Okay.
From the intro. All right. So that's going to conclude the intro, and we'll be back here momentarily with Box Office Brawl.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right. So getting into some Box Office Brawl. JP, you got them digits?
Yeah. So we only had the lone film, which was smart for other studios to sort of avoid going up against Scream in hindsight here. So it came in at 64.1 million, which is the highest in the franchise for opening weekend. I think, what did we say? Scream 5 did like 40.
I think it did like 30 something, and Scream 6 did 44, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they're just going up.
I mean,
they're getting,
it's just like insane. Like Scream 7 was a huge success.
I'm surprised Scream 8 already isn't greenlit and in production.
I think Mike was saying something that he read that it is. Like,
it's got to be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nev Campbell said that they're working on it. But the thing is, like, I wonder if the poor critical reception will maybe make them change what they want to do, because sometimes that happens.
Well, I feel like with Scream 7, which we'll get into, but I just feel like they were kind of gateway, because they had to make Nev Campbell the main character in this film, given her.
They didn't have to. It just made sense to.
Well, she got that huge salary. She kind of sat out for part 6, which they poke fun of in part 7. But
she's the anchor too. But, you know what I mean?
But this
is this is the first film she's been the main character in since like
part 2.
I mean, even part 4, she wasn't really the main character, you know.
No,
she was like literally part 2, and that's it.
So, and that's another thing. Yeah, that's another point I was going to bring up, but I'm like, man, should we just save it? Because like, I don't know how much you want to get into it, but I was going to make that kind of analogy with another franchise, but it'll send us down another route.
I just felt it was pretty obvious about her being the main character in this film, given what her salary was and stuff. But I feel like it's a gateway film to kind of set up the
also funny that the fact that she wasn't even 6 because she wasn't getting paid enough. I thought it was really funny.
Yeah. But you can tell in part 7 that it's kind of it almost feels like it's a setup gateway film for the daughter to become.
They do that every film.
I think that's what they're doing in this one. I think they have it planned, because the way everything kind of goes down, I feel like it's going to be the daughter, and because they play on that, passing down the, the inherent trauma and shit like that. They kind of, they void that quite a bit in the film.
I think they did that, but they
kind of do that. They literally have done that in every one since part 4. They set up a new group of people to take over I mean, that was the plan for part 4. That was Wes's plan for the new trilogy. Was to follow these characters going forward.
I mean, it's a new trilogy. We just kind of completed that, and I mean, I just hope that Chad and Mindy are back though.
Yeah, they will be.
The core 2 now?
I mean, they will be at some point. It might not be.
I know the core 4 lasted for fucking, like 2 film, and all of a sudden it's like.
Yeah.
We have a new core 4.
They don't even mention.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Do they mention them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. I do give Scream a lot of credit for
right, they do too, actually. Yeah.
They do right. sort of mention past things, which, like, I think as a fan of a franchise, like, I hate when they ignore stuff that's like, even the big question was like, okay, well, in Scream 5, we see Nev with a baby stroller. Like, well, clearly it's not this girl because she's fucking like a teenager now.
Yeah.
But they do sort of explain that away in this movie, which is really cool because that was a lot of questions people had. Okay, so
it only raises one question about. I mean, we'll get into it.
Yeah, 64.1 absolute slam dunk from the Scream. Who did Scream? What's studio?
The newest one. I think it's Paramount now.
Yeah, it's
Paramount.
It used to be Miramax.
Slam dunk from Paramount.
They're all on Paramount Plus now too.
The guesses were Moodz at 41.5. Loses. Tyler 37.5 loses, and then I got the closest. I said 44, but I said I think it's going to get closer to 50, and I was even wrong on that because it got 60. So, yeah, pretty needed win for myself. So I tie Moodz at 3 points now. Tyler's still in the lead with 4, but I at least made up some ground. But with that said, that makes me go first for this next one here. We have one released this week. It is the Blumhouse. Is this Blumhouse?
What's the movie?
Which one?
The Bride.
Oh, I don't think it's Blumhouse.
I don't think it's Blumhouse. No.
Yeah, hold on, I'll check what it is.
Oh, Warner Brothers. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the Blumhouse one? Oh, The Mummy.
The Mummy.
The Mummy's Blumhouse. Okay. So The Bride, 2026. Synopsis: in the 1930s, a lonely Frankenstein travels to Chicago to seek aid of Dr. Euphronius in creating a companion for himself. The two reinvigorate a murdered young woman, and a bride is born. She is beyond what either of them intended, igniting a combustible romance, the attention of the police, and a wild and radical social movement. Me and Tyler, I think, both are kind of on the same page with the previews of this one, where we thought it looked pretty good. I really like the style they're going for, the 1930s setting. It seems to be just like one of those movies that takes the production design really serious and seems kind of big. So I think that it looks kind of cool. It is starring Christian Bale and Jesse Buckley. Also Penelope Cruz is in there. Directed by Maggie Gyllenhaal. Screenwritten by Maggie Gyllenhaal. Of course, story by Mary Shelley as well. And yeah, that's basically the short and long of the setup there.
Definitely high concept for sure.
$80 million production budget, which is just insane.
Damn.
I think that's a big risk.
Christian Bale's salary.
What was
I imagine.
What's the budget?
80 million.
80 million. Wow.
Jesus. There's no way this is going to turn a profit.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, there's no fucking way
this is
ever going to turn a profit.
Way too special interest.
It's very.
I think it looks really good. Yeah, like I think it looks good. I think it's very different. I'm not married to these characters, so I really don't care what you do with them. And it's. I love fucking noir crime films. This is black and white. There's a lot of really cool things about this movie, but I understand. Like I've heard a lot of negative feedback about.
I'm excited, and I agree with you. Like I'm not married to the characters either, but if you're gonna use them, have some fucking fun and creative ways. You know what I mean? It's like. Don't give me just like a Mary Shelley's Frankenstein adaptation. Give me like a Bonnie and Clyde fucking Bride of Frankenstein story. Like that's cool.
Yeah, you have no idea where the movie's going to go with it.
We've seen so many Frankensteins and Bride of Frankensteins and stuff like that it's like, if you're really going to get me interested, either you have to attach a name like a Del Toro or something to where I'm just interested based off the name, or you have to try to do something that looks completely different.
Why is Frankenstein not making the bride himself in this?
Bro, it's a fucking different story, man. That's like you look at this thing, it looks nothing like Bride of Frankenstein, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it's traditional.
But I'm just saying, like Dr. Frankenstein and his creature. So he obviously created that, so he can't create the bride too.
He's probably a part of it.
I don't know if he did create a fucking...
Yeah, maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I'm just assuming because it just says, and his lonely creature. When you use the words his
Where does it say lonely creature?
Storyline. Dr. Frankenstein and his lonely creature travel to 1930 Chicago to seek.
Okay, I'm seeing it as in 1930s, a lonely Frankenstein travels to Chicago.
Yeah, lonely like he wants a companion. I'm sure not like literally alone.
Yeah, but they say his lonely creature. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Where does it say that? Where were you seeing the synopsis at?
I'm reading the second one, the storyline on the second one. I'm not reading the
on what?
On IMDb.
We got to get to the bottom of this because it could be.
Yeah, because it's like, does he have a creature or is it just him? Because I read it as it's just him looking for a companion.
It says Dr. Frankenstein and his lonely creature. So that's two people.
Who plays
travel to 1930 Chicago to seek the aid of Dr. whatever in creating a companion for the creature.
Can't wait for the reveal in the movie to see what lonely means.
The two doctors reinvigorate a murdered young woman and the bride is born.
The lonely reveal coming.
She is beyond what either of them intended, igniting a combustible romance, the attention of the police,
Christian
and a wild radical social movement. Holy fuck, this movie's got political and fucking social commentary in it.
Yeah, but
did you not see the trailer for it?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen the trailer for it.
But it's not going to be modern.
So when you were explaining what the aesthetic of the film was, I was like very intrigued. I had no idea that it was set.
It's definitely high concept. So it could be a case where like not a lot of people go to see it, but the people that do really like it and word of mouth. Now, I don't know how much word of mouth matters for the theater, but for once it hits like VOD.
This shit sounds like Bonnie and Clyde to me.
Yeah, it kind of looks. If you've seen the trailer, just it looks like a crime noir movie with the characters of Frankenstein and the Bride.
So if you just
that's the vibe
if you just replace Bonnie and Clyde with fucking the monster and the bride, sign me up, bro. That's pretty.
Yeah,
sweet,
it looks pretty sweet.
Yeah,
it does look cool.
The actual Dr. Frankenstein character is played by Annette Bening in this movie, but it's not actually Frankenstein; it's somebody else.
Man, I really want to see this. I doubt I'm going to get it, though. So Christian Bale plays the monster?
You probably will if the fucking budget is $80 million. They got to be pushing the shit out.
I imagine this is going to be as wide of a release as Scream. You know,
wow.
Do you avoid trailers when you go to the theater? Because I would have imagined this would get a trailer before.
No, sometimes if I'm on my phone talking to one of you assholes, I'll fucking keep talking. I'll just.
Okay.
I'll expend my energy to you guys, but
the trailers that they get up there sometimes are different than the ones we get down here too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And I've gotten this trailer before, like just about every movie I've seen.
Yeah, I know. I've seen this trailer too many times.
The cast is crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, man. I didn't realize Jake Gyllenhaal was in the film. Fucking Penelope Cruz. What the fuck?
All right. So
some names in here.
I guess I have to go first since I won. So this is like obviously with a production budget like that, like they're hoping to make like what Scream just made. You know what I mean? I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that it's going to come way under that. I do think that it's probably going to, just based on the promotion alone, going to do pretty well. I would think.
Maybe in the States.
I mean, if it does. What's that?
Not here. I haven't even seen a trailer, nothing for it.
Man, it is tough though, going first here. I think the numbers could really realistically be anywhere from like 30 to 60 million. Sometimes whenever you have like just a big produced film, no matter what, it's going to draw a high number of people. It does have the advantage of not really having any competition other than Scream. But I feel like the Rotten Tomatoes scores are going to create like such a huge drop off for week 2 of Scream. I think that the weather warming up a little bit around, the East Coast of the country has helped Scream in general. I feel like that we had a couple nice days here over the weekend. And I think that if the weather stays up, we're starting to get into springtime, getting closer to it, so awesome. I think movies in general are going to do better as the months move on. It also is rated R, which, can factor in a little bit.
Lower
for
sales.
strong, bloody, violent content, sexual content, nudity, and language.
Do we get to see brides' boobies?
Probably.
Hopefully
we see a Christian Bale schlong.
100%, or him banging
Hopefully
the bride.
He's
and
got
flexing.
like stitches around it. He's got like two separate balls.
Dude,
from
could
two
you
separate
imagine
guys.
if they do like a parody of fucking American Psycho and he's like banging the bride and he's flexing and shit, looking at
If
himself.
this would have come out 2 weeks later, they could probably say they have a Best Actress Oscar winner because I think she's going to win it for Hamnet.
I feel like I want to. It's tough with going first, but shit. I'm gonna go ahead and say 41.5.
Okay, so I had a number. Who goes second?
You do because you were closer.
Okay. I actually just watched so I clicked on IMDb, and you know when you click on IMDb, it plays the trailer. So I didn't see it with sound, but it looks really good, and it's totally Bonnie and Clyde. It's amazing. I'm actually super hyped to see this now. It looks pretty awesome. I love that whole 30s aesthetic. It looks great. I kind of want to echo everything JP said. I think there's a lot of factors here. Does it have a big audience? So I mean, that's one of those things.
So the what I was considering, and I shouldn't even help you guys. No, I do this every time. I was looking at like, okay, the period is the 30s, right? What does that translate with modern audiences? I would say it usually doesn't translate. However, the Sinners movie made around like 50 million opening weekend. And that, of course, was set in like the 30s, as well as like Oppenheimer is a little older. That did really well. So I don't think that you could really say that the general audience isn't really going to see period pieces anymore. So I don't think that the period piece nature factors in much with the box
honestly,
office
though, I think casting helped with Sinners with Michael B. Jordan. I think he was very recognizable even to the younger audiences and stuff. Like it was probably people of all different age brackets that were going to see that. This one I think is a little bit different. Like, do younger people know, like when we name off Christian Bale and Penelope Cruz and maybe Jake Gyllenhaal, he's probably a little bit more modern or a little bit more.
Definitely Christian Bale. He's a mega star, especially like
I think
from the Dark Knight trilogy and shit like that. Like
yeah.
And that is something that we don't often consider too, is like sometimes just the name brings people in.
Of course. But now, like, I wasn't overly interested in seeing another Bride movie until I just watched that trailer without sound. And I was like, oh my God, this thing looks like Bonnie and Clyde to me, which I'm a fucking massive fan. I love Bonnie and Clyde. I love that movie. I'm sure Tony does too. What was it? 68? Is that the one that came out?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. But I just love the whole Bonnie, but using the monster and the bride is like a Bonnie and Clyde angle. Oh, it's crazy to me. Sounds really good to me, but how's it going to do? JP, you had 42?
41.5.
Okay, so I had a number. You're definitely over where I was. This is a really
I haven't heard any buzz about it. Have you guys?
Not really.
Like, I wonder if it's going to pop.
I have a feeling it's going to. My opinion is it's going to struggle. Not having.
Is this Maggie Gyllenhaal's directorial debut?
No, she actually had a movie that like had people nominated for Oscars in them. I don't know if it was any directing, but she did direct
Maggie.
A performance.
Okay.
See, I'm literally put between a rock and a hard place here because I've got Tyler after me. If I go way lower and he splits us, I don't know about 42 though. I really don't. I'm going to go with that budget, 80 million. That's wild. I wonder how wide of a release this is getting though.
It's as wide as it can be, probably.
Okay. It's got to be a huge
$80 million. It's going to be as big.
It's got to be 3,500, right? At least 3,500.
Yeah.
I feel like
I think 3,500 is like all of the theaters.
Yeah, I think it's just under 3,600 is like every theater.
I feel like the fact that the trailer has played before like just about every movie I've seen the past 2 months means they're hard pushing the advertising.
It's crazy. I haven't seen it. So
I haven't really seen it either. It's crazy.
Yeah, like I don't understand. I've been to the theaters many times as I've been to the movies where they would be playing the theater or the trailer at.
What chain do you go to mostly, Mike?
Regal.
Okay, we have like no Regals around here.
I don't have a single Regal around here.
Okay, I'm gonna say
the Regal.
I feel like that's even high too. I'm gonna say 31.
31. Okay.
I know, so I'm going way under, but this is where it's interesting because Tyler can go lower and just assume it's going to bomb, or he splits the middle, or he goes higher than you. Like there's multiple ways to attack this.
You should do the Price is Right 31.
Nah. So while he stepped away, do you guys just want to take a guess for fun?
You know what's kind of crazy? Like the budget's 80 million. We're guessing like year 41 is basically half the budget. That's a major bomb. Like we're just predicting they're going to bomb.
Yeah, because don't they say you have to make double your budget to like start to turn a profit or some shit?
So
like
basically,
what they say is that you want to make your budget back opening weekend. So that's like the general like goal is you want to make your budget back opening weekend. If you do, then it's you're going to turn a profit on the movie.
Is this American box office only?
So the thing is with
no, I mean, well, yeah, our guesses
for you guys, box office Brawl. I mean,
but that does factor into movies eventually making money too, because sometimes they get really popular overseas.
Oh yeah, I could see
international audiences see,
and this is just our
everything.
This is this isn't international totals because Scream internationally wise did really well. Like it was.
I didn't see any numbers for it.
I could see The Bride doing really well overseas, just because how high concept it is.
Yeah, Scream did another 33 million international. So
yeah,
so it was about 100 million, right, total.
Yeah.
Just for fun, not counting, I'm kind of doomer on the business. I would say 28.
Wow.
All right. What did Moodz say?
And I'm looking forward to seeing it, but
I said 31.
You said 31. That's actually, I think, a really smart place to put it because I just heard Mike say 28, and I'm actually closer to where Mike says. I think that this is not going to interest a lot of people because of how bizarre it looks.
It's just
I think it's going to struggle.
Yeah,
I think it's just really going to struggle. So I'm going to take the under. I'm going to say 30 million.
Oh my God.
So basically,
you guys gave me a ton of room.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, if it does really well,
I think it's going to be like around 20 million. Honestly,
I was thinking mid-30s myself.
I mean, if it ends up being mid-30s, that's good for me.
Yeah, I just believe it's going to
be 35 would be good. So I would win that.
Doesn't. Yeah, but yeah, if it goes mid-30s, yeah, you could win for sure. I just think it's going to be. I'd be surprised if it hits 30. So I'm just going to take the under.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's smart. I mean, like I said, when you stepped away, I was like, well, you're either going under or you're going over, JP. You're not going in between us. So.
Yeah, you picked a good spot to make it not obvious. If you would have said 35, that'd be easy.
Yeah, it was my frame of mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tony, do you just want to give a guess for fun?
Yeah. 34.
All right. So yeah, that is Box Office Brawl for the week. The scores remain pretty close. Tyler just has a 1-point edge over me and Moodz.
Wait, that's the only film that's coming out?
Yeah, that's what I said when I was.
Isn't that Dolly movie coming out this weekend?
Fucked. I thought there was another movie.
Yeah, Dolly. I thought
Dolly.
Yeah. I thought there was totally another movie.
The one with Stifler in the Woods.
Oh, what? I gotta go see that.
Hold on.
I'm pretty
it's got
sure.
a sweet poster.
Is it
like Stifler? As in like
movie?
Sean William Scott?
I would imagine that's.
I got the trailer a few times.
It says limited because it is IFC,
right?
But we could throw it on there, and obviously if it doesn't, it's under 1,000 screens, we'll take it off.
It doesn't qualify. Yeah,
it could
There's no way it's on 1,000.
Yeah,
it's probably, there's probably no point in even doing this one.
There's a theater about 45
there's always a
minutes
point.
from me getting it.
Yeah, it's fun conversation. So it's Sean William Scott.
Yeah, let me give you the breakdown real quick. It is IFC Films. It says Macy, a young woman, is abducted by a monstrous figure intent on raising her as their own child. It is rated R for strong violence, gore, grisly images, language, and some nudity. And then it also is directed by Rod Blackhurst, starring Sean William Scott, Ethan Suplee, and Fabian Therese.
Ethan Suplee's in this? Nice.
So, yeah, that would be interesting. Okay.
That one
sort
looks
of like
pretty sweet.
listed as a slasher, horror, kidnap.
What's it called again?
Dolly.
Dolly. Just Dolly.
Yep, just Dolly.
Yeah.
I think it was shot on 16 millimeter.
Yeah. I would expect this one to not really be in over 1,000 screens. This seems like a Shudder title.
Yeah.
Which some of the other Shudder titles that got theatrical releases is like The Rule of Jenny Penn, Oddity.
In a violent nature.
Yeah. Which
Planet
I think that one had a little bit.
I think it's Shudder or
think
IFC
those ones
Midnight,
had
one of them.
Yeah.
Those had a little bit bigger over release, but I think it's on this one it is Moodz who goes first.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no point in overthinking this because I don't think it's even going to qualify, but 4.1.
All right, Tyler.
1 million.
I knew it was going to be super low.
I'm gonna go 900,000.
What the fuck? All right, yeah, I'm fucked on that one.
I'll say 1.2.
All right.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. It gets 1.1 or something.
I'm such a big fan of 850,000.
Yeah, I'm such a big fan of Sean William Scott. So
it was like 9.75K.
Actually, me and him have the same birthday.
The trailer did do a good job of making it interesting to me, so I'm definitely gonna go check it out.
I'm definitely
the killer looks creepy.
Yeah.
This isn't playing near me, so I don't get to see it.
It feels like the type of movie that, like, if it's done right, it could be sneaky good.
Yeah,
like the unexpected gem that, like, you would maybe 5-6 years ago you would find like on Shudder, but now they're trying to like at least get them like a short theatrical run first.
Yeah, it might make like 10 lists.
I have one screening of Dolly Thursday night, so that's pretty normal. One Friday night, which is usually means that it's not going to make it into 1,000 theaters.
All right, so that is going to conclude Box Office Brawl.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
They will say that I have shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Have you checked the children? What do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
All right, so getting into the dub portion of the show, what we watched. Who wants to lead this off?
I'll go first. I only have two, and they're going to be really quick. I watched Scream 2 4K, which I had in the collection for a little while now. Hadn't watched it. Revisited it. Pretty fun movie. It's funny because, like, watching Gail in Scream 2 versus Gail now, like, it's almost looks like a completely different person. I think we were talking about this during the movie, me and Carly and her mom. I think she had said that she regrets the amount of like plastic surgery that she's gotten.
Dude, she looks dead now.
She looks like she's 80 years old. Dude,
I definitely
regret
people's looks, but
no, but I mean, even
like the way her character acts doesn't like help with it either. In the part 7, like the nerve thing, like shaking with her pills. Oh my god, you just look like a brittle old woman.
Yeah.
Even the wife
she was very cute
like,
in Scream 2.
For sure.
Well, she was good looking in the 90s, man. She really was. It was she got her lips done and all this other fucking bullshit. I don't know why people keep fucking their faces up.
Dude, the boyfriend character, watching Scream 2, the boyfriend character in Scream 2 is
Jerry
like
O'Connell.
a carbon copy of the boyfriend character in Scream 7. Like the mannerisms and the acting. Oh my God. I was like, did
Jerry O'Connell?
Did
that who you think that was by design?
Mimic his performance off of the Scream 2 boyfriend? I think, dude, I honestly think it was because Kevin Williamson wrote that character.
Yeah.
Like, but if you actually go back and watch Scream 2, you're like, holy shit, they're like the same guy.
You know what's funny, dude? Like, we're sitting there watching the film, and the wife turns to me, Erin turns to me, she's like, Courtney Cox isn't looking good.
Yeah, we all kind of
like, it was like, I'm like, I know
that too.
I mean,
it's very apparent when you look at her next to Nev Campbell, then you're really like taking notice.
I can tell you
she
one
looks
thing, though.
damn good.
At least Courtney Cox's hair is fine compared to part 3.
Oh my God.
Scream 3 is like the worst hair of all time.
Literally the biggest, like, that's the one thing I always take away from that film is how bad her hair is. It's so bad.
To me, Nev Campbell looks like perfectly natural in her aging.
Yeah,
Nev
she
Campbell's
definitely looks like she
us.
aged.
I think she's what, a year older than me and you, Mike.
5 and
yeah, she's aged, but it looks like naturally.
Yeah,
just
she
like,
looks good.
No,
like
because
healthy.
she wasn't an idiot and decided that, I need to make myself look younger when in fact it makes you look fucking older.
She actually looks like someone's mom in 7 too.
Yeah, she does.
A 17-year-old daughter, man, who's probably
someone's MILF.
Yeah. I never thought Nev Campbell was good looking though. Like, she's always just like
I've always thought Nev Campbell.
No, really? Holy shit.
I never was attracted to her.
She was hot.
I never was attracted to her.
Not even
especially
in
with
Wild
the
Things.
shorter
I was
hair.
saying, man, wild.
I mean, Nev Campbell's
in
fine
Wild
looking. Like,
Things,
she's a beautiful woman, but like, it's just
Gosling.
not my type, I guess. I don't know.
You respect her too much.
Maybe it's what it is because she just looks so damn normal. You know what I mean?
I never had a thing for her in Scream 1, but Scream 2 and beyond, I think she looks really hot. But watching Scream 2, I really think that one of the biggest mistakes they made was killing off Randy.
Yeah.
He would be so good in these later movies.
You know it was a mistake because they found a way to put him in part 3.
Yeah, they're like, all right, we need this.
Dude, and when I was watching Scream 2, I'm like, when did he fucking record that video in part 3? Because after Scream 1,
like the next morning after, or the morning of his death.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you when he recorded that. He recorded that on the set of Scream 3. That's when he recorded that.
You suck.
Fucking Tyler, come on.
But and then the only other title that I watched physically was Scream 05 on 4K as well, which we'll talk about. So very, very light week for me as per usual.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing all week? Eating fucking
cheeseburgers
or what?
I'm lucky I have time to fucking breathe right now, man. Like, my Thursday was shot, didn't get to watch anything, got home at 1:30 in the morning. My fucking Monday, we recorded the show. So I had Tuesday and Wednesday. I went out Saturday night. And then obviously I had to watch these 2 movies as well. So yeah, and I did watch Scream 1 as well, but that is I already seen that one on 4K.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, dude, I don't have a whole lot either that were like from my collection.
This week too.
Yeah, because I watched a lot of shit that I've already watched from my collection, you know, for prepping for 64 and 2004. And
my total's up to 36 now.
And I watched something digitally this week, which I don't do a whole lot of that, which I will bring up because I'm not sure if everyone's seen the movie, but I know Mike has. I wanted to bring it up because it's actually kind of an interesting conversation. But who wants to go next? Tyler, what'd you watch?
I only got 4. Yeah, so this week I could have probably had 2-3 more, but I kept falling asleep. I between just like all the snow we got and actually having real work days, I just knocked out when I usually get a movie in. But yeah, so I only watched 4. Starting off from Kino Lorber from the year 1966. I watched Sergio Corbucci's Navajo Joe.
Nice.
Since I'd watched The Great Silence recently, I got another one in my collection still, but they were talking about a couple of his movies. This wasn't one of them, but I just knew I had this from him. So I wanted to check out another Corbucci movie. I've seen, I think, 6 or 7 now. But this was pretty solid. Stars Burt Reynolds as the title character of Navajo Joe, which I guess is a trend in the movies I've been reviewing, where a white man plays an Indian character.
Yeah.
Now for the second week running. So, yeah, this one had a goofy song too. Never he came on screen just like Navajo Joe, like it was a supervillain or a superhero. It's pretty funny. But it's just, it's your revenge. It's obviously a spaghetti western. It's just your revenge story where these white men come in and they scalp the Navajos. And they mess with the wrong one because it's revealed that one of the Navajo scouts was someone important to him. So he basically fights back with these revolutionaries to fight the bandits, and it kind of becomes a revenge movie. It's pretty cool. It's definitely one of the weaker Corbucci movies I've seen, but it was still pretty solid. I liked it. It's only 90 minutes. Kills the time. Had some good moments in it. There's a really sweet dummy death. But yeah, I liked it. Cool for a watch. Next, I watched. This is the film. I fell asleep watching this film twice in the same night, and it's like it was a great movie, but I just picked the wrong time to watch it. And that's coming from Criterion. It's Joseph Losey's 1963 film, The Servant. This one was great. Stars Dirk Bogarde. If you guys saw the movie Saltburn a couple years ago, this is basically the movie that Saltburn ripped off. It's an English film. This rich guy hires a manservant played by Dirk Bogarde to tend his house and be his manservant while he's there. And eventually he finds ways to infiltrate himself and make himself a bigger part of the person's life, to tear his life apart from the inside and gain the influence of the giant manor he's in. But it was a nice slow burn. It was done really well. Lots of good black and white cinematography. Joseph Losey's made a couple good movies. I've liked what I've seen from him so far. But yeah, this one was really good as well. Next, what did I get? I watched this one this morning before I went to Scream. It comes from Kino Lorber. It's Billy Wilder's 1948 film, A Foreign Affair. I've seen over 10 Billy Wilder films coming into this, so I'm really getting into his mid-tier movies. I never hear this one talked about, and I think this one is really, really underrated. I thought this was great. It's one of those post-World War II stories. It's centered in Berlin, Germany, where you have an American GI, or I think he's a lieutenant, that's protecting this woman who was a big time Nazi, was like a entertainer for like the highest, like Hitler's personal Gestapo or Hitler's personal crew. And when you need an authentic cabaret singing German born actress to play your movie, who do you cast? None other than the Golden Age's most sultry actress, Marlene Dietrich. She plays opposite to, I forgot who else, but she's the best part of this movie again, but there's a lot of good chemistry in it. This is a really well-written movie. I'm not going to say the movie because I know either Mike or JP is going to watch it soon. I don't remember which one, but there's a particular movie that came out a few years before this that movies tend to copy the format and the ending for when approaching these like forbidden like type of like romance, foreign post-World War II movies. And this movie does not do that at all. It completely subverted my expectations. The third act was really good. It went places it didn't. But essentially, you have this guy protecting that's like this American soldier that's fallen in love with this like high-ranking Nazi woman, and protecting her from getting sent to the labor camps in Reconstruction. And it just unwinds more to it. But yeah, it was really good. Marlene is like in her late 40s in this movie, and she plays opposite some American congresswoman who's kind of like her op in this movie, trying to dig up all the dirt on her. And she's like 15 years older. It's so much younger looking and so much more attractive than her. It's actually insane. But yeah, I don't know why I expected this movie to kind of be a ripoff, because Billy Wilder is generally considered one of the best American one of the best screenwriters of this era. So I don't know why he just copied someone else's movie, and he did it. So yeah, this movie was really great. And lastly, I try to rewatch something that I've just been sitting around and haven't watched in a while on disc, once a week. Last week I did that with that Winchester movie, and I got some good interaction on it. So I went with another Western that's been sitting in my collection for a few years that I'd seen once before, and that comes from Arrow. It's Don Siegel's 1976 film, The Shootist. I liked this movie the first time I saw it, but I think I really, really appreciate it more now. I was kind of just getting into Westerns when I first saw it about 5 years ago, and I streamed it, and I do remember it kind of looking like shit, and this Blu-ray looks awesome. But this is the last John Wayne performance. He made it about 2 years before he died, and it's about an old gunfighter that's killed like dozens and dozens of men that has basically weeks to live because he has stomach cancer or he has some sort of cancer. Doesn't say specifically. So he's just really like trying to lay low. He visits his doctor, who's played by James Stewart. So this movie has an insane cast, but there's a bunch of old there's like 4 or 5 like real like all-time Western stars from the 30s through 50s. So this movie has this really cool thing where it's like self-referential to all these American Westerns you've seen before it. It doesn't like name any, but you see like the characters they play. You see like the similarities, the characters they play. And there's a bunch of great talent. There's Lauren Bacall's in this too. It's got a young Ron Howard who does a really good job in this movie. And Don Siegel is just a really good director. He worked with Clint Eastwood a lot. He worked with a lot of good actors. He did this really cool movie in the 60s with Cassavetes and Lee Marvin. He's known for making action movies, crime movies, and he does a really good job with this one. This one's definitely more of the reflective drama. It takes that old gunfighter trying to escape the life, but it stands out as being really different in the route that they take in this one. That I really liked, and it got Bill's a really good showdown. John Wayne does a great job in this. This is, I think, one of his better performances, honestly. But yeah, I liked it a lot. It even shows a little highlight reel of Westerns, like to show, like to give you a little story, like a little sizzle reel of like the character that John Wayne is playing. It shows you clips of his old movies like through time. So there's like clips of Red River, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance in it, which also has Jimmy Stewart, who plays this old man doctor. But yeah, this movie's really good. If you like Westerns, you'll love this one. Don Siegel made a bunch of Dirty Harry movies. He's just made a bunch of good shit. He made the Beguiled. Awesome director of the era. Lots of good movies. But yeah, that's it for me this week.
Cool.
I can go.
Okay. Go, Mikey.
So I'll start it off with I bought the 4K of Friday the 13th Part 2, which good timing. It got to me like the week of the Friday the 13th this year because I was like, I'm approaching it. I mean, I know it's kind of regular for horror fans to watch a Friday the 13th movie on Friday the 13th. I don't even think I've always done it. I think there's some that I've missed, but it was good timing with the 4K. I mean, there's not much to get into about this that hasn't been said. The wheelchair death is still one of my favorites. Just because of his line, he says before I end the trip down.
I don't plan on being in this chair forever.
And you know, the most fucked up thing about that is that dude is about to get some pussy too.
Yeah, that guy,
it's like the ultimate tragic story.
Most, like fucked up.
It's like this poor bastard is finally gonna get some.
Totally wrong place, wrong time for him.
Does that 4K have that uncut footage on it, like the box set?
I don't know. Does it? I gotta look. Jeez, it's like I've seen it so many times that if I don't look like ahead to look for it, I wouldn't know. I don't know
why they haven't fucking spliced that shit in already. Like, what are we waiting for?
Fucking nobody does like these companies. The studios don't take the extra care. You know what I mean?
That's why it was such a surprise when they did it with My Bloody Valentine back in like 2009.
Right, that was kind of weird.
Yeah,
they cared a little bit more back then because they released Part 1 uncut too back around that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember like in the DVD era, it was like a big deal. Just like as a movie fan, that anytime they announce that like, oh, we're actually installing the footage like back into the movie as opposed to just giving like a deleted scenes reel, that always appealed to me. That like, oh, you're actually gonna put it in the movie. I always liked that. But yeah, Friday 2, not a whole lot to say about that other than the 4K looks and sounds really good. Let's see. Next up, James Cameron's The Abyss. I don't know. I assume everyone's seen it. I saw it for the first time when I was 9 years old at the theater. Me and a friend literally rode our bikes to the theater, and back then, even as kids, you could just buy tickets to Rated R. They didn't care. I've always liked that. The cast, Ed Harris. I mean, at 9 years old, I mean, I was seeing a lot of these people for the first time, and I like that. It was kind of like early CGI era, because what you saw James Cameron do a few years later with the liquid metal Terminator, those effects kind of started in The Abyss with kind of like the underwater I don't know if it was officially Atlantis, but the underwater village town creatures and all that stuff when they come into their submarine station. You can see those same effects kind of laying the groundwork for what he would do later. And a lot of tense situations, a pretty good story, and like something you don't, at the time, it was like new to me, just like this story of these underwater miners and oil rig workers, I think, that had to like save the day with some military. I would recommend it if you haven't seen it. I last had it on regular DVD, the collector's edition, and the aspect ratio on that was so weird because on modern TVs, it would force it into like a tiny little square on your TV. It was
it's a letterbox widescreen.
Yeah.
How does
a ton of DVDs like that?
How does it look? Because I haven't watched mine yet. It's something I got to get to. I
think it looks really good.
Literally have it sitting on my table. It's weird. This happens every single day when we're talking about movies. But
I know with some of the Cameron movies, people don't like the way he used. I don't know what it's referred to, but some of like the remastering, the way he did. But to me, I'm not that like detailed.
Well, he takes out like all the grain, and it's just kind of over. Fucking.
Yeah, they say it could like look too shiny or glossy or smooth in some section, but
he denoises it.
Yeah, because I think they were saying the same thing about the T2 4K as well,
and the True Lies one. I heard.
I did watch it. It looks really clean. Like it doesn't have any grain in it.
Yeah, I have all three of them.
You guys are scratching my memory on this. I do remember seeing.
When you're watching films that are shot on and it doesn't have any film grain in there, that's crazy. It's not natural.
Yeah. I went down, so I was just randomly throwing stuff on at work one day, and I watched this movie called Croupier with Clive Owen, which originally got him some buzz for the new Bond, or at the time, who was going to be the new Bond, but it went to Daniel Craig instead. But what that did is kind of got me on a British gangster film kick, so I ended up buying the original Italian Job and Get Carter with Michael Caine, and it's cool to see Michael Caine kind of in his prime playing like a British gangster, because like in the modern era, everyone's used to like just old man Michael Caine, and he can still be that crotchety old bastard in movies, but seeing him kind of play that character, but a lot more youthful. And these British gangster movies, to me, what makes them so appealing is like there's this weird sensibility with a sense of humor they inject to them, and it's so different for someone that's grown up mostly watching like American gangster stuff or like Italian gangster stuff. Like British gangster films, they just have their own like flavor and tone to them that's so different than what you're used to. So when I saw those both online for like, I think $15, I was like, okay, I'm gonna throw them down. So those are great. And let's see, I'm not gonna name off everything here, but the other ones, Play Misty for me. I'm assuming everyone here's seen that one. Yeah. It kind of like a prelude to Fatal Attraction. I mean, going by the years, it came out like over a decade 100%. Before.
Yeah, I think
it kind of is the first Blank from Hell.
Yeah, a lot of those elements are there, and I consider like Clint Eastwood. He's like reliable. Like some people think he's great, some people think he's okay, but I just feel like he always puts in the reliable Clint Eastwood type performance in every movie he's in, no matter what the story is or what's going on around him. You know what Eastwood's going to bring, and what's her name?
His directorial debut too.
It was.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of the lead actress in this, but she's really good. You've seen her in this era.
Jessica Walters.
Yeah,
you know who else is in this, Mike? Don Siegel. Don Siegel, director of The Shootists.
Yes.
He's the bartender.
Don Siegel's in that? Really?
Yeah, he's the bartender.
I don't fucking remember that. That's crazy.
Yeah, she plays a really good villain in this, and like some of the dialogue was just cracking me up. Like when they kind of had that initial blow up scene, and she's like, "What am I supposed to do? Just wait here for you in my little whore suit?" And then, of course, our climax of the movie, you get a pretty cool dummy death.
Yeah, it's got a really good.
Oh, dude. Yeah, it's a good one.
And then I'll end it off with grabbing the Shaun of the Dead 4K. I think this podcast, you guys are like, I think medium on Shaun of the Dead. Are you guys? Because I really like it. I've always liked it.
I like it a lot more now than I used to.
I don't dislike the movie, but I don't love it. Like it's fine.
So, something for me that I always appreciated.
I think Hot Fuzz is the best of the three.
Hot Fuzz.
I like Shaun the least, but yeah, I probably would agree Hot Fuzz is the best. I do like
Hot Fuzz is so brilliant, man.
So one of the things that I've always appreciated about Shaun of the Dead, and this is probably just because of like my age demographic, when I was growing up as a kid, I saw a lot of parody movies before I saw like the source material they were based off of, like Young Frankenstein. I saw before Frankenstein, Spaceballs. I don't think I saw before Star Wars, but a lot of the other space movies it was parodying I saw. Repossessed, I saw before I saw The Exorcist. Shaun of the Dead was, though, a parody or satire where I actually...
Bro, you're doing shit completely backwards, man. Come on.
Well, I was a kid, so you're at the mercy of, like, you just kind of watched what was on at the
Dude,
time.
I'm literally the same age as you. What are we, like 2 weeks apart?
I'm July. What are you?
I'm
I don't think
I think we're 2 months apart. We're like 2 months apart.
But like, I didn't see The Exorcist when I was 8 or 9, but I saw Repossessed because it was like a cheesy comedy that would be on HBO all the time. But with Shaun of the Dead, by the time it came out in, I think 2004, I had seen Romero's Dead movies. So like, to me, the mark of like a great parody is the two things: is it shows respect and love for the source material, and you can tell they're actually fans of it, but it also has a strong enough story and characters and arcs that it can stand on its own for kind of like the casual fans that just show up because they just want to see that movie in particular. And at the end of the day, Shaun of the Dead to me is like a pretty cool story about a slacker that's kind of been coasting through his life, and he's put in a predicament that he has to actually step up and do something for the people around him that have kind of been like sacrificing themselves for him. So at the heart of it, it still is a pretty good story along with the parody.
Do you feel like that story's about you? So you can just kind of relate to it?
Sure. Yeah, I've been just slacking. Just don't tell my kids or my wife. But yeah, sure. Just fucking with you. But yeah, and it also holds up for me on every watch. And the 4K just sounds great. Like this, I think it has a lot of good needle drops in it at various points. The use of Queen in the score is really good, and the use of like actual scores from Romero, like mixed in different scenarios and predicaments, and again, it's British, and you feel kind of like the British sensibility in the characters. It makes it just different from like what you would get American. Yeah, like all the caricatures of each character in there. It's like you don't have to be British to relate to some of the quality or some of the attributes of the characters, but it's still different. And I like that they just made a British like comedy film. They didn't feel the pressure to like mass appeal to American audiences, but it still went over with American audiences. So
I think Shaun of the Dead for myself it's definitely the one film I always pinpoint as me falling a victim to just the love and the overhypeness that the film got. I mean, it's a fine film, but it was that era when it came out in 2004. Every single film that came out after that was kind of like, a Zomcom or whatever was always like, oh, it's the best film since, Shaun of the Dead. And it was just this overhyped film. The name was everywhere, and it just really made me want to not like it. I saw it when it first came out, and I was like, it's fine. but I was just so fed up with Shaun of the Dead. And then I think me and JP were always on some fuck Shaun of the Dead shit for years on the show. Mm-hmm. And then we ended up, rewatching and be like, because we did the, what's that trilogy called? What's the unofficial?
Cornetto trilogy.
Yeah. So, and we appreciate a little bit more. I think watching it now, which I haven't rewatched it for the 2004 prep, but I might just,
it has a strong shot at making my list. I'll say that right now.
I mean, honestly, dude, 2004 is pretty fucking bad. Yeah. It's a pretty bad year. Like
it's a shallow enough year where, like, if this was on the docket for any of the other last couple retro years, no shot it makes it. But I think in 2004, this movie is
it's funny you mentioned that, Moodz, as kind of like an initial mark against it, because for me, the movie that was like that was Army of Darkness, because when it came out, it went over with so many people that had no reference to Evil Dead movies. Right. They didn't know that it was part of it. They wanted nothing to do with like these horror movies called Evil Dead, but they just loved Army of Darkness. I had an Army of Darkness shirt, and I would get so many compliments on that without them even wanting to talk about Evil Dead, and it made me build kind of like a grudge, even though I liked it.
That's insane to me.
It gave me a grudge for like years against it.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's like, because to me it was like just the next evolution in Ash the character, but like nobody knew or wanted to even look into the fact that, hey, this is technically the third part of the series now.
Right. Damn, can't believe they made you hate it. How tragic.
Yeah, what assholes, right?
You're cool with it now, though?
Army of Darkness? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, we made up. No problem.
I mean, I never hated it. It was more just like a kind of like that disgruntled attitude. Like, I just didn't want to like talk about it with people, because like I would want to talk about it like, yeah, it's great, but in the context of it's a third Evil Dead movie, and like a lot of people just didn't care, didn't want to explore that aspect of it.
Yeah, Shaun of the Dead was like I always say, though, it's got to be one of those films, and probably the only one I've ever really kind of fallen victim to, the hype and shit like that. And it's weird. I can't think of another film I've ever really resented because of that. I guess is the right word, is resent, in a sense.
I think it unexpectedly got so much mass appeal outside of the horror genre, because I've been to some like midnight showings at like local festivals, and like I was always surprised at like the crowds that would turn out for it, because like it would be like a 6-week series of horror movies, and that would be the one that like you could tell a lot of people there just aren't the normal horror crowd. So some movies just hit like that,
It sometimes it's like, it's that kind of low key elitism in myself though too. It's like, man, like, why the fuck do you like that shit? You don't even like the genres, man. Like,
hell yeah,
we all have that in us a little bit every once in a while. We always kind of do that, and we're like, why the fuck are you into that shit, man? Like, you don't even like.
I remember to this day,
but it does bug me. I'm a lot older and a little bit wise. Like, I understand why I was thinking like that before, and I'm not like that anymore. I don't give a fuck about people, but
I
remember, can like what you want to, but I think that's how I was thinking.
I remember staying at a friend's house. It was like me and like 4 other of my friends, and we had like smoked weed and we were just like hanging out and stuff like that. And we were like, this was like 2008 or 7 or something like that, like junior in high school or something. And we were like gonna throw on a movie because the kid had like a bunch of DVDs and stuff, and he wanted to like watch Shaun of the Dead, and I was like, and like the way they talked about it was just like, oh, it's so fucking great, like it's and I'm just like, well, have you guys seen Day of the Dead? Have you seen Dawn of the Dead? Like, have you seen any of the movies that this is? And like, of course they had it, and I'm just like, it annoyed me that they loved it so much but completely ignored the stuff that it was based on.
I'm right there with you, man.
Yeah, and on that point too, like, I know damn well that like at least maybe like half the crowd there like there to see the movie, they don't know that like the music, there's musical cues from actual Romero's like Dead movies, or like they're actually using like their takes on dialogue straight out of the Dead movies, or like what they're even parodying. Like, they might know it's like a parody of just zombie stuff in general, but I feel like when they were actually making the movie, they had Romero specifically in mind out of their love for those movies. And I'm sure a lot of the casual mass crowd doesn't know. So at the time, I could see why it'd be like a little bit of a turnoff.
Yeah, I was definitely a bit of like a,
just horror.
Didn't like the mainstream.
Well, no, I mean, like I said before, it's the elitism, and you don't even realize it until you like actually voice it out loud, and you're like, that's exactly what you were doing. You're like, what the fuck? You haven't seen this shit? Why? You like what?
Yeah,
what
the reason I did dislike the movie was less to do with the actual movie and more to like the public perception.
I will be honest though, the first time I watched it, and I might have been again, a little bit persuaded by, the hype, and I just didn't really, I went into it thinking I wasn't going to like it. But I really didn't find it overly that funny. And that's kind of the point of the Shaun of the Dead. It's a comedy, right? So
stuff like the relationship with the stepfather and Simon Pegg, I didn't find funny back when I first seen it, but I find funny now.
I do too. And it's funny because when I rewatch it, when we did the show, and we even talked about it, I think we both had the same thing, epiphany. We're like, it's actually kind of funny. It's actually kind of good,
And I think part of like getting older and like widening the perspective is like, I think things I would hold against a movie in the past, I actually find it to be a strength of the movies now. Because if a movie can appeal to kind of the masses that are just there to see like, to them it's just, another comedy movie, but to the hardcore horror fans that like understand every reference, actually what they're parroting, it can work on both levels. To me, that's almost like a strength, where before you'd kind of get pissed off at like, these idiots don't even know what they're talking about here. But now I'm like, hey, it can work for both types of fan.
All right. Well, thank you for your what we watched.
Is that okay? Well, I'll go up next here. All right. So I didn't watch a lot of like discs per se, like, first time disc kind of thing. It's a short one. I rewatch a lot of stuff. Like I rewatched Crypt of the Vampire from '64 with Christopher Lee. I'd already seen my disc before. But I did want to bring up Toolbox Murders. So I rewatched that for 2004. The last time I had watched it, JP, was for when we did the OG verse remake.
Yeah, that was a long time.
And we're talking like this is one of the very first shows we ever recorded. So this is like, it's pretty fucking old. Dude, I didn't hate it as much as I probably did back then. It's not great by any means.
I remember liking it a bit, but I haven't watched it since back then too.
Yeah, it's not great by any means, but it's not like atrocious. I kind of like certain aspects of it. I think I really like the idea of having when this apartment building was built, they basically built like an entire kind of its own apartment through the whole building in the middle of it, where they excluded like every apartment that would be on certain floors and stuff, and that's where this killer was residing and shit like that. It's kind of cool actually, and like the mythology,
so different from the original one.
Yeah. So like the mythology behind the killer and how they explain it away and stuff. There's certain aspects of it that are actually pretty cool. It's not executed perfectly, but there is some pretty cool moments, and I mean, the effects were better than I remembered. Angela Bettis is great in the film. For what she is. I mean, it's funny too. I forgot that Sherry Moon Zombie was in the film too. And she's like the first kill in the movie. That's all she's in the movie. That was pretty interesting actually. But yeah, it's not as bad as I remembered. But for first time disc watches, Challenge of the Masters from 1976, Shaw Brothers. I'm still tackling away at that, the first Shaw Brothers box set. I think this is like the 5th or 6th film from that first box set. This one is interesting because, it's kind of a slow burn. It's not like your typical Shaw Brothers film where it's just nonstop action, fight sequences and stuff like that. This one's basically about, our lead character that wants to learn Kung Fu. And his father's like, he's a teacher of Kung Fu and stuff, but he doesn't feel like his son really has the ability to even learn it. So he kind of writes him off a little bit. Anyways, some shit happens.
Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah, with one of the characters. And anyways,
I remember this plot point.
He vouches for him. And, his father's like, well, I guess we'll admit him to the school and he can go and train and do some shit and stuff like that. So he becomes this Kung Fu master and shit. And it becomes like what you think it's going to be like a revenge tale because this guy, he falls victim to this other guy and stuff. It doesn't really do that. It plays itself off a little bit differently. but then there's this like whole side kind of story where I guess I don't really even know, like there's some type of like Hong Kong games or some shit. But anyways, a bunch of the different schools, they all get together and they go compete and stuff like that. But anyways, the school was kind of shunned because something happened with the master prior, so they weren't really competing in this stuff. But anyways, they go and compete in this stuff, and it's like, do you remember this, Tyler? Like I couldn't even wrap my head around what the fuck was happening in this whole game. So there's a bunch of shit like flying around and so people have to
I remember
what the fuck games are those? How do you explain that?
But I remember the film like vaguely in the plot point. So you jog my memory. You said like the father that like doesn't think he's worth like that was something that's unique to this movie.
It is very unique in terms of the fact that like the first half of this film really does focus on the whole training aspect. It's kind of a slow burn.
Yeah.
Right. And then you're like, okay, so
this movie is like 2 hours long, right?
Yeah, it's like 2 hours, and it's kind of slow burn, but it's very intriguing because when you finally get, the third act where everything kind of explodes and you get the fight sequences, it kind of pays itself off. But it's an interesting structure because, like I said, you don't see a lot of Shaw Brothers films where it focuses so much on the training and those type of stories and the characters. It kind of builds up everything so much, but then it goes into different places too, and you're like, the fuck? The structure was just so different for me. I thought it was pretty cool, actually. It's not like a top tier film, but I thought it was definitely very, very solid. It's got nothing but legends throughout the movie and stuff. If you're familiar with Shaw Brothers, yeah, I mean, this is a star-studded cast, and you're not going to be, disappointed with the fight sequences for sure. But really good stuff though from 76. Next up, I did watch Shaft. So I hadn't watched my Blu-ray disc of Shaft. Yeah, so Warner Brothers triple pack. It's got all three in there. It's been years since I've seen Shaft. It's fucking still super good. I always forget that Shaft is, it's a really important film within, blaxploitation and, that time period and stuff like that. But it's not your most action-packed film. It's kind of a slow burn. It's really interesting when you watch it.
I think the atmosphere and the style is really good, though.
It is really good. And Richard Roundtree really sells the character so much at Shaft. Yeah. So Richard Roundtree sells the character so much. His lines and the way he talks, and he's very sexually motivated, but it's like that over the top and shit. But he's, his character itself sells the movie because he just, like I said, he's got tons of one-liners that are great, and they're not corny. They're not even funny. They're just really good lines. The soundtrack,
that scenery like flies down through the window on the rope and just blasts the guys, like still just looks amazing.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I was rewatching the film. I'm like, man, there's not really a whole lot of action here, but it's an interesting story because if you're not familiar with the story, Richard Roundtree plays John Shaft. He basically is a PI. But he's hired on by like this black mob boss to find his daughter that has been basically kidnapped. And he's, going to get extorted and shit like that. So he's kind of stuck between a rock and hard place. He's got this whole thing with the cops going on and stuff. And it's an interesting story. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the soundtrack is absolutely amazing in the movie. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. I mean, it's a very important film. I think Isaac Hayes he originally tried to be the lead for Shaft, and they were so impressed with his performance or whatever that they ended up going with Richard Roundtree. Obviously,
was that a before or after Truck Turner?
This is before.
Yeah.
Truck Turner is like more kind of mid 70s, I think. I mean, Truck Turner is like one of my all-time favorite blaxploitation films. It's fucking amazing. It's absolutely, if you've never seen that, it's one of the best blaxploitation films.
That reminds me, I gotta pick up that set.
Yeah,
that has the five. That's got I know it's got Black Caesar and it's got I don't know what else.
Yeah, it's got the Coen films. It's got the Coen films in there.
Caesar.
And it's got some Pam Grier films in there. So it's
got Black Caesar and Truck Turner though. And those are like two of the best, I think.
Yeah, so it's really good. But Isaac Hayes apparently he tried out for the lead, got turned down basically, but they loved him so much that, you want to do the music for it? Legendary. I actually have the vinyl sitting right in front of me actually for it, but of course he does the soundtrack and the score and shit. But Shaft is great. It's absolutely great stuff. So I watched that, and then I rewatched Mothra vs. Godzilla. That was just a rewatch on DVD. But the first time watch was Marabito from 2004. A film I've probably had in the collection for probably over 15, probably since 2010, 9. I don't know. It's been forever since I've had this. Takashi Shimizu, the guy that did all the fucking Grudge movies, directed this one in 2004. So this is a film that he had done after he became pretty famous from doing The Grudge in 2002. This is a really intriguing film. Has anybody seen this one?
Not yet.
Nope, not yet.
Okay, I've heard so many good things about it. It makes me think I'm gonna have to watch it again. A couple months from now.
Yeah, it's an interesting movie, man. It's basically, it follows our main character. He's like an investigative reporter. He does, he has a video camera basically. Anyways, he witnesses something on his camera one time. This guy, he's down in this, basically this Tokyo kind of subway thing. Anyways, he films this dude basically stabbing himself in the eye. And what he kind of takes from that is that he saw something very frightening that made him do this. And he kind of like analyzes the footage to the point where he's like, and there is this kind of mythology in this urban legend about, down in the subway series, there's some type of ghosts and there's something going on down there. So anyways, that footage leads him to go down there one day and he finds this opening where basically it goes right down into like the underground. There's like this whole underground world underneath the subway system. So he takes this like winding staircase down there and he finds himself down and he starts seeing the dude that stabbed himself in the face and shit like that. And it almost feels like you're in purgatory at this point in the film. You're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, how does nobody really know about this? So he sees this person, he talks to him and shit like that. He tries to ask him some questions, continues along on his journeys. And he comes across this girl that's down there and he just doesn't know what to do. She doesn't talk. He's very confused at why she's down here. So anyways, he takes her home and he learns that she doesn't eat or drink anything. And he's very confused by this. He's like, how is she surviving and shit like that? One thing leads to another. And it turns out that she can live off blood. And so it kind of goes from there. And I'll just leave it at that. This is a really cosmic type feeling film. It's like, it has so many weird elements. It feels Lynchian at times. It feels like you're in this dream state. There's a lot of shit going on in this. I really don't want to ruin the whole thing for people that haven't seen it, but it's a really interesting film. Just put it this way. I like the camera work. I think it really kind of plays into what they're trying to say in the film. There's just, it's a bizarre film. Just put it that way. Very recommendable. I liked it. So I've definitely rewatched this one. Might even be in the, as Tyler would say, the playoffs later on for 2004. But it's a thinker. It's a thinker, and I thought it was really interesting. So definitely check out Marabito. It's not going to have the same production value as like The Grudge does. It's more, it's definitely DV. It's shot DV. It's low budget, but don't let that defer you because it's actually quite interesting. So yeah, give it a shot. I watched this one digitally. I just want to talk about this one briefly, but I watched Honey Bunch because I know Mike was a fan of this because he said, what was your favorite thing about Honey Bunch? And I said, probably the music.
I mean, the score was the shit. I did like it.
Yeah, the score is really good.
So was your issue was just too slow paced to get where it was going? Because that would be the one criticism I understand, but I did like it probably more than you, it sounds like.
I think it's a little bit more of the predictability of it. I'm like JP, I'm not trying to figure out shit when I'm watching movies, but every once in a while you're watching a film and you go, I kind of know where this is going. It just happens. Mm-hmm. And I think that kind of semi ruined it for me, but I think it was also the way it got to the reveal where it was not overly that entertaining to myself. I can see it though. There's a lot of commentary in this film. Just put it that way. I mean, it's 2026 movie. It's got a lot of fucking commentary. Basically, it's about this dude that brings his wife who's suffered this trauma. She's got amnesia, head injuries, blah, blah, blah. Takes her to this facility to basically this place is supposed to bring back her memory. It's going to fix her memory and stuff like that. But I think there's a big mistake in the movie at one point, Mike, where the husband, he has a conversation with the other dude that's in the house. And I think that gives it away because if he just shows up to this place, he wouldn't know that dude, right? He wouldn't know that dude. And there's a weird moment in the film where he has a conversation with this guy and it just felt like they knew each other. And I was like, oh, fuck, I know what's going on here. And I'm like, I had an idea maybe it was what was going on. And it kind of turned out to be pretty much what I was thinking. But it does have a lot of fucking commentary in the movie. And what I took from it, the highest level of commentary that I took from it was, when you're married and you do your vows for like in sickness and health and stuff like that, that type of shit, that really plays a big factor into this movie. And also it kind of plays on the fact of kind of debunking or talking about, there's certain commentaries with, the whole soulmate thing, which is really interesting. I'm trying to loosely talk about this without ruining everything.
I can give you one too that I
the
got
obsession.
From it.
Well, the obsession with partners and gender roles and stuff like that too. Like there's that obsession with. I don't want to say too much, but you know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, I would say what really kind of struck a chord with me is the subtext of the fine line between care and control. Because
100%.
Yeah, and like where does it cross the line where like you said, you're obsessed and you care so much about an outcome that
but where's the
basically
line?
Taking the other person's free will out of the equation because it like really should kind of be their decision.
I do like how they bring it up with like, all the kind of flashback scenes and stuff with the ring and, the marriage and stuff and like in sickness and health. And it kind of really resonates itself well with that. But it's just a slow paced film. It's a really slow paced film where I feel like the payoff is like completely ridiculous.
I think to me, it also helped that it's actually a real life married couple in the leads.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah. And that dynamic between them, I think there's a lot because like I've only seen it once and I didn't watch it again just yet because I have others, we always have tons of stuff to watch, but
yeah.
I think there's a lot of like, almost kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like unreliable narrating going on between both of them with like, I don't even know.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a given once you know with her.
Yeah. Cause like you kind of know his intentions and what he thinks about her the whole movie.
Yeah.
But I think it's almost ambiguous, especially with that ending. What does she really think going forward about? And
I just like how it kind of flips itself though, too.
Yeah, and
it's kind of an interesting premise, to be honest.
Yeah, and there's something else I want to say, but I can't really say.
I know this is a hard one to talk about if you haven't seen it. I know
because there is a question. Well, with about 5-10 minutes left, where you have to kind of guess.
Yeah.
You kind of have to put together like what actually happened there, but we can't really get into it without spoiling.
I think it's not overly that ambiguous. I think it's a matter of questioning it. Like you do question it, but I think it's there. It's just a matter of like, you want to accept this also though, too. It's, I don't know, man. I mean, it's a well-made film. I think it's acted really well too. But it definitely goes into the territory where I was like, yeah, I kind of saw that a little bit. I wasn't expecting. There were certain things I wasn't expecting, but I still was, if that makes sense. But
yeah,
it's a fine film, and I could see people really liking this one or really disliking it.
Yeah,
Tony, have you seen this one?
What's that?
Honey Bunch. Have you seen this one?
No. When did that come out on Shudder? Like 2 weeks ago?
A few weeks ago, yeah.
Oh, I know. On
I don't have it on Shudder. I had to watch it an alternate way because my Shudder sucks in Canada.
Oh, apparently.
I know. I had to watch it a different way. I watched enough movies, but I
do
knew it was on Shudder, and I was like, "Fuck this!" I'm like, I didn't get it. I'm like, this is crazy, so I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, what I do
never heard anything about it.
I agree with you. I feel like there's going to be an audience for it, and then people that don't like it so much. The one thing I will say is like I don't feel it's like VOD slop. Like whether you like it or not.
No. I think if this had a little bit more, talk about it. I could see people liking this film to the point of being maybe even list worthy. Man, it's one of those type of movies where it could be very decisive. Like I think it's a fine film. Like it's something that I could see myself revisiting, but I didn't love it first watch just based on because I like a lot of things that are happening in the film. It's more about the entertainment value in it though too. So. But
cool.
But it's an interesting film, though, to say the least, for sure, 100%. I would say I recommend people watching that for sure. Really, not a whole lot less. I watched Rolling Thunder again, which I've seen multiple times. That's again just for my Tarantino list that I'm picking off. That was a Shout Factory Blu-ray I've already watched before. Rewatched Scream, and then Human Duplicators, which was an online watch for 1965. Tyler, have you watched the Human Duplicators yet for 64, I should say?
I don't think I did. That doesn't sound familiar.
Dude, it has the lead character in this movie is Jaws from like the Bond films and like Happy Gilmore and shit.
All right, I'm on this up right now.
It's got this really likable quality to it.
It's 65 on Letterboxd.
Yeah, it's 64 though. It's a 1964 film, but it's interesting. It honestly, the third act and the way shit goes down is super corny. It's actually comically funny and corny, but I kind of enjoyed it though. It was fun. It's fun, but
Richard Kiel. That's funny.
Yeah. So, yeah. Anyways, that wasn't a disc watch, but I just wanted to bring it up. But anyways, that's it. I watched 6 and 7 for Scream, and that's it for this week.
All right, Tony, you got anything?
Yeah, we already talked about actually a bunch of shit that I already watched, like Night Patrol. We talked about Full Eclipse. We talked about Urban Legends Final Cut. Well, I did actually watch Urban Legends Bloody Mary this morning because
I watched that a bunch when I was a kid. It was one of those free movies. Yeah, it was one of those free movies that came with like whatever cable company I had. I watched it a bunch of times.
I bought it on DVD. Probably spent like $25 at Best Buy for it. Watched it. Was so fucking mad, and then I sat it on my shelf and didn't touch it again for 20 years, and here we are today. Watching it again for the second time. And honestly, I mean, obviously, my attitude towards 2000s horror has changed drastically since then. Now I love 2000s horror. I pretty much embrace all of its like warts and all. And like this movie, I thought was... Honestly, it was a lot of fun. It had like a Prom Night 2, Hello Mary Lou vibes with Bloody Mary like locked in a trunk and shit, just basically like supernaturally killing people. One thing I thought was interesting was it did the tanning bed death like 1 year before Final Destination 3. I thought that was kind of interesting. There was the spider growing out of the girl's cheek, urban legend, that was like pretty much damn near the same as they did it in Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. And it was a lot more gruesome in this one too, because she like smashes her face against the window, has like 2 giant shards like stuck in her face.
I remember from this movie.
I remember so much from this movie, like an embarrassing amount.
It was crazy because she grabbed those 2 shards and like ripped her fucking face off with them. And then there's just like a wall of like spiders behind her entire fucking face. It was so dumb. But like the jocks in that movie are like the most like weak looking jocks I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I remember like there's a guy with long blonde hair. We're thinking this guy's not a fucking jock.
He looked like the teenage version of Tom Cullen from like fucking The Stand, like that guy, like from The Coach. Like he just looked like a fucking doofus.
Does that guy get his dick ripped off or something? No, he's taking a piss on an electric fence and like it's his dick.
yeah, they do the same gag they do in Tommy Boy, where Rob Lowe is pissing on the electric fence and gets like shot off like 15 feet. They do the same thing with this guy, except his like fucking dick explodes. But I mean, it's not a good movie. It's half as good as the 2 before it, but I had a better time than I did 20 years ago. But besides that, the only other movie I'll talk about is I watched Rottweiler from 2004. You guys watched that one yet?
Yeah. I haven't watched it yet, but I've tried a couple times. It's just not free on YouTube, so that's why I haven't watched it.
It's weird. Like it's a Brian Usna movie, but it's like the most un-Brian Usna movie in probably his entire like filmography. Yeah. Like there's some things in it that you can like really like pinpoint towards him, like a lot of like the close-up body horror and like gruesome shit with the dog. But it does feel like a total Spanish movie. Like it doesn't feel like his movie at all.
Oh, is Bloody Mary is it a 2004 movie or you just watched it?
No, it's an 2005 movie. I just watched it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Rottweiler was the second film I watched for 2004. I just hadn't seen it in years, so popped in the disc.
I've had a sealed DVD for like 15 years, so
it's not bad. Like there's some highlights in it. Like there's one scene that's completely like out of left field that makes no fucking sense. The dog is inside of like a storm hatch and he's trying to like get out to like ground level. The way they edit this scene is ridiculous because they have a chicken that's like hopping by this door as he's like trying to get out. And as he like jumps and slams the door open to escape, they do like a quick like zoom in on the chicken's face and he does like a like jump scare and it just cuts to the next scene.
Stupid.
Fucking chicken jump scare. Like that's literally the best thing about this movie, and it's the only thing I'll remember from it. Besides the fact that it's a Terminator dog.
Yeah, it totally is a Terminator dog. 100%.
Yeah, definitely not sniffing anybody's list, that one.
No.
That's all I got.
All right.
Cool. How many 04 films you up to now?
I think like 83.
I'm at like 40. I'm at 46, I think.
That is fucking insane. What am I?
Yeah, you're ahead of the game.
36.
I'm thinking since like I'm feeling pretty good at 46. As long as I just like keep up a reasonable pace, I might just do like 104 for 2004. But at the same time, it's like I really don't want to watch this many movies from this year.
104 for 2004 is a lot for you.
Yeah, I feel like I should put up a good score since I'm so far ahead. 46 in February is pretty good. Or March, I guess, but
man, I've watched 3604 films and 15 of those are Asian.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I've watched a lot of Asian ones.
Yeah, I still have the whole stack to go. Like there's
maybe I'll just do 75 and like not kill myself.
Yeah, there's some shit from my collection I'm not rewatching because I know they're like literally 1.5 out of 10. Shit.
Like Dracula 3000. I've already rewatched that one.
I don't even think I even own that.
One yet.
Like Jackhammer Massacre and shit. I think I have that one.
I watched that one already.
But I've seen a lot of.
What'd you give that one?
I think 2.5 stars.
He gave it a 5 because I remember watching that back in the day, and I was like, and when I was like really into that shit too. And I think I gave it like 3 out of 10. Fuck.
The problem with that movie is that it's like it's not good and it's not bad. It's just very unmemorable.
Yeah.
All
right. So that is going to conclude the dubs.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. Now tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 316, we are finally here with the brand new Scream Trilogy. And yeah, we're going to start off with part 5 here from 2022. Quick little synopsis. 25 years after the original Woodsboro killings, a new Ghostface begins targeting teens connected to the town's dark past, drawing the final 3 survivors of the first attack back once more. All right. So who wants to start off this? How do we tackle this? Is the question. I will start by saying that I like this movie a lot fucking more on rewatch. This is the second time I watched it. The first time being the cinema experience. And I don't know what it is. I
actually liked it more this time too.
Yeah.
Me too. That might be like almost like a theme of this trilogy because it's not like diminishing returns because it's fun to go back to these movies to like knowing who the killer is and just like putting the pieces together and see how they react in the scenes and shit like that.
I like how you didn't pluralize that. You're like knowing who the killer is. There's
very listener minded. You got it with that.
Yeah,
well,
you got to
the spoiler warning's already on.
No, the spoiler thing's already there.
Yeah.
Lit up.
Yeah,
But,
I don't have to say it, man. You guys heard the intro a million times. It's there.
I think I liked it a little less this time around, but I definitely still liked this movie. Like, there's a lot of things that I thought were kind of dumb in it. I had second watch and knowing who the killers were, but I have a hard time, like, actually disliking this movie. Because there's still, like, a lot of the things that I remember liking the first time, I still like this time. And this movie really does feel like someone really put in effort and wanted to make a Scream movie that was really true to the original series.
And that's what I 100% agree with too, because watching this, you know, in the rewatch here, like the whole conversation about how the fans don't know how to word it and stuff, and then they come up with the whole requel term, I guess you want to, for lack of a better term, I guess it'd be.
It's
like the whole conversation,
a legacy sequel.
Yeah,
that's what they call them now.
I like this movie because it's pretty much. You know, it's redoing the first film, but it's doing a sequel at the same time. Hence the requel. You know, it pretty much kind of is. It's got very similar structure, a lot of similarities and stuff. But one thing I did learn about watching this new Scream trilogy is that my favorite films in the franchise are the ones that are set in Woodsboro, 100%. Like part 1, part 4, and part 5 are probably the ones that I would gravitate mostly to. And I don't know why that is. It's just what I learned about myself rewatching.
I mean, it does feel like very comforting when it's in Woodsboro.
Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, a setting generally wouldn't make or break something for me. It just turns out like that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I mean, once we give out our rankings, it's really going to be apparent. Like,
yeah. And that's why I want to bring, you know, the whole ranking thing. Cause like when I did my ranking, I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And I'm like, that's funny how those are Woodsboro. Yeah, it's very interesting, but, yeah. Who wants to start off with, Scream 5?
Well, I got something to say right about the opening scene. So I guess I'll start with about this. So one thing I really like this opening scene. And one thing, maybe I didn't really see it as much in 2022. But now, like, years removed from like seeing people argue on Facebook threads about like A24 horror, that whole opening conversation really makes me laugh because it reads to me as somebody pretending you need a fucking PhD to understand Hereditary, and then some other boomer on the other end going like, I only like real horror movies.
It's funny.
Like that boring shit.
They play into
it's funny because she's basically talking to like a Halloween fan, you know what I mean? Except we're talking like stab super fans. Like, that's what always in the back of my head while watching this movie. And it was like, I can see a Halloween fan doing something like this.
100%.
It's like, what would a Halloween fan do in this situation? And all of that stuff would be it.
This opening scene actually makes me laugh because the first thing I remember thinking to myself when I was watching the theater too, and again on rewatch, I was like, who the fuck has a landline in 2022?
That's true.
But they had to use it because they're basically doing the first film again, right? So she's got to have a landline. But she even says the word landline.
One thing that made me laugh about this too, when she's like ripping on 90s movies and she's like making fun of like the bright lights in 90s movies and shit. I like, as she started saying that, I don't know if I like took personal offense to it or something, because I like the way movies are lit, like older movies are lit.
I agree. Bring back old school lighting, god damn it.
And I'm looking around and I see all these like nice dim, like perfectly placed lamps. I'm like, who the fuck has this ambient lighting around their house? Dude, why are you walking around in the dark? Turn the fucking lights on. It just made me like get like throw shade throw shade back at the movie for a second.
It's funny how they use trivia questions like in this universe. Like the stab movies have become the Elm Streets and the Fridays and the things of the first movie. Like the stab movies are a huge franchise, and they really like write home about that in this one in particular.
It's sweet that she's just answering questions basically about Scream.
Yeah. It's very meta.
Super meta. But again, they're redoing basically the first movie, right? So it kind of makes sense that they would go down that road. But
Scream 5, the movie, half the cast should have died from their wounds.
So what do you guys think about the storyline of Billy having a child.
I don't think
fucking like who cares?
Oh, the bastard love child that turns out to be fucking is it terrible?
But the one thing I will say about it, it totally seems like he would do that.
Yeah,
like he would definitely be cheating on Sid. He just seems like
that 100%.
I mean,
that
Sam
to me is
Sam,
completely plausible. Him having a love child in high school.
Yeah. Like I almost guarantee he did. Like
that dude is a sleazeball.
Yeah.
The thing too about it is they actually build off of it. They don't just shoehorn it in like, well, this is what happened. Like they actually make a story out of it that's like realistic to these characters.
Yeah.
Well, they actually make it pretty heartfelt though too, because when Melissa Berry is like Sam's character, she's talking about, you know, how the reason why she left home and stuff like that was, you know, because it was kind of a broken situation and shit. You kind of feel it. And like, I understand where she's coming from completely.
It kind of makes sense that she would get all fucked up after that.
Yeah. Her explanation made a lot of sense, you know, like, and why, you know, why she left and shit like that. Everything kind of made sense. That whole narrative made sense to me. I was like, I could relate.
Yeah, it'd fuck anybody.
And like the ghost shit is kind of dumb, but like, it's
the worst thing about part 5. 100% it is.
That is not done for narrative purposes. That is done to sort of like celebrate the franchise. And it's like, oh, look,
again, they're redoing. If you look at it in terms of like, you know, this part 5 is kind of like a rehash of the first film. Why not put Billy Loomis's character in there? Right. Kind of shoe it in there. And, you know, but I don't think it really works fully because they don't flush it out. Like, is Sam supposed to be a little bit crazy? Because if you are hearing your dad's voice,
she's crazy the way she like stabs
one
people.
Thing that I noticed in this rewatch too that I didn't like in the first watch is they actually allude that she's a bit psycho, like because she's taking antipsychotics. So they do at least pepper that in there to make it seem like okay.
And so that's what I had a problem with that too. So she's taking antipsychotics and stuff to obviously, you know, to subdue a fucking mental disability here. So why the fuck is she still hearing her dad's voice and shit? She's talking to her fucking dad.
If you're maybe it's way worse.
Dude, if you've ever taken any kind of antipsychotic, bro, they don't always fucking work, and most times they don't.
Yeah.
And it also takes a long time to.
I'm not saying I had a problem with this. It's just something that I noticed when you're taking drugs. It's like, man, it should be helping, but she's clearly talking to her.
Sometimes it makes it work, and like that's the thing about all psych meds. It's like it's trial and error for years sometimes with people where they'll try this and it doesn't work. Try this, it makes it work.
Well, everyone's different.
Try this and it makes you want to
kill yourself. You build a tolerance and you need to up the dosage. And didn't they originally say for 7, had it been casted the way originally intended, that they were going to make her the killer? So it would make sense on the trajectory.
I doubt they would come out and say that.
Yeah, they're not going to come out and say
Why
that.
Why would they come out and say that?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that you just made that up. That's some fan.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
there was an article that said that.
They would announce who the killer is going to be before the film comes out. What, as in like Sam's?
No, it's like what he's saying. Done. Yeah.
No, this is after they were fired and they had to go with the
because they had to do a big rewrite on Scream.
Yeah, they had to rewrite a bunch of shit.
There's absolutely no way that they would make Sam the killer. It would be too fucking obvious, even for a Scream film to have Sam as the killer. That'd be ridiculous.
Listen, if you take her as psychotic, and there's rules for a Scream film that look at. I Know What You Did Last Summer. That's how you don't fucking do a sequel like this. There's some rules that you need to follow to not fucking ruin this franchise. One, you never make one of the main characters the killer. Exactly. It's just too fucking stretch of reality and annoying and just bad. Like it's just lame.
Too stupid.
So yeah,
you don't make Dewey the killer. You don't make
do that
fucking,
as I Know What You Did Last Summer.
It's the stupidest thing they ever did in that reboot, man.
Dude, it's
so fucking stupid.
It's so fucking dumb. I laughed out loud. I'm like, this is actually so bad. I love this. It's
no matter what explanation you go with, it's fucking stupid.
It is dumb. It is stupid.
Super dumb. Another thing that I will give the Scream films credit for, which is like, I know Tyler was talking about Scream 7 with like the predictability and stuff, but I really do think they do a good job with the red herrings in general, because they say it throughout the whole series. Everyone's a suspect, and like everyone, they make a motive for everyone. Like everyone, you could kind of say, okay, well, this is why this person could be the killer. And even if it's just like in passing and you know it's not the case, it's still you could see a reason why they would be the killer, like Dewey. Like they mention it in this film. Like it's like, oh well, your whole life fell apart and you're like an alcoholic, and which is basically Ray. Like what they did with Dewey is like what they actually did. What they like insinuate with Dewey is what they actually did with Ray. And I know.
Oh yeah, like while they're doing like their little interrogation, like powwow. I noticed that too, and I thought the same exact thing.
Like I mean, this movie's so meta to the point where like Dewey and Courtney Cox, like the conversations that they're having is their real life, like how they actually broke up in real life and shit like that. It's kind of crazy. I think that's pretty interesting. It's like beyond meta.
Yeah. So
because their marriage fell apart like right after what, part 4? Like they got divorced in what, like 13 or something. Yeah. And so like when you have these conversations in film, you're like, oh yeah, shit, totally. You know, they're speaking from personal, like those conversations that they have, like that one conversation, the first conversation that Dewey and Gale have in this film is literally their real life. It's kind of crazy. So
I also thought that it was really cool that they brought back the cop chick from she's
part 4.
So fucking she's so because like in
she randomly has a kid now.
Yeah,
a surprise child that you never knew in part 4. Same with Sydney in part 4. You never knew that she had a kid.
I never really thought of that actually. Because
Kidney would have had. Yeah, Kidney's kid would have been.
Because her kid is like 16, 17 years old. Yeah. And that movie's only 10 years removed.
When you actually, like, as some people were talking about that with Sid's kids too. And like, when you actually really put it in perspective too, though, bro, like, you spend 20 minutes of total screen time with this person. How fast in real life do you know if someone has a kid or not? Not usually in 20 minutes.
It's not like she's going to go on this talk show and just be like,
it's kind of a big deal. You think it would be brought up though.
Yeah, but yeah, she's like her presence in 4 is just so weird though. You know what I mean? Like with the lemon squares, like her being all creepy, like up in the second floor in the shadows, like talking to Sid.
Yeah,
I sat
she's
behind
still
you
like
in
that, bro.
She's still like they even shout out part 4.
She's so creepy with her son in this one. Like
on the fridge, she leaves a note saying there's lemon squares in the fridge.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I love that.
That's a fucking great shout out right there. I thought that was pretty awesome.
Yeah. I was really glad they brought her back too. Cause I
always loved her, man. I always thought that she was super hot too. Like she's still looking pretty decent.
Wendy Peppercorn, baby.
Yeah, man. Yeah. She was in like both Grindhouse films too, right?
Yeah.
She was in.
I always remember her from Sugar and Spice, the movie where they dress up like the cheerleaders dress up in Robin.
Bro, she was hella hot. She was actually in Valentine in 2001 also.
Do you guys remember the movie Trojan War from the late 90s with
she's always the hot
Eric
chick.
Matthews.
Dude, she was good looking, man.
Jennifer Love Hewitt was in that too, right?
Yeah. So I was pretty cool to see her in part 5. I was like, wow, they brought her back. But
yeah, she was in a lot of shit. Pleasantville, Bubble Boy.
Yeah.
She's in tons of stuff.
I always remember from Death Proof and Planet Terror.
Well, this is the thing I think, at least for me, is a strength about this movie, that it has an edge over a lot of other slashers. Like in most slashers, and this might even be controversial, even the ones that people name, well, like, you care about the characters, they're good characters. Like, yeah, I agree, in a lot of the movies people bring up, they're good characters, but I still just don't care about them. So I kind of have trouble giving a shit about characters at all in slashers. But the thing with this movie,
bro. You're heartless.
The thing about this movie, though, is you have these characters I've already spent a lot of time with, so they already have something built in where they've had movies of character development, which you're typically lacking in a regular slasher, and like a slasher that doesn't have that, where I just don't give a shit about anyone.
Well, somebody like me who, when this first came out and I was like, holy shit, they're actually making a sequel, not a remake. It's been so long. Wes died. Like the Weinsteins had this franchise forever and just basically pulled the plug on it. Like, I never thought we were getting another Scream, especially if we did get it. I thought it was going to be just a remake. You know what I mean? I didn't think it would be like another sequel. And whenever you see Dewey, Gale, and Sid like back in the same movie, as someone who literally started my life watching these movies, you know, I was 5 when the first one came out, and spending so much time with these characters, and they've been there my whole life. Like, it genuinely made me smile, like, seeing them, because you you never thought you would see them again. You know what I mean? Like in that way, like you thought you would see them on rewatches and stuff for Scream 4 through 1.
Never actually doubted.
I never thought. What's that?
I always thought they were going to come back, like after part 4. I know it was a long break, but I kind of figured it'd get.
I just thought it was impossible because when they came out with Scream 4, it didn't do good enough.
Yeah.
Wes had an idea for a whole new trilogy, and the Weinsteins literally pulled the plug on it. And Wes even said like they don't want to do them. And then the whole stuff with like Harvey and everything came out.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, they're like, that franchise is toast. Like there's no way in hell that they're ever going to do another one now. And it wasn't until like they basically lost the rights to them and Paramount picked them up. And it would have been so easy for Paramount to just be like, let's just remake it or do a reboot or like.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger danger that someone gets the rights. And
they started by making the MTV TV show.
Right.
So, yeah, there you go.
I think that like in the Scream world, like you don't just remake it. Like there's too many rules already. I think what they did with the narrative in part 5 actually works really well. They explain it away really well with the rules, the requel and everything. And I think everything kind of plays out pretty well within the rules and the narrative of the film. Quite well. Like I really do.
It does, but I just don't trust a major studio to do this and to do that.
Right,
and
that's the thing.
There's so many. We're like
it's
so
the
many
obvious thing.
But it comes down to writing at this point. It comes down to writing, and I
just don't trust them to do that. I just trust them to like, all right, let's take this IP. Let's make.
I trust them to always choose the exact opposite thing of what I want them to do.
Yeah,
it's funny you say that.
I mean,
JP.
how much
she says that in the movie.
Does she?
She says like when they're doing their little powwow, she's like, we're now in a franchise because it's like everything you expect now, the opposite's gonna happen.
Yeah,
right.
And I took that to heart too when I was like watching the trilogy this time. Like I'm like, I wonder everything if I expect it to happen, the opposite.
Which she did. She ended up lying about that too because the opposite's gonna happen, and then who the like when one of the killers
and she's
is
always
revealed
wrong
in the film.
about who the killer is.
Yeah, and and when the killer gets revealed, and you're like, well, that's not the opposite. I mean, that's kind of expected, but
I don't remember who I thought the killer was going to be in the first or in Scream 5, but I feel like I got it wrong.
In Scream 5,
I've never got it right once.
In Scream 5, I actually had no idea. I mean, I had an idea, but I was wrong on one of them. Kind of thing,
I kept thinking they were going to do something to piss me off. Like that's what I just kept thinking. Like, oh, they're going to make Dewey the killer, or they're going to make Gail the killer because it's going to be. But that's just me thinking like something that a studio is going to do that I'm not going to like because I'm so programmed to think that they're going to do something that's going to piss me off.
You guys keep talking about studio shit, man. I mean, at the time, like Miramax, like that was still a fucking studio.
What?
Like the Scream films were still studio films. Like, so it goes over to Paramount. Like you guys were worried about the fact that it was Paramount.
Yeah, but that's like I thought the same thing about Miramax. Like they always did shit that fucking was stupid.
Yeah, they did that with Scream 3. Scream 3 was like a mess, like production wise.
They put fucking Jay and Silent Bob in there, bro, for fucking no reason.
Yeah, I mean, so many movies put popular characters into the film at the time just to fucking sell their shit, man. It is what it is. But yeah, no, I get it. I mean, Paramount's done good shit. I mean, it like I said, it comes down to writing. It's not the studio. It's if you get the fucking right writer,
but it knows what they're
doing.
Studio though, that happens all the time. We talk about it so often. The studio's interfering and just doing something dumb.
Yeah, Weinsteins were notorious for interfering.
Of course.
Yeah, like the Weinsteins.
But it still starts with a good script.
I mean, I think Todd Farmer and Patrick Lussier like did an interview one time, and they said we were in the middle of like remaking Hellraiser, and Final Destination came out, and we had to scrap the whole thing to make the movie more like Final Destination. Shit like that, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like,
but no matter how you look at it, though, the original Scream was a fucking studio film.
I also trust studios.
I'm just saying it's not all bad if you're making a studio film.
No, I mean, I think the studio from 30 years ago was like a lot different from a studio now that just picks up the rights and just slaps.
Well, yeah, it's also like
skin on top.
Well, of course,
the sequel.
But I mean, but JP also brought up the fact that part 3 was still Miramax at the time, and it sucked dick. You
but
know,
it also depends who's
it's the same studio that made the first Scream film.
Well, I mean, you can still do that.
I'm specifically talking about what they do with franchises, not what they do with an original film.
But that's where I was talking about the writing. Like, if you get the right writer, fuck the interference and shit like that. I mean, what I think they did with Part 5 was smart, was completely smart, narrative wise. I think it actually really does work. But you take the formula of the first film, you use the moniker of a reboot and a sequel, hence requel. And you set those boundaries. You literally talk about the fucking rules and everything in the film, which I'm a big fan of. I think that was kind of missed in Part 7 a little bit because they don't really break that. They even make a point.
They actually kind of talk about that a bit. Kevin Williamson did, where he's like, "I'm not going to take like the meta approach with this one, just because we've done it so much."
It's different. It's definitely different.
There's not really much that has changed in horror. In 3 years, you know what I mean? To really have new content there.
No, I think that what they could have done is just, maybe the third part in the trilogy, just kind of played off that type of angle and created the rules from that, or, kind of create your own thing. It's still a meta thing, but I don't know. I think what Part 5 did, like, I really kind of respected a lot more this time around. And I'm like, I highly enjoyed this movie. It's pretty decent for what it is. So
I agree. And that's one thing I always like about the sequels in this franchise is that, like, they always seem to, like, feel fresh and almost topical, like, with each one that comes out. And one thing that I really like about this new trilogy is that it has, like, an overarching theme of, like, obsessive fandom that, like, 100%. Connects all three of the movies. I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
because the fans feel as if they own it, you know what I mean? And
I feel like it's a rip on Halloween fans, to be honest.
Dude, exactly. In Part 7, bro, they literally diss the fans so hard in that movie, like multiple times.
Yeah.
When he was like crashing out, giving his whole motivation at the end of this movie, I swear to God, I could not help but like picture our troll. Like when he's like with his little speech.
So Scream 5, man. We got Nev Campbell back, of course. We got Courtney Cox. David Arquette is back. Steps in Tara and Sam, played by Jenna Ortega and Melissa Barrera. I guess her name is
Barrera.
I also liked her, and I also liked her more this time around than I did the first time. I didn't really like her that much the first time.
I loved her this time.
I almost don't care like about her character, but this time I really felt like
with you, dude.
I felt like her and Jenna like are just way better actors than any of these other people, and I think it shows.
God, bro! Jesus Christ, bro! Stop that, dude. I think Sam. See, it's interesting because I remember going into Part 5 thinking this was going to be Jenna Ortega's film. She really is not the star of this movie at all.
No, it's definitely Melissa.
It's 100% Sam's film, and I think, and it's weird too because like, man, I didn't really I never really realized how short Jenna Ortega. What is she, like 5 feet tall?
She's little.
She looks like a child.
She is so young looking and so small in this movie. It's just
she's so small. She still plays a child. She does like Wednesday Addams.
Wednesday, yeah.
But I was thinking to myself when I was rewatching it the other night, I was like, man, Jenna Ortega, she's cute, but man, Melissa, dude, she's my jam, bro. She is gorgeous, man. Like absolutely. And I just loved every minute of her in the film and stuff. And I was kind of disappointed with Part 7 how Tara and Sam aren't there anymore. But
but this is also like right before Jenna Ortega like blew up too.
Yeah,
I also feel like
on the cusp.
Watching 6 this time, I felt like their story actually got bookended pretty well, where it's completely fine to just move away from them.
No, of course,
I feel the same way.
But in Part 7, like I said, it has to be about Sydney's character because just face it what it is. But you still got Chad and what's her face in the film. So
yeah.
They can always come back. Like Nev Campbell, I always want to call her Part 6.
Yeah, Chad and Mickey, they make appearance, and I like their characters and shit like that. But I mean, I get it. You got to move on from that too. But it kind of sucked because Sam was pretty dope, and even the way Part 6 even ends, you could have had her in Part 7, but you couldn't, based on what happened with the politics of the films and stuff like that. So,
I think that like
They actually
I think you definitely can. Like, I don't think she's like dead to the franchise unless she wants to be. Yeah. Like, I think if they made a part 8, which they're probably going to, like, I think people would totally be cool with her coming back or whatever.
I think part 8,
but it's just like up to her.
My predictions is going to be, it's going to follow, fucking Sydney's daughter and stuff, and then why not bring back Sam and Tara? Sam, maybe not Jenna Ortega. She might not return to it, but I can see Sam.
Bring back like a certain different like combo. Like, don't bring Sid, but bring back like Chad and Mindy, or just bring back Gail and this person.
It would make sense.
Well, that's kind of the fun thing about the franchise too. Is there's so many characters. Like, even in part 6, they brought back Kirby. Like, which was really cool. I don't
know. She was a core character that can pop in and out.
That's a fucking trip that she fucking shows up in that, man. Is it not awkward that she was like an FBI agent? They even poke fun at her, like, you're not old enough to be an agent.
I didn't love what they actually did with her character, but I loved. She's my favorite character in part 4.
I like Kirby in 4, but I do not like her in 6. I'm
fine with her being an FBI agent.
Well, like, the funny thing is, she's
Jodie
like,
Foster, and
she's like, it's not even. She goes,
I'm fucking 30, but she's old enough to be one.
It's not the age that just, she does look younger and less mature than Jodie, but it's not really just the age. It just, she doesn't look tough at all. She looks like this kind of pixie girl.
What FBI agent has to look tough, though? It doesn't really.
I'm not buying it, dude.
Yeah.
Come on.
What?
You don't have to look tough to be an FBI
look tough.
Yeah, they're about brains. They're all tough. They're supposed to be smart.
They all, she didn't have to go through all this. They still have to go through all this physical training and pass all these same physical tests.
I mean, it's been over 10 years.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Whatever. I was fine with for me, like, I'm not even a big Scream fanboy and stuff, but I really enjoyed watching these three. I don't know what it was this time around. Maybe I'm just getting old and soft and shit.
I think also what it is too, Moodz, is like seeing them with the hype of the new Scream coming out and stuff naturally makes you like more like you're looking at it as it more critically in the moment, where after some time has passed, like you tend to like enjoy things. It's with all movies, like any movies that we've seen, you know, if we go back in time and watch the Friday the 13th as they come out, I bet we're more critical of them than we are now. You know what I mean? Like in the moment when it's out and fresh.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And like I said, it really helped like rewatching, and like especially 5 and 6, obviously 7 I haven't seen twice, but just the rewatches. I don't know. I just got really connected to the characters this time around, and I was like really enjoying these.
The thing about the Scream movies too that I tend to appreciate is they first and foremost try to be fun, and not a lot of movies try that nowadays to be a fun movie. You know, they know what they are. They know that they're fucking 6-7 sequels deep or whatever, and they're just like having fun with it and doing fun stuff and creating fun dialogue. And there's not a lot of dialogue in these movies that's bad, you know. Like there's the odd like cheesy shit here and there, but for the most part, like they're fun, thought out little movies. And
I like them. I like the fact that like they're not trying to be over the top with like comedy and stuff like that. Like you have the comic relief with Chad and Mindy in the films, but it's still subtle enough that it's not taking away from anything. They're not trying to steal the show. It's not corny and shit like that.
They're not like setting up slapstick or ripping jokes.
That's what I'm saying.
So over the top that it's funny.
They're just likable characters that really do work.
Slasher movies at heart, and I like the fact that 5 felt like the bridge that 4 was trying to be, and it didn't work out as far as future installments. But they kind of go back to that well in 5 and say, okay, let's have the legacy characters, but we also need new characters introduced that can possibly carry this on for when the legacy characters either die off or just stop doing the movies. So I thought
that's why it works so well for me, man, because they take that approach. You know, they do the legacy thing, but then bring in the new characters, and they have interesting characters. I mean, one thing we do have to talk about in part 5.
Even Randy's sister, like they brought her back from part 3.
Oh yeah, she's like in there for like a minute. Yeah,
and she's in this one for like a minute too.
Yeah.
Hey, when
that's even cool.
So when I said this thing about Sam being the villain, that was 7, not in 5.
It was supposed to, because that's what Skeet Ulrich is the one who said that's what he was pitched when they first reached out to him, was that he was going to psychologically turn her into the killer. So that came from him.
Oh, honestly, I'm glad they didn't do that shit.
I'm glad they didn't do that.
Awful.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they should have done it. I'm just saying that's what
it was probably a blessing.
Well, at the end of part 6, they kind of like hint at that's where they want to go with that.
That's why I was saying it. When we
really, because I don't get that vibe at all at the end from part 6.
I see where you're coming from. I think
I can see where
she has a dark side to her.
I think that's the trajectory. Because if you look at 5, she's obviously like messed up. She's on the antipsychotics, and then to me, the way 6 ends, it's kind of ambiguous.
There is a moment at the end of 6 where they kind of give her like this whole kind of dark angle, right? And it's like, okay,
yes, it's like an ambiguous, like like
she's only for a second.
Bullshit.
I think that's the trajectory.
She drops the mask. Like, I'm already just gonna jump ahead. Like, she drops the mask and walks away. That's her like moving on. Like that's the bookend of her story. Like, it makes no sense that she would be the killer in the next one after that.
Well, that's why it'd be bad. It would just suck.
Yeah, like
no, she definitely does drop that thing.
I can see them trying to.
It depends how you
up there. Like, I can see them like what they're saying, or Mike's saying, where like they're maybe hinting at it. But the thing is, I think it would be bad if they did.
That would have been horrible.
We'll never know because we don't know what I don't know how far. Well, supposedly they had to do a lot of rewrites. We would have to see what the actual original script to 7
Well, of course they had to rewrite. They had to. Not only did they recast part 7, they rewrote the whole movie.
We don't really know how they would have tried to like attempt to.
I think there's a moment there, Tony, at the end of 6 where they kind of hint at that. But then, yeah, you're right. She does drop the mask and it changes on a dime. But there is a moment. There's a sniff there where she could possibly be kind of going the other way.
I feel like it would betray everything that they did. You know what I mean? Like,
but maybe
the whole time they're telling you
it's too expected. That's not going to happen in a Scream film.
But that could have been tied into some type of meta commentary on 7, like subverting expectations. I mean, they could have done something like that. Because I think turning Sydney as the killer would be too much of a betrayal, but with the new crop of characters, I think all bets are off where they could possibly go with them. And that's why I kind of liked the idea of them handing it off to new characters, because to me, there are not the same set of rules.
Well, it's a new legacy. It has to be that.
It's a franchise now. They said it themselves.
Yeah,
there are no more rules.
They have to do that. And, I mean, there is a point in the franchise where you think that something would be out of the normal, right?
Yeah,
maybe turn one of the obvious characters into the killer and stuff, because they never
I'm not saying they would have made it good. I'm not saying they would have pulled it off to where it'd be satisfactory. I'm just saying I don't find it outside the realm of possibility that they would. If we would have had the original casting,
of course,
script, I wouldn't be surprised if they.
Of course, but this trilogy, I mean, I think part 8 is the start of a new kind of chapter, right? So I don't know. We'll see what they do, because I'm sure it's going to happen. But
honestly, I think they're just going to pick up right where they left off.
Maybe Sam can come back to kill.
Well, I can tell you, Sydney's not going to be the main character. She's going to be a backdrop in it for sure, 100%.
I think she's still going to be in it. I think it's.
Of course, she's going to be. I said she's not going to be the main character.
The daughter. I don't carry anything yet.
Just to update on what's going on with Scream 8. So basically, Williamson said that. Him and Nev were spitballing storylines while working on Scream 7, and Campbell had a pitch that resonated so strongly that it could serve as the foundation for Scream 8's plot. And the director confirmed that everyone embraced her vision during the creative sessions.
So probably I wonder if she said Sam's going to be the killer.
No, Sam's going to kill Sydney's daughter.
No.
Wait, new update. They started filming yesterday on Scream.
No, they said possibly fall of this year.
Dang.
That's good news for Tyler.
Why is it good news for me?
So I think
because you hate that shit because it's so fast.
Oh yeah.
I think Scream 5
does it's a little. If they already have something in mind, though, I probably would want to take more time. But it's a little different because I feel like I guess we're gonna get to 6, but I don't feel like that was the case with 6. 6 feels a lot oh shit, this made money. Let's do it again, real quick.
Do we have anything else on 5?
Yeah, so I think
we gotta talk spoilers.
I think Scream 5 does a lot of really good things, like I said, narrative wise and stuff. Like the new characters, I like the direction that it's going in. I think it's actually really, really well written. I mean, say what you will about the reveals in the film. It is what it is. But
I think I liked them more after going back to it. I think at the time I was like, that's lame.
Rewatching it, like, it does make you question things a little bit, especially with one of the killers in the film, because that person seems to be in a lot of the scenes when a lot of shit's happening. It's kind of interesting, makes you question shit a little bit, but overall I think it's pretty solid. I think there's a lot of pros, which I just said. Some of the cons for the film for myself, things I don't like about the movie, is I really don't like the whole kind of shooing in the Billy Loomis thing and with Sam and stuff. I think it's kind of corny a little bit because they don't really do a lot with it. Like, I mean, I could see if they had a plan to make her something else and stuff. And I kind of get it. She's got this trauma. She's got this whole idea and stuff, but just the way it's broadcasted to you in the film, I don't think it works that well. I think it's actually kind of corny. But it doesn't really ruin it for me. I mean, it's such a minor part of the film. It doesn't really affect me too much, but I do think that it's kind of shitty though. That's probably like my biggest complaint with the movie, to be honest.
It's probably my biggest complaint too.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise the way it goes down, I think some of the dialogues, even the end of this movie is actually pretty cool and stuff. What do you guys think about the kills in the film? I thought the kills were kind of, they felt like they were amped up. I mean, even by part 7, they really get amped up.
Oh yeah, this whole trilogy has some gnarly kills.
Yeah, this new trilogy has some really good kills.
A lot more gnarly than the first 3. I think these movies were never like super like kill oriented.
That's what I said to Aaron when we were watching the films. Like, man, they really kind of amped up the gore and the kills and these like knives through the faces and necks and shit, and like blowing people's faces off and shit.
Slow neck stab was really
the chick for 7 in particular. I feel like we can thank Terrifier for what we're seeing in these movies.
I mean, it's probably a lot to do with it. Yeah, for sure. You can get away with a lot more, I guess, nowadays.
Yeah, they're just like, I guess we could just do this now. Yeah. That's cool.
I mean,
nobody gives a fuck how gory your movie is anymore.
Like, basically,
the days of protesting that shit are so far gone. Like, nobody cares.
Like the first, from not the opening scene in part 7, but the kill with the girl on the doing the play. I thought that was pretty gory. Like, there's fucking guts everywhere.
It was actually kind of
wicked gory.
Too.
Yeah,
it was like kind of sad.
I was like, oh,
it's like straight flying out.
It was excessive and it went on for a bit.
I was fucking cackling. I loved it.
Yeah, so pretty decent kills, I would say, overall in the trilogy and stuff. But part 5. The other thing I don't like about this movie, besides the whole Billy Loomis thing, kind of shoot in there, which I feel like is such a gimmick, but is the death of Dewey. I don't like the way it happens.
I don't
like that he died.
No. I'm fine with Dewey dying. I don't like the way it happened because it's so utterly predictable, bro. Like, when I'm watching the theater, even my second time around, I'm like, it's cringe to me. He's like, oh, you got to go back and shoot him in the head. I'm like, he's going to die. He's 100% going to fucking die right now.
But it's so sad.
Yeah, but they've done that so many times where they don't die.
It's because Gale calls him back, and that's what distracts him and kills him.
I feel like Gale should die instead.
But the other thing about that scene that really drives me nuts is when the reveal happens of who did the killing, you're like, he just got manhandled like that? Like, it's like ridiculous in a sense.
Hey, let's not forget, he's a mid-50s. Like, he's been stabbed 15 times. He's a limp.
Divorcee.
The person is also like 5'2", 86 pounds. Like, I mean, even if you're decrepit and old, you have old man strength at that point. You could probably beat 25%. That off. Okay, we all have our angles to this, but I just when you watch the scene, man, he gets manhandled, bro. And
he gets fucked up.
It's ridiculous.
I think he probably wanted it, honestly.
I think that's the way to do it. If you're gonna kill him,
he seemed like he lost some of his fight.
Yeah.
Just like bring him into the movie. Let him have a great performance for 15 minutes for you. Like, you're excited Dewey's going to be in the movie, and then kill him in like the most mean-spirited way possible.
Dude, great. the funniest part in the movie actually is with Dewey when they're at the house there, and they're breaking down all the rules and shit like that. And he's talking to the one guy and he talks about like, he kind of rips on him a little bit. And he's like, oh, bro, that just cut super low. You just cut right into
That's
me.
why Dewey's so likable.
That part was fucking funny as hell. He's like, bro, you just cut right into me. I was like, oh, bro.
Yeah.
But like, that's where I think this movie has an
part.
advantage because like that is like sad. Like I've spent a lot of time with Dewey. Like I've seen him spend a lot of time with Doofy.
I still wish they would have chose to kill Gale instead of Dewey because I think Gale's character to me, she's kind of outlasted her usefulness.
No, she's too intricate. She's too
the whole
important
point of it,
to the
though,
franchise, bro.
The thing is, by killing Dewey too, it's just like it's so much more real and hurtful than killing Gale.
Yeah,
and Gale's too integral to the plot because she writes the books. And, like,
she's
keeps
way
the
too
narrative
important
going.
at this point. Like, I mean, as much as Sydney is, you know, the franchise and stuff, but like, Sydney would probably die before Gale. To be honest, if you were to 100%. Gale is too important to it. Yeah,
I think that also like Dewey is the.
I have a different take on that. But
like Dewey is like way sadder to die than Gale because Gale has always had bitchy qualities to her that you don't like.
Yeah,
where Dewey has never did anything that you don't like. Like you just
he's always the baby face.
Dude, in part 7, she's got the line of the whole movie. She's like, "Fuck the fuck off."
And I do remember both times when I saw 6, like the difference between like the close call Gale has is just. I remember both times, like, okay, this is it. This is funny when Gale gets killed. I was just so excited, like, both times. I wasn't like, oh no, this is going to happen.
Bro, you got your pom-poms out and shit, too. He's got a whole pizza party happening. Pom-poms.
I was ready. Gale's about to die.
Gale's about to die.
I just like these people.
You are a fucking nerd, dude. That's nerd shit right there. Come on. She's not going to die.
I wish,
dude. She's gonna outlast everybody.
My point of it though is just like it was a completely different attitude. Where like I'm ready to see like Gale's guts. Like I'm hoping that's what happens. But like Dewey, I have the complete opposite reaction to that. So
did they disclose? Okay, for the Scream fan people here, man, like Tony and JP. Do they disclose the whole Elm Street thing in the earlier films?
That she lived on Elm?
That she lived on Elm Street? Is that disclosed? I can't remember.
I can't remember if they ever.
Because in this movie, they literally tell you that she grew up on Elm Street. I'm like, oh, that's a really cool shout out to
West. They like explicitly show the sign too.
Yeah. And in even part 6, they even have the Elm. There's another Elm thing in part 6 too. And I'm like, that's really cool that they did that.
Yeah, it might just be like a Wes Easter egg because they have that like that toast to Wes later on in the movie at the house.
Right. But do they mention
it's for the character, but for him?
I bet if we went back and watched 1, it would be referenced somehow.
I can't remember if they did or not because I saw that I was like, I don't remember them ever explicitly saying Elm Street until part 5, and I'm like,
they probably just never mentioned it, and they're like, yeah.
But they did dedicate the film to Wes, obviously.
Or it might have a street sign might have flashed on camera, but it's never in the.
It wouldn't even be the first time that they,
I mean, I'm sure someone
referenced that film in the movie.
I just thought that was really cool. I was like, another thing why I like part 5 is like shit like that, little Easter eggs. I mean, there's Easter eggs in all these movies, but shit like that is.
I mean, dude, fucking Carpenter, like her last name's Carpenter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, obviously. So, yeah.
Oh, they also poke fun at the fact that they call it Scream and not Scream 5.
Yeah.
In there, which I remember being mad that they were calling it Scream. And then when they like make fun of that, I'm like, okay, at least they know that it's annoying.
But I think it's very self-conscious. It's very self-aware too, because they're kind of redoing the first Scream movie. So they just call it Scream.
Yeah. It actually makes more sense.
It's a requel. So it kind of made sense that they just called it Scream. But what bugged me about part 6 and 7 is that part 6 is done with Roman numerals and then 7 has a 7. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, but
it's a little dumb. Yeah, it's don't know those anymore.
It just bugs me. This keeps
Scream VR.
Jesus Christ! It's because of the title, and the M is you can make it into to fucking Roman numerals.
No, I know, but when you're just reading like it's straight on Letterboxd, it's like part 6 is in Roman numerals, part 7 has a 7. It's like, fuck.
All right, so I googled it. Elm was not mentioned in the first Scream, but it was originally intended to have a meta reference when she called. You remember when she called the cops on her computer? She was supposed to type in her address with Elm Street, but it was cut for time. So they did intend to, but they never did.
Deep cut.
What was it? 1428?
34, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
1428.
Three houses.
That's a Stephen King movie.
Yeah, 34 Elm Street was supposed. I don't know if there's a significance to the 34 or not, but that's what it's supposed to be.
1428 would be too on the nose.
1428, yeah. Good stuff. So I don't even think we even talked about like what's your guys' thoughts on the reveal, like the motivations behind the killings in this film.
I think the motivations are actually kind of cool.
I think they're fine. I don't have any issues with these motivations at all. I think they're honestly probably one of the better ones.
I think it's so new age to like have two people just kind of meet on the internet and be like, "Yo, man, you know this and that," and like
this franchise sucks. Let's take it into our own hands. Yeah, and create a better narrative.
Let's do something about this. But it's the fact that they met on the internet just made me laugh because it's so goddamn fucking 2020s, right?
Reddit.
It's crazy. It's so crazy. That's just how people meet and shit. Like nobody meets in person.
That's how we met.
I know.
Like there's one thing about this movie that I do kind of think is stupid, but you have to like forgive it. Is like when you find out that one of the character lives in Stu's house. Like you think about when you go back to like their little powwow and they're like trying to like point fingers. Nobody's like, well, you're the killer because you lived in the killer's house. Because it's like you can't spoil the surprise that the last act of the movie takes place in the house. But when that happens, though, it's such a cool little visual when you find out that you're in Stu's house.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, they have to do that because they're redoing the first film. You know,
that's a thing that's like for
this kind of moment. Yeah, that was one thing I didn't appreciate when I first watched it, but on rewatch, I was like, I'm fine with that.
I love how
I like that on first
so matter of fact too, the way she comes out with it.
Yeah, so because you're inside Stu Walker's house, that's a great reveal.
But the more I think about it, with Richie, it is really crazy, and it makes you really think about how many fucking killings did he actually do in that movie.
So
it's actually kind of crazy. Like I can think of one time where he maybe does, but
he could have done the first one, and I think he could have attacked Sam in the hospital, and I think that might be it.
Yeah, the hospital one is. Well, I think that one's not
and it's questionable
considering he's the one watching Stab 8, which, by the way, looks amazing. A flamethrower? Come on, bro.
Well, I did notice it this time when he's watching the YouTube videos. It actually does have the little video in the corner where Kirby's getting interviewed as a survivor.
Yeah, it does. That's
okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But still interesting for, food for thought, right?
So maybe Scream 8 will have a flamethrower in it to reference that stab.
I have this in my notes. I'm like, I would love to see a flamethrower in fucking Scream because
I will say though,
in Scream
this
7,
is where I feel like this movie cheats a little though, because not only I'm not going to go back to the thing we talked about before of like the body, but that
doesn't matter, dude. That's irrelevant. That's movie shit, bro.
But this is what makes me like it a little less because I feel like it just straight up cheats. I also because if he's the killer, he wouldn't be performatively sitting at his laptop watching stab movies alone.
But what if he's doing it on purpose? What if there's like cameras around and he has to like play it off like he's
But it's also the first.
What did you say was the cheat? I missed it.
Sitting around watching stab movies on his laptop.
Like they care. He would never be doing that.
Why? He loves the movies.
Yeah, but he's a super fan.
We sit around watching movies on our phones. And
bro, they literally, there's an entire shrine for him in part 6 because he's such a fanboy of the movies and shit like that.
Okay,
that's why they built that for him.
I'll give you credit because I'll give all that does make sense. Because when I'm looking at it like, okay, they're showing you this like he's learning this and acting like it's the first time, which
he's
obviously isn't. But he's doing it alone in a room. He's not doing it.
No, Jenna Ortega's character is sitting there with a broken fucking ankle. By the way, that effect was brutal.
Yeah,
her fucking leg that gets broken is brutal.
And her hand getting stabbed.
Yeah, dude, it's brutal.
But they could just be showing the perspective that he's just sitting here watching stuff because he is a stab fan. It doesn't actually it implies that, but it doesn't actually.
You know what I think is funny? That a character watching a movie like hurts the movie for you.
It's just something I noticed.
Of all the stupid things that happen in this movie, you're like, why would he be watching Stab 8 on a computer?
Because I don't like it when the movie tries to cheat.
And I don't cheat. What the fuck are you talking about? You're literally saying nothing.
Like if Amber is the one that's attacking at the hospital, what's it matter what he's watching on a laptop?
Because
like he's playing it off like.
But once we get the reveal, we know that it's Amber doing all that shit there because it has to be her. Because he's literally stationary.
My point is the way I was like reading that scene is that he's trying to show the audience that they're trying to show the audience.
He's trying to show the characters too, the people he's around.
Yeah,
but there's a part where
he's throwing off
literally alone.
Expectations.
Well, regardless, I'm moving.
Oh, how about this, Tyler? I thought about it. There is a reason why he's watching Stab 8. Because he's playing it off like he's not supposed, like he doesn't know those movies.
He does that. He does that. I know
exactly what he said.
But he's watching Stab 8. But he's watching it to familiarize himself.
You've never seen Stab, and he's like, no. He starts watching.
I'm not disputing all of that. I know all that, and that's why he's watching it at the hospital. But then there's parts of the movie later on where he's not at the hospital. He's like alone in a room. He's watching it himself.
Well, I mean, that's probably just because he loves the movies.
He's also
that's what I'm saying. Like, you know.
Tyler, he's also at Mindy, the fucking Randy's niece and nephew's house. You know what I mean?
It's just
like the mom there and shit.
He's made fan fiction. He's so obsessed.
A little weird.
But anyway, to talk about the kills real quick, there's a breakdown of who killed who, apparently, and Vince Schneider was killed by Richie. Wes Hicks was killed by Richie, and Deputy Clay was killed by Richie.
Oh yeah, he could have killed.
Well, the deputy is obvious for sure.
Because the deputy and her kid would.
Yeah, definitely Richie. 100%.
Those are Richie.
So it looks like he could have possibly killed 3 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's what's the total body count in that film? Like, got to be in the double digits. I usually even keep a tally up, but I didn't do for these ones. But
it's like I almost count like the survival scenes as death scenes
because there's so many. Died.
Yeah, and like that was like I mean, it's kind of
like who almost kills Chad.
I can't fault the movie for it because I guess this is just my preference. But I did think it was a little corny that so many people got absolutely ripped up and that many people survived.
Yeah,
one of these movies always has a big.
Not that many people getting.
It's over the top in these two movies.
And it's not
especially
like somebody gets
6.
stabbed. It's like I buy when someone gets stabbed once in the arm, once in the gut, and they like fight. Like that's fine. But like you have people that get absolutely ruined.
Well, you know what's crazy? Like I said, I even said to Aaron, I was
possible.
Like,
the screen knife is like 12 inches long.
You know what's fucking insane is that Chad survives part 6. Think about the scene where he gets stabbed up.
Insane when they survive.
He gets double stabbed.
He gets stabbed by 2 different people like 14 times, and and they don't show him again, and they're like, "Well, he's dead." But then no, he's in.
Dude, like that's why I felt like they were just writing the meme at that point. They reel him out, and they're like, "Oh, holy shit, you're alive!" And he just throws.
It is funny that
a stab is a scratch basically in these movies, like. In part 6, like when Samantha's like trying to get a killer off of her, she like stabs them like 5 times, basically as a way to like subdue them for like 2 minutes until they're like barreling at them, like in another scene. It's like literally 1, 2, 3 , 4, 5.
Speaking of that, just being a scratch and a gun.
Yeah.
You know what's an interesting scene in the film? Going back to the hospital scene. So Jenna Ortega's character. She's sitting there in the bed, all laid up because her leg is all fucked up, hands all fucked up. And you know what she's watching on TV? She's watching Dawson's Creek. And there's a scene on the TV that has James Vanderbeek in that scene who had just passed away like a couple days ago. I thought that was really intriguing.
Wow.
Yeah, I never watched the show, but I just thought that was really interesting that it just happens to be in the film and he just passed away.
But which one are they watching Friday? Oh, that's the next one.
Friday.
Yeah,
it's funny that I even recognize that because I've never
stab just being like a scratch though. Like, how about the fucking end where like they're giving everybody else medical attention, and Sydney and Gail, who literally have been shot and stabbed, like nobody's even talking to them. They're just like sitting on the back. Yeah, they're just like sitting on the back of the ambulance, chilling.
They're just walking around like fist bumping each other, like, "Hey, good job."
Dude, main characters are hard to kill in Scream films, man. You got to stab the shit out of them. Apparently, you have to shoot them in the head to kill them.
Yeah,
everybody from the front, right? Even the killers are hard to kill.
Yeah,
they were not
like
shy
main characters are impossible.
Yeah, they were not shy in this one to give everyone legitimate wounds.
The amount of punishment that Chad and Mindy took in those fucking 2 films is crazy to me. Like the fact that they showed up in the third one is crazy and got stabbed again.
Dude, I hope we just get like 5 more Chad and Mindy movies. And they're
fucking the Chronicles of Chad and Mindy.
Every one of them like gets a limb blown off in the next one.
Dude.
They reattach it.
And then it grows back in the next one.
Chad starts rolling around in a wheelchair like fucking Charles Xavier.
He turns into fucking Drake.
The next one he uses
fucking Degrassi.
From Degrassi, right? That's hilarious.
Dude. All right, I think we need to rate this one now.
You guys have anything else on it though before?
Yeah, I love the killers. I love the whole like obsessive fandom. Like I said earlier, it reminded me of Halloween fans because I could see them taking that 100%. Series into their own hands.
Dude, did you guys ever hear about the Scream killers in real life?
Yeah,
I did, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I watched a Dayline on that. We talked about this on the show. I brought this up on the show one time.
You probably did. I think we talked about it before.
Yeah.
But like literally there's 2 kids that like were obsessed with Scream and horror movies in general. And they literally try to do a Billy and Stu like in their school. And they get caught after the very first fucking person they kill. But you know, they literally did the same shit. Like they fucking literally, I mean, it's actually a really sad story.
Yeah.
But they like one of their friends, like it wasn't even just someone they didn't like, it was one of their friends, and they like snuck it. They were hanging out with her earlier in the day. They go down to the basement. One of them like unlocks the basement door. Then they show up hours later. They go buy tickets at a movie first. Then they come back. So their alibi was they were at the movies. And
watching Scream 2.
And then they this was like way later. And then they literally like go into the basement and like fuck with her, like make noise down in the basement and shit like that. And like eventually they just stab her like 30 times or something. And they got caught pretty quick because
she was definitely not a Chatter Mindy.
They filmed right after they killed her, they filmed themselves talking about it.
Yeah.
Like
in the vehicle.
You can watch all that footage. Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they're driving and they're talking. It's fucking
like,
crazy.
We just fucking killed Cassie. Like, it's crazy. Like, I have so much adrenaline right now. Like, shut up, man. We got to get our story straight. Like, shit like that. It's just wild, man.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
it is a great story. It was a fucking Dateline, bro. Of course it's crazy.
It's like chill. Oof.
Yep. All right.
I wouldn't be surprised if that helped inspire this movie.
Could have.
I do feel like Amber definitely does the majority of the killing. I think if we broke out the kill count in this film, if Richie's responsible for 3, she must have killed at least 9 people in this movie.
It said Richie. They count Richie for the opening. Oh, never mind. General Ortega doesn't die. Do you think that was Richie that stabbed General Ortega at the beginning, or do you think it was?
It could have been either. Probably. Honestly,
that was one.
I always thought it was.
No idea.
I always figured it was Amber, like her saying along on her phone, like "This isn't Amber, bitch." I'm like, it'd be funny if it just was Amber, like texting her on her phone.
Yeah.
I will say though, her killer reveal I think is fucking amazing. When she just like pulls up the gun and just fucking pops the dude.
Like,
right in the fucking face.
Knew she was the killer, but I didn't remember what the reveal was, so I was just like, oh shit.
Like her switch, like when she goes fucking batshit, is incredible.
No man, I never got her. I never pegged her as the killer in this one at all. But as for Richie, yeah. I felt like it was for sure because they were doing the love interest, man. It was the remake of part 1, basically. Well, it kind of made sense, right? It just kind of fell into the formula.
I think I think I overthought it when I was like trying to peg the killer in this movie because it's like obviously he's like the guy, but I think I really overthought this.
He was fucking Billy Loomis, man. Essentially,
the first time I saw
I would have watched it now, I would have gotten the killer.
The first time I saw it in the theater, I got suspicious of him in the third act when they show up to the party and he like is adamant about like helping shut it down and get everyone out of there because I'm like, oh, you're trying to get the masses out of here to single it down to like just the people. That's kind of what made me lean towards him. But Mikey Madison or Amber, I wasn't sure about her at all being the second. But I do agree the way she reveals it, just the matter of fact, like almost like, man, I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm just gonna fucking pop someone.
Like I'm tired of acting like a normal person.
The one thing I like about this movie though too, it made me laugh because I was thinking to myself going, who the fuck has a big ass house party when, you know, there's a fucking killer on the loose, killers, and you're just gonna have this big ass party, like people are gonna die and shit. And then when Richie pulls up, he's like, who has a house party when there's a killer on the loose? Like, exactly. He literally says exactly what's on your mind. I'm like, that's so good because they know that's what you're thinking, right? It's actually brilliant writing.
Valentine too.
It's fucking brilliant writing. And I'm like, oh, that's good. That's good. I didn't even
he was really good when he was crazy too. Like I like some of his dialogue when he was like talking to Sam. He's like, it wasn't that hard to find you, and he's like, it wasn't that hard to fuck you either. Like just all like nasty and dastardly.
Yeah, it's like you little bastard.
It was so funny,
dude. I fucking that's kind
of
Jack
Billy
Wade.
too. Like in the first one when he's like, she's like, "Fuck you," and he's like, "Come on, Sid, we've already played that game. You lost."
Yeah.
It's like, ew, bro.
Fucking.
It's crazy that's fucking Dennis Quaid's and Meg Ryan's kid.
Yeah, I love it.
It's wild.
He looks just I feel like
he looks exactly like his dad.
I feel like he's typecast as
smile.
Ricky now.
He looks identical to Dennis Quaid. Like it's creepy, actually.
I feel like every movie I see him in now, he just plays Richie.
Oh yeah, like Companion.
Yeah, it's like, damn, dude, this guy is typecast as Richie.
Yeah,
he plays
it's like that. It's like that kid from.
He's
Halloween
way better in this than he is in
Ends.
Companion, in my opinion.
Expect him
Like, hey, we need a sniveling boyfriend.
The kid in Halloween Ends like plays like a similar character in Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Corey Cunningham, yeah.
Cunningham.
Cunningham.
I like how Dewey basically pinpoints the killers. He's just like, it's you and it's you. And he's just like, right.
I feel like a lot of these movies and the Scream films, they kind of tell you who it is. If you pay attention to the way characters are introduced and stuff like that. Like in a lot of these films, it seems like the first person after like the major beginning of the film, one of the very first people that they show usually ends up being the fucking killer. It's kind of crazy. I kind of used that formula when they introduced in part 7 a certain person. I was like, that's the killer.
Yeah, see, the way I
was
about
right.
it is the people who are not the killer, they try to make you focus on them and give them suggest like they are the killer, and then the people that they're not focusing on just slide into the background or slide into the B slot, and then
I think the mentality is that you would never show the person right away, and if you use that, it's like, well, maybe you do.
Well, I think the thing is, on the first watch, they give enough red herring. They like spread the red herrings around on the first watch.
It's so red.
But on your rewatch, and you know the killers are, to like laser focus on the hints for the specific killers. So you're like, okay, I see why.
It's the rules.
It's hard
when
to
they break it down.
First watch,
when they break it down.
I think I would have just noticed this time around.
They tell you,
like they kind of just let Richie and Amber slide into the background and like make everybody else at the forefront. And
that's why the rewatch, I had so much more respect for this movie because I'm like, wow, they just literally tell you. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's awesome. I like it. And I was not a big fan of this. JP's probably going,
I do think
you like Scream movies now?
I think they do a pretty reasonable job, though, of not necessarily because like Richie seems like the obvious pick, like you guys said, but they kind of they spend a lot of time trying to make him look innocent, and I think they constantly place him like at the scene of not the crime.
I know, but if you use the formula, which what they're doing is the love interest was the killer, and like right away I was like, it's got to be fucking like the other person.
Yeah, but
I was
when
not
you're first watching it,
previous
you don't know
to that.
how
I had
far
no
they're
idea.
going to take that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're mentioning it, but you're like, okay, well, are they going to take it
with Amber? I had no fucking idea, bro.
Well, because that's what I mean.
It never even occurred to me.
Yeah, by the end of the movie, they slide these people back to the suspicion on these people back so far. Either you don't remember them, or they've just not really been like at the thick of things, or been that involved.
Yeah.
Then it just becomes okay. Well, that's who the killer is, and that's how
well, also, but also like the people that like die are obviously eliminated by that point too. There's so many more deaths by the end of the movie too. That, like you're kind of narrowing it down at that point.
Yeah, well, for sure. Like, it's going to be easier when there's less people. But I just feel like you can identify. It's better in this movie than I think some of the ones later on. But I think you still.
Yeah, this out of the three for like reveals, this is definitely.
I think this is the best written movie.
All right. Scream 5 ratings. Let's start with JP.
I'm gonna give it an 8.5 out of 10. My biggest gripes are just some of the corniness with the dream / ghost haunting type things. Although I do appreciate, as like a fan, just being able to see Billy Loomis in the film. It just, it's gonna come off cheesy doing it like that.
Mikey, what do you got?
I'm going to go with an 8 on this one. I like the fact that this feels like a bridge movie. It doesn't feel like it relies on legacy characters. It brings them in to helps with support for it because they're familiar faces that longtime fans of the franchise have been accustomed to seeing. But I think they do a good job establishing the core 4 going forward. And by the end of this movie, I think most fans are confident that, like, should our legacy characters either be killed off, which one is, but even if future legacy characters are killed off, the franchise will be in good hands going forward. And I think they kind of established that in 4, but for whatever circumstances, we didn't get a chance for them to really build off 4. So to me, they reestablished it successfully with 5.
Yeah, 4's kind of like the dark horse in the franchise right now, right? Because we have this like trilogy, and then you got part 4 kind of changes the.
I think it's because we never got like a true follow up to like what they were maybe starting with 4.
And well, I mean, Wes Craven was supposed to do a trilogy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hence the 10-year or 11-year gap, I guess, and then we get this new trilogy. But yeah,
funny that there were 2 11-year gaps.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
Which almost kind of makes the 4th one like a perfect like bridge way.
Right. Mm-hmm. Tyler, what do you got?
I'm gonna give this one a 7.
Tony.
I think I'm gonna give it a 9. Like JP, my only real gripe is kind of like the Billy Loomis shit. Like the scenes themselves, I'm not a big fan of, but I do like the effect that it has on her. Like, I like how feisty she is, like, in terms of, like, fighting the killer. Like, you don't see final girls, like, straddling a guy, stabbing him 22 times, and slitting his fucking throat. Mm-hmm. Like, that's just something that final girls don't do, and I think that's a nice little flavor for something like this. So, yeah.
She had that extra oomph.
Oh, yeah, it made her even extra hotter.
I gotta say, man, I'm a really big fan of the opening scene in this movie. I think it's great. They're kind of ripping on like the whole modern day, like elevated horror, talking about the Babadook. I'm more of a Babadook fan, blah, blah, blah. I think they do a really good job in the opening scene. It's probably my favorite opening scene out of this new trilogy. I think it's really good. It really works for what it is. Like I said, man, I'm a big fan of the characters, the new characters in this film. Kills are pretty good. Reveals are what they are. It's one of the stronger ones and stuff. But overall, the crazy thing is, one thing I noticed about this film, Kyle Gallner's in this film for like 2 minutes before he gets fucking killed.
Yep.
And then you find out that he's Stu's nephew. And it's like, and that's literally like, we have to find some connection for this guy. And it's like, oh, it's Stu's sister's son.
I feel like they fucked up with that. They could have incorporated him a little bit better than that. and he just fucking died. I'm like, dude, because
you gotta have a body count though, man.
But he's such a good, but try to use somebody that's maybe not such a good actor. You know, like Kyle, he's great. That dude would have been dope in this franchise, man. But
anyways. Maybe they had him for one day.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but I thought that was kind of an interesting thing there. He's there and then he's not, kind of thing. But
what I like about this kill too, and this just like goes back to like the practicality of things. This is such a sneaky good kill that like you absolutely can believe that like this undersized girl did it. Like you don't see anything, the way it's shot, the way it's really good.
Yeah, because it's just like a surprise throat jab.
And that's cool because it feels like it's random, but it's not, because he's still related, kind of thing. So kind of makes sense. So it's pretty well done. When I first watched this film, I gave it like a 6.5. I'm up at an 8 now. It's a pretty big jump for myself. I really like this movie. I think it's great, man. And like I said, the films that are set in Woodsboro are definitely my favorite ones. I don't know what it is. It's just the way it is. But Scream 5, solid stuff. All right, so that's going to conclude Scream 5 from 2022.
Okay. The way I see it, someone is out to make a sequel to the requel.
What's a requel?
You're beautiful, sweetie. Let's hold questions to the end.
All right, so getting into the second film here from 2023, we've got Scream 6. Synopsis. After surviving the latest Woodsboro murders, a group of teens move to New York City, hoping for a fresh start, only to find a new killer picking up where the last Ghostface killer left off. So, this was kind of expected, I guess, because following suit from part 5, is Woodsboro. Scream 2 took place at college, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Why wouldn't Scream 6 take place at college?
LA.
So
there's a lot of correlations between this and part 2.
100% there is. Yeah. So we know who did the killings in part 5. What are you guys' thoughts on the opening to part 6?
I actually really like the opening to part 6. Especially with the first time I seen it, because I just didn't expect it. And I think my biggest question is like, he counts as a Scream killer, right?
Oh, yeah. I never thought of that, actually.
Yeah. I mean, she dies.
Yeah. He was wearing the Ghostface mask.
The Ghostface mask. And if he hadn't been killed, his plan would have went on longer, him and his boy.
So in that breakdown in the fucking museum or whatever you want to call it, he's not listed, but technically
the franchise probably disagrees.
Well, in the museum, it's too soon,
Yeah, it's like
it is too soon.
At the same fucking time.
And because that's Richie's shrine, he's already dead.
And because the other killers probably are pissed that dude even did that.
Yeah, like he's stepping on your toes.
But
they're not the best point of reference.
But he technically was a killer.
Right. So this movie has 4.
Yeah. Not only did they amp up the game with having more than 2, they went double.
And think about crazy, this. Actually, we actually saw this character take his costume off and like walk into the public.
Yeah, look how quick that was.
Yeah, and he's a fucking amateur. Now think about how good a real good killer is going to do that.
Yeah, and like, look, I'm sure most of you guys, well, maybe not you guys, but I had a Ghostface costume as a kid. I did Ghostface like 4 or 5 times.
Right. And, no, I grew up in the era where you had
simple costume.
You had Freddy masks and you had Jason costumes and shit like that. So
yeah, but like, you have the cape or whatever, and it's literally it's a shirt. You throw it on, and then it's a mask, and that's like the whole get up.
Yeah,
and gloves. But you could probably literally put it on in 10 seconds, especially if you're trying to be fast.
But yeah, no, I think the opening scene in this film is actually pretty good because it basically already creates like twists and turns. It's pretty wild how they do it, actually.
Yeah, because he kills her and then takes the mask off, and then you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and you're like we're exposing the killer here, but then there's a reason for that, and then he gets fucked with, and So basically, the beginning of this film, it turns out
I think it also just amplifies like what I've been saying for a while is like the more of these movies that exist and the more like in the storyline, the more murders that happen, the more, disaffected youth or young adults want to do it themselves.
Yeah.
And claim their piece of the fame pie.
I mean, it's a little bit different though, because like with this killer, because they were continuing the film kind of thing. They're like, oh, we're going to finish this film kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But other people had, some different ideas about that shit. So I thought that was kind of an interesting idea and way to start out the movie and stuff, because it kind of throws you for a loop big time, because we've never seen Ghostface take off his mask before. You're like, what the fuck? And then he gets dead.
The only time we ever seen it was when Gale was wearing it in part 4 to like fit in with the Stabathon.
Right.
And in the trailer, I remember they show her take it off, and I'm like, well, she's definitely not the killer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think the whole beginning sequences is actually pretty intriguing. It's pretty nasty and stuff. Pretty cool stuff. I like the other roommate, the other guy that's involved in shit. Like he's in the fucking freezer in the fridge or whatever.
Yeah, nice.
It gets pretty gory, reference. Man. It gets gory. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, and he's watching Friday the 13th Part 8, and it actually has like a good atmosphere, like an October vibe, like
And he's watching Friday the 13th Part 8 because why?
It's New York.
New York. Yeah,
right.
Fake.
And they've got a last podcast on the left poster on the wall, and that's basically like the theme of this entire movie is just true crime. Like just true crime obsession.
Oh yeah, I mean, Buddy is talking about like how he got a fucking C- on his giallo paper and shit. And, like, and we're seeing like he's the Argento obsessed dude and shit. Like,
oh yeah, I love how they call him just the Argento nerd.
It's funny because this shit really does cater to us, where a lot of like general horror fans wouldn't even know those references.
Yeah, like they're
Argento. Like, I mean, to us, it's such a mainstream name, but to other people that they don't know who Argento is.
I could ask 100 people like on the street if they know who Dario Argento is, and I guarantee you, like all 100 of them don't.
No, 4%. 4 people.
I would say 7 people.
Yeah,
like if you go
either
to
way, not a
ask
high
that
figure.
question. I think if you go to a Walmart and ask that question,
well, you're also talking pretty low brow here. Right?
You got to go to a more neutral like grounds where more like different minded people go. Like go to like a football game or something, and then ask 100 people.
If you actually stood outside a cinema and asked 100 people going into
cinema, you're gonna, especially in Pittsburgh.
You'll probably get like probably closer to 20, I'd say.
Yeah.
But I think that, I mean, most people like Carly was like the first person I knew in real life that knew who Argento was.
Crazy. Yeah, they got a nice little Psycho poster in that apartment there too.
They had a bunch of cool things. I forgot what they were, but I remember
actually when it pans out after the first murders happen and shit, it says Elm Court. I think that's where they're residing at Elm Court. I'm like, that's cool. It's Elm Court. It's obviously not Elm Street, but it's Elm Court.
It was sweet that he crossed paths with Jenna Ortega like at the very beginning on his way back to his apartment.
Yeah.
And he said he was going to go to this party. It's like, what do you think he was going to do at this party? You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, like he was obviously
he was going to kill her.
Start the next movie.
He was going to kill her. Well,
that definitely
he might not have even
off.
No, he was going to finish the movie, not start the movie. He was finishing it.
Yeah, but
that throws you off too, because just from that interaction alone, you assume he's going to be around like much more.
That's what makes that whole scene really awesome, man. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And so, since we're still relatively at the beginning of the movie, I mean, it should be not that people don't already know, but obviously Nev didn't return to this one because of contract issues. But
yeah, I'm getting there.
What I was going to ask, I forgot because it's been so long now. Do you guys remember? With her not being in it, was she just written out of what the story arc was going to be, or did they actually have to rewrite the story because she didn't end up coming?
I don't know the original.
I don't know.
They wrote her out.
Yeah.
So it was still going to be in New York with them in college, and they just wrote her out of. Okay.
I do like in part 7 how they bring it up, like, oh, we kind of missed you in New York, and she's like, yeah, well, just kind of doing my own thing, blah blah blah. Like, at least they
she actually says I should have been in New York.
Yeah.
That was a nod to the fans, bro.
100% it was. 100% it was. Because she knew she probably fucked up a little bit with that. Yeah.
The main reason I asked is because we have two different situations with 6 and 7, where 7 actually supposedly went through a bunch of rewrites because of the situation, where 6, it sounds like from what you guys are telling me, it's still basically the same movie. They just had to write her out.
Yeah, well, she wasn't going to be like a main thing. Yeah. She was probably going to show up and help out with the whole fucking thing like she always does and stuff.
Did we even talk about Nev Campbell in the last review?
Not really.
No.
Not really at all. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, Sydney was basically like a shadow in part 5.
Actually,
but I think that was kind of the intention, though.
I do like
it was
Nev.
Supposed to be a bridge movie.
I do like Sydney in part 5. I should have brought that up because I even mentioned to the wife, I'm like, man, she's kind of bad shit. Like, she's taking no shit here. She's like, let's get this fucking shit done. Like, she's fucking fed up at this point, and her character is actually kind of cool. She's way better in part 5 than she is in like part 7. It's weird, even though she's like the main character.
I like in 5 how like original, like it seems like initially she just doesn't want any part of the shit. She's like, I'm not going back there. Like, what the hell do I need to get involved myself in it? Because it seems like that would be realistic until like something specific, like almost requires your presence in this new situation. Like, why would you, you're older, you got kids. It's like, no, I want to be as far away of it as possible. And then once Dewey is killed, she feels like a personal connection to actually go show up.
You know what's really fucking random? So when they get to that college party after the whole opening scene happens and shit, they walk into the party and shit, and they got Too Short's Blow the Whistle playing. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of random to have that playing.
I thought the same thing because Scream usually has dog shit soundtracks.
Yeah, and I'm like,
thank God.
I get it. Like, Too Short's song was probably like years before, but I'm like, that's kind of a random thing, I guess, to be playing in there. I'm like, that's random. But then to make things even more bizarre, they're playing Luciani by Camp Lo, part of the soundtrack. You guys wouldn't even probably know this shit. I got the vinyl, I got the album, but it's like one of my all-time favorite albums and songs and shit. I'm like, why the fuck is this in this movie? Like, nobody knows. It's not a popular song. It's an underground group by Camp Lo. Camp Lo is a group. Luciani, they're fucking super dope. I'm like, why is this playing in here? It's
obviously like, specifically for you.
Apparently, but it's like yin and yang. Like, Too Short's Blow the Whistle, that was like the most popular song like he probably ever did. Like, I mean, the dude had 10 platinum albums before he even got popular. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, to the world, like he had 10 platinum albums and nobody knew who Too Short was. And then Blow the Whistle went fucking nationwide. Like, it's crazy. So I know Too Short's one of my all-time favorite artists, but hear that song and then Luciano, which is two polar opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to hip hop. But I thought that was really fascinating that he even had that song in there.
So I will say an element of 6 I personally like, you could say it's for better or for worse, but I think they do take some big swings conceptually in this. Like, seeing Ghostface kind of out in the wild is kind of cool because we get that bodega scene, and then we also get the scene.
It was also like Friday the 13th Part 8 too.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the cool thing about that movie, is like seeing Jason just like walking around.
Oh, the elements,
bunch of people around. But it also is like sort of a New York thing where it's so busy that you could kind of blend in.
Yeah.
I actually love the bodega scene. Like, that's one of my favorite parts of the whole movie.
That's pretty sick.
I just thought it was like so fucking crazy badass, like with the shotgun and shit like that.
He looks so cool with the shotgun too.
I know, right? Like, because everybody always said like Dave Z is the biggest proponent of not giving slashers guns, but I was like, I kind of
love
Ghostface with a shotgun.
Ghostface is allowed to have a gun. He's had guns since part 1,
but not when he's in the Ghostface costume, really.
And that scene is all fucking, it's just wild, man.
But you're right.
Like, there's a lot of carnage in that bodega scene.
Do you see what the name of the bodega was?
Mm-mm.
I did.
Abe Snakes. That's Wes Craven's porno name.
Oh, okay.
Director name.
Oh,
that's amazing.
Little
cool.
Easter egg.
That's cool.
That's a super deep cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know that, actually. So that's cool.
Yeah, I did notice it when I watched it, but I kind of forgot about it.
Yeah. What about the conversation between, like, what do you prefer? Or the conversation with, like, Candyman OG versus the sequel?
Both. Some of the stuff. I thought that was a little cringe.
I'm just
like that.
Game recognized game.
They kind of throw out all these little things. Like it felt a little bit forced in this one, where it didn't in part 5, where they were bringing up stuff like that. Like,
I agree a little bit with that, but
yeah,
here's where this time watching it, I was more okay with it. That is what Kirby did in part 4.
Yeah,
like remember her sitting there talking to the dude.
Yeah, she was the Randy of part 4.
Right. Yeah, like she did that exact thing where they like quizzed each other on like their movie watching. So like, yeah, when I first seen it in this one, I was like, that was a little cringe. But then like thinking about that character, I was like, she literally did the exact same thing in part 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is in line with what she does.
Right.
Go to.
Yeah, I guess
she just has shit. She just has shit taste in movies.
Yeah, I still thought it was cringe.
Candyman versus both.
Yeah,
I'm like, no. I'm like the remake or the reboot, whatever. I'm like, no.
Yeah,
I'm not
as far as being on the same level. Hell
no.
I don't know. I don't like that game. Like recognized game. I didn't like that. I don't know. That's like such a minor complaint.
Bro, you literally will be like, fucking some Asian director from out, that's my boy, yo. And it's like, that's how I feel when you say that.
Dude, you know what I like about this movie?
Cringe, dog.
How Mindy keeps calling fucking, what is it, Ethan's character?
Yeah.
She keeps calling him creepy and shit, like, through the whole movie. I don't know why.
She has him fingered the entire fucking time.
Dude, that's why Mindy's so fucking dope, dude. Like, she's just hilarious through the whole thing, man. They're just subtly just saying the best shit. He's like, I'm not the fucking creepy dude. He's getting all pissed off and shit. I love that. It's great through the whole movie, man. But then when you get the reveal, you're like, oh God. Seriously,
creepy dude.
Yeah, you're fucking creepy dude, man. Yeah.
Did you guys see the killers in this one?
So one of them I saw the second he came on the screen.
So I got 2 of the well, we just talked about Ethan, but I never in a million years thought that. But so the reason why I thought the daughter, the slutty girl, was definitely involved, because when I first saw it in the theater, I said to myself, I'm like, something's wrong with that scene. So when they stage her death, so what happens, and they actually explain it away too later on, but the father explains away. He's like,
I wish he would have explained it a little less.
So he totally explains it, but I caught on to this when I was watching the film for the first time, is that they didn't show her dead where they showed the other person dead after the fact. And like, they just kind of wheeling her out, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm like, okay, but something was off about that whole scene. I was like, okay, something's up with that. I'm like, she's got to be involved. And then sure as shit, she does end up showing back up and she's involved. And I'm like, okay, I called that. And also the father, I had that right too. I figured he was definitely involved with this. I didn't know how, where the whole twist happens with the whole family thing, dynamic thing. But as for the brother, that was completely out of left field to me, man. I had no fucking clue with Ethan. Not a fucking clue.
I knew the second I saw Dermot Mulroney, because I'm like, that's slasher casting 101 right fucking there.
Yep.
An old established guy who's over the hill and not a star like he used to be. I'm like, that guy's 100% the killer.
Stuff, so like, to me, he's just a random guy.
They just made him so above suspicion that I was like, yeah. So
even
I
the wife,
no fucking clue about.
We were watching Scream 6 yesterday, and the wife said, so the cop is one of the killers. She like literally just said that out loud to me out of the blue. She's like, he's one of the killers. And I knew who the killers were.
They try to make him so above suspicion.
Yeah. And she's like, and she's not even hip to these movies like we are. And she got that. And I'm like, holy fuck. I'm like, that's pretty good. So, I mean, is it bad? Is it good? I don't know.
To me, I don't think it's bad, just because like it's just a slasher movie to me. Like it's just a Hallmark.
I think my favorite thing about this movie. I think
I was with Moodz where I didn't see the kid. Maybe it's because I just assumed that there was only 2 killers. Also, I didn't.
I'm a big fan of the reveal, though. Honestly,
I like the reveal having 3 people. I thought was a little bit crazy, but then when they take it one step further, and the reason why they're doing it, obviously, they're just basically, it's the whole movie just turns into a revenge movie, essentially.
Which is what
they're
part
just
two is.
Yeah, it's just a revenge movie. And I'm like, okay, but having
which
three killers,
which is what part one is, honestly.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the strength of
and
these
part
is because
two.
like even if you can finger like who one of the killers
well, of course,
might
it's part
be,
two, right?
The other one might still be a surprise. So like you still sometimes get the surprise out of guessing one of the two correct. So I mean that's kind of a cool aspect.
I remember in the theater when the reveal happened, I was just like, it was just like dun dun dun. Like I didn't like it was just like lame. But like for some
I laughed
reason,
out loud,
the
actually.
same thing happened in 5, but on rewatch, like I don't know, like I was just like kind of cool with it.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like,
one of my
this is
favorite
fine.
One of my favorite parts of the whole movie is in the shrine, which is ridiculous in itself.
I
Like
love
it's completely,
that
it's
stuff.
completely, like in
It's
theory,
so ridiculous. It would never like
exactly.
I mean, come on.
You could never.
But
They do explain it away, though. They do
It's so
explain it away.
awesome looking.
They do explain it away because the cop had the access to the evidence,
Yeah.
but he wouldn't have had access to everything. It's kind of
You
ridiculous.
gotta have
if you know how this
evidence
shit
of
works.
shit that happened in Woodsboro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
But
he
you know,
definitely has the
it's-
ability
I got
to obtain that
connections,
shit.
baby.
He has the ability to obtain
Just
that
send
stuff.
me this stuff.
But like their explanation of how they broke down all the killers and they had like the whole thing going in the
All
shrine
the
and stuff.
masks too. Like that was kind of a cool part of this movie. That
It
like
was
how
so
some of them were like
fucking
weathered
cool.
and shit.
Oh yeah,
What's
like
with the
this-
decrepit
yeah,
mask, by the way?
What's that?
What's with the old ass mask and shit?
It was just
That's
an old-
Billy's.
It was
They're
it was
the old
just
masks
old
from
as
the
shit.
old murders.
It's 30 years old.
So that, but
Yeah,
so
that's
it
why
aged
it's
like that
all
over time. It just got like old and
Dude,
decrepit.
have
and
you
shit.
ever had like a
It went-
rubber
it got
mask that
passed
was
from-
30 years old? Like
I know, it was
past
Billy's
pieces of
mask.
it are falling off and shit.
It just
It went
reminded
from
me of
police
like
station to police station.
it reminded me of like
Yeah.
Rob Zombie's Halloween, where the mask was like all
Darkest eyes,
crazy
the
and shit like
devil's
that. I'm like,
eyes.
what the fuck is they doing here? But
Yeah,
I guess that makes sense. 30
exactly
years
that.
old kind of
Yeah.
thing. But
Yeah,
but I
didn't
love
really
that. I
like
love that breakdown
mask
of the
calling
whole.
card, though.
I love the breakdown of the whole killers and like how they're like, oh, we did like 3, 2, 1, and they break down everything. And I'm like, that's fucking actually kind of cool.
Yeah, because they even shout out fucking Roman from part 3, where they're like, this only time it was a singular Ghostface.
Yeah.
Like kudos to him for being able to pull that off.
Yeah. which is yeah. But
That's another
and
fun
Jackie
thing
in
about
there, and
these
I'm like, this is
movies,
cool.
though.
It's funny because I
Because-
rewatched the first ones, and I'm like, oh yeah, totally. Right. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I was having those moments, right? So
It's so unique in the slasher world. Like there's no other slasher that just has a different killer every movie. You know what I mean?
it's a
Multiple
unique
killers every
idea.
movies.
And I'm really starting to appreciate it more. I'm starting to become a fan of the franchise now, man. It's weird. Like honestly, dude, I'm so open to like admit that like sometimes I'm just an idiot and maybe kind of fucking dumb. But
I mean, the thing about us in general, like all movie goers, is like, you know, movies are mood pieces, like how you feel, like what you're into at the time. Some things you soften on as time goes by. Some things you know don't.
It's true.
If I'm like one of the prime examples of somebody who's like totally evolved in the last 10 years, like on audio, like you can hear me evolve from the way I was to the way I am now. I'm like completely.
Remember your
different.
hatred for trauma films? You're
That's
just like,
that's what I was kind of referencing.
Yeah.
Like that stuff, more goofy stuff that I used to hate. You know, shot on video stuff that I thought was kind of lame. You know, I've grown my tastes, and like I was kind of
you're starting to
fucking
grow
with
up,
Tyler.
man. I like it.
I was fucking with Tyler in the chat where like I feel like I was way more critical on like the process of filmmaking and like the textbook good filmmaking versus bad filmmaking. And like I was kind of saying to him how I thought that he's where I was like 5-7 years ago. And that's not to say that he's going to go in the same path that I went into, but I just was more like him back then. And I've kind of broadened my horizons on what the, you know, good filmmaking and bad filmmaking has like a lot. And I'm not saying that he completely is only textbook and black and white and stuff like that. I just think he leans more heavily into it than I do.
I do think so.
He bring up the shoes and the fact that they were wearing jeans underneath.
Well, dude, I just noticed it. Like, dude, man. If you're gonna put that in front of my face, like, wait, just like I watch such a ridiculous amount of different types of movies that I think it just I tend to see like so many different types of perspectives that I don't know. Like, I think that I have a very like weird taste at this point. Like, I don't even know how to describe my taste.
Well, you definitely don't like slasher films, so.
Well, I feel like, honestly, I'm like on such an island sometimes. Like, there's like very few people.
Are you on an IO island?
You are.
Yeah, there's like just very. I feel like there's just like very so few people that I've met. That
he doesn't even get the reference, and like
I know what you're saying.
I know. I'm just joking. Nobody checked out that show, by the way. Check out that show. It's great.
Yeah, I know.
It's a fucking shame, actually. That's kind of disheartening considering we're going to do like a ton of these shows, and like no one checked out Full Core. I'm like,
it'll be like the Italian stuff. It'll find its audience over the years.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree, though, dude, that you're definitely on your own little fucking IO island right there, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, except for you're completely wrong.
I mean, I fucking make fun of you all the time, but I think that having parody on the show and not just have like three people with the exact same opinions on things is
I think Tyler was a great acquisition to the show because it used to be. Actually, I mean, me, you, and Jeremy were always on different pages a lot.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like he
all three of us
fits in with that role of being a little bit harder on movies and also just like liking more artsy shit in general.
But it is funny though, like with you, because like you said, even coming around with like trauma shit and other type of films and stuff, like you've got more on my level because that's where I was.
100%. I'm way more like you than when we started.
Oh, 100%, dude. 100%. Like we were so opposite at one point. It was.
I mean, the joke in the old intro of the show was that you love everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had a wide range of love. Yeah,
but I'm more like that now. Like you got to admit, like I'm usually the guy that likes everything now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
more so than everybody else.
Yeah, you're definitely more forgiving for more modern films than I am, but. 100%.
But yeah, like Scream movies in general, I like a lot. But honestly, like rewatching the 5 and 6 though, I already liked them, but I had made a comment that I think that the newest one was the best of the trilogy, but that was before I went back and watched these two, and I was like so surprised by how much. Like the things that bothered me in 5 didn't bother me as much. And I also liked things that I liked even more and found new things that I liked. I think that part 6 does sort of feel like a side story in a way. Probably because Nev wasn't there and stuff like that. But at the same time, I never really like missed her that much. I remember when this came out and people were like, holy shit, how are you gonna make a Scream movie without Nev and stuff like that? And I remember watching it and I was like, they did just fine without her. I like these new characters. I like Mindy and
Chad.
Like Chad is probably my favorite character in these movies.
Mindy's my favorite, actually. Mindy's my favorite. I love her.
Mindy's pretty awesome too. Not gonna lie.
I was so happy by part 6 that her hair was back out grown, because in part 6, the short ass hair, I was like, what the fuck just happened there, bro? Because I'm a hair person, obviously, right?
Yeah. But I love like the subway stuff too. That's really fun for like a different setting and things like that. The ladder thing across the buildings was pretty fun.
Did you guys see it in 3D when it came out?
Landscape.
I think I did.
I think I did actually.
No, I actually.
That scene was amazing in 3D.
It was. Yeah, because you kept looking. Yeah, because when you look down and shit, you could really see like
bird's eye view
of it. Yeah.
What do you guys? So speaking of part 6 here, like with the whole Sam character, what do you guys think of the whole kind of narrative subplot or whatever you want to call it, with everyone kind of thinking and kind of blaming Sam for setting the whole thing up and shit like that? Like,
I like it.
I think it's true to life
like,
of the era.
It's just internet mob shit.
Yeah, internet mob shit. It's like true to life.
But they kind of, because like we always talk about like how these films aren't generally, full of commentary and stuff like that. But this movie I felt like had commentary because that's what happens in real life. People start to
force a narrative.
There's a point in the film where she goes, I'm the one that started the rumor. Like just blatantly said, I started the rumor, and it just fucking wildfire. Like everyone thought that Sam had shit to do with this, and I'm like, that is wild. You get enough stuff. That's the scariest part of the whole film for me, because I would hate to be. And you guys can ask Aaron. My biggest fear in my life is to go to jail for something I didn't do.
Oh yeah, I have that.
It's my biggest fear in my life, and like being accused of being, setting up all these murders and all this type. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I would have anxiety. I don't even get that shit. Bro.
You were just accused of something really bad, Moodz. You're accused of kicking what's his face out of the group.
Yeah,
it definitely was. Yeah, fuck internet bullshit, right? Yeah.
So yeah, somebody's already created a smear campaign against you.
I mean, if I was going to take that shit serious, maybe the anxiety would get to me, but no, I don't give a fuck. But
I was going to reference this earlier, but I watch like a lot of like, true crime stuff, prison stuff, documentaries on prison and stuff. And like I've seen videos where somebody gets stabbed like 45 times in the like neck and chest area and stuff in prison. And, sometimes they live. So, just saying. It happens sometimes.
Well, I mean, Chad's a tough motherfucker.
Yeah,
that's a crazy scene, though, dude. He's literally being held up and being stabbed by both sides
over and over. And over.
At that point, he's probably just hoping to die.
And it's funny because the way this movie ends, you don't even know if he lives or dies. I don't know if that was probably done on purpose because they didn't know if they were going to incorporate him into the next film or not or whatever, because they could just easily kill him off, right?
There's a problem I found out when I watched it. So how and it's on the subway scene. So you know how Mindy gets stabbed, right, by Ghostface, and she gets like fucking stabbed, knife twisted, and fucking this and that.
It guts her. He
guts the shit out of her, and then at the end of the movie, she's like running towards the.
Oh yeah.
She's not only running, dude. She's making jokes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, did I get the killer right?
It's hilarious.
Here's the thing. Who finds her on the floor of the subway car?
That's a good question.
Ethan.
Yeah.
How the hell does she survive? He's a fucking killer.
Yeah, because he's the one that runs across the car. Oh my God, she died.
Well, that's probably why me and Moodz didn't suspect.
So who was the person in that scene that gutted her?
It was probably his sister.
It was. She even says it in her little reveal. She says, stabbing your friend, stabbing her sister in the train.
Does she say in the reveal?
Yeah, she says something like that. She says something
when she's out of the picture, she's just free to just be Ghostface forever.
Yeah, that's one thing with this too, is everybody
it actually does make
since you have all these killers, there's always someone unaccounted for.
Well, I think it's mostly, if you actually think back on the film, it must be mostly the girl, the slutty girl.
Yeah.
It's mostly her doing everything because she was out of the picture, which was very fishy from the start.
Yeah,
I caught on to it, but I was right too.
Slutting it up and killing it up the whole.
Do you notice how over the top Dermot Mulroney's performance was after after they fake her death and he's fake crying to Samantha and them, and he's they kicked me off this case because this, but he's but I'm not going to stop. And he's you fuck with my family. And then he looks right in Samantha's face and he's you die.
Right.
And it was halfway through the fucking movie. I'm oh my. It's how obvious can this shit fucking be? You die. It was so funny.
So funny, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the whole third act was so Looney Tunes awesome.
It is batshit.
The motivation to me is so fucking stupid too.
Wait, what was that?
The motivation to me is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, but Richie was the son, and they killed him. So
what if you found out
you would revenge your fucking son's death?
What if you found out your son made this whole scheme, track down these people and killed a bunch of people. I don't think I'd feel so bad for my son.
No. The father supported. I think.
Yeah, but there's a lot of different types of parents out there, man. There's parents who have literally helped hide bodies and shit for their kids and shit like that.
In this scenario,
I get the impression the father, the cop, knew what was happening.
It reeks of, let's make another one real quick. And they just slap something together. I think it's real.
I mean, it follows part 2's footsteps pretty well.
Yeah. Instead of the mom, you have the entire fucking family out for revenge. I love it. How they just it's like part 2 just amped up to the extreme.
I do feel like having Ethan on the end there felt kind of weird. For some odd reason, I don't know what it was.
It just to pull it all off.
Yeah, it just felt like.
I mean, they all are. They're like none of this shit would ever be possible in any of these movies.
I mean, I get the 2, but having the 3rd one, like, it just feels like it was such an add-on. But I get it though why they did it, because why not up the ante? You know, we've never had 3 killers. Let's do 3.
I don't like the idea of 3 killers.
It is it's purely laughable to me, considering the cop is like a cop. He's actually a legit cop, so. It's weird.
I kind of love seeing,
like you said, you fuck with his family, you die.
Yeah.
I kind of like seeing 2 Ghostface on the screen at the same time.
Yeah, I like that.
Pretty cool.
Me too.
I miss Aunt Jackie.
Well,
we'll just wait
for another movie.
She's coming back.
As a ghost.
Somehow.
Yeah. She
God, do not start bringing back characters the same way they did in 7.
What's her name?
I don't have a problem
Laurie
with that.
Metcalf.
How do you guys feel about the romance angle between Samantha and the next door neighbor across the way?
Scandalous.
I will tell you one thing. I will tell you one thing in this movie. The scene with crossing the ladder with the heights. Not fucking good.
Yeah, it is.
For me, not for me. I don't like why. Like, dude,
that means it's good.
That means
so
it's
scary. It's so scary. It's
That's
so
what it should be.
Fuck. I couldn't even imagine being in that. If that was me having to cross that shit, man, I'd be like, I'm just gonna fucking get stabbed up here. I even said that to Aaron when we were watching the film. Like, I'm just gonna fucking get stabbed up. I'm not gonna cross that. I'm not falling off this thing because it's my biggest fear in the world. I don't have a fear of being stabbed by someone to death. I have a fear of falling off a ladder, fucking 2 stories down and dying.
Why? They both suck.
That poor girl.
I mean, the end result's the same,
wrecked
but
in this movie.
Yeah,
you probably feel less pain falling.
I was hoping
it's the fear, bro. It's the fear factor. It's the fear factor. I don't even think I would.
Are you not afraid to get stabbed?
I would no. I would die before I hit the ground. If I fell off a ladder 2 stories up, I would probably have a heart attack and die before I hit the ground. So I wouldn't feel no pain. But I don't want that fear. It's the fear factor. Being stabbed does not scare me at all.
Dude,
I have no fear of that. Not a fear in the world.
Do you have a fear of flying at all? Because you fly often.
No,
absolutely not. I love flying. I've flown literally 1,000 times in my life. Like, it's crazy how many times I've flown. And I love flying because when I'm in a fuselage, it doesn't bother me. I feel safe. It's weird. It's hard to explain how my fear works, but
what if
you put me on a ladder, if I get a story up, I'm fucking losing.
What if there was an emergency departure out of the plane and it had to be by ladder?
Well, I mean, you're only not even a story up. I mean, if you have to do that. I mean, I've worked in an airport for 10 years. I know exactly how this shit works. That doesn't bother me one bit. No. I don't know. I can't explain it. I can fly completely fine, not scared. I can go through crazy turbulence, get beat around and shit does not bother me. People are fucking crying. I've been in planes before where people are literally crying because they're so scared of the turbulence. I'm like, whatever. Fucking having my beer, fucking talking on my phone or whatever. Doesn't bother me. But I don't know how to explain it. But you put me on a balcony in a hotel 3 stories up, fuck that. Absolutely not.
Or that rickety ass ladder.
Won't even go out there.
Those tiny ass hotel balconies that can barely fit like the balcony chair that's out there on them.
Don't like it, man. I don't like it. Like even going into a window and looking out, I'm like, fuck that. I can't do it.
I just hate when you walk out on them and like you kind of put a little bit of your weight on the metal railing and it feels like it's not
efficient, and it's just gonna fall off.
I made the mistake of watching a video one time of this girl that was in Puerto Vallarta one time, and we've just gone there, and it actually really happened though. And she went out into her deck just to do whatever and leaned on her rail, and it fucking broke, and she fell like 4 stories and died. I was like,
believe
fucking.
I've watched a couple of those videos where like the what do they call that? Where you're like just climb shit and stuff like that. Parkour, yeah. These guys that like fucking accidentally die or fall and die. That shit is fucking horrifying, bro. It just sends your stomach into fucking tumbles, dude, watching that shit.
Yeah, scary as shit, man.
Why are you watching that shit then?
Yeah, I can't even watch that stuff, man.
Fucking late night rabbit holes, bro.
You don't know. Jesus. I love twisting my stomach.
I remember I ended up on a late night rabbit hole of like huge ships like sinking at sea. It's the scariest fucking shit. I don't know how. Like, I certainly didn't. I never typed that into the fucking.
That shit
YouTube
happens to me all the time, dude.
Just random shit. Watching boats sink.
Like that.
It's random shit
like
just ends up in your algorithm for no reason sometimes, and you click on the wrong video and you just get 10 more.
You're like one recommended video.
It's some crazy like hurricane storm, and there's like some boat trying to rescue the other boat, and it's just fucking all failing. Everything's just bad.
Dude, hurricane. Like, I have like non flashbacks from that shit, bro. Like, so it was 2007. Hurricane Katrina was roaming through the lands, and I was in Cancun, and dude, it was ill, bro. It was like it was going hard, man. It was real bad. And we got out of there. Luckily, we got out of there. And then 2 days later, the hotel that I was staying in was completely leveled. Like, it was just the skeleton left. And so we had gone to the Coco Bongo the night before, or 2 nights before, and that's like it was like a world famous place. It was used to hold like 10,000 people thing. It was completely fucking leveled by Katrina. They rebuilt it, but they rebuilt it like a fraction of the size kind of thing. But I'll never forget that time, because if we were there, what the fuck, man? Like, our hotel was literally a skeleton, because in Mexico, if you guys know, like, they build hotels with like these hard concrete, like kind of foundations and frames and stuff. So when the hurricanes blow up, or when they come through, it basically levels out everything. And then you just build the outside again. Right. They do it purposely. Not knowing that, I'm like, that's scary as fuck, but smart.
Having that experience,
dude, it was crazy, bro. Like, it was me and Aaron, like, we had, fuck, dude. Like, no, this was 2000. No, Katrina was in 2004. Yeah, it was 2004. So me and Aaron had only been dating for a couple months at the time. We went to Cancun. Like, we're crazy. Yeah, so not 2007, 2004, Katrina.
How does that experience affect your Scream 6 rating?
Why am I even talking? Oh, we're talking about fear. I don't even know. Fuck. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. Why are we even talking about that?
Hopefully, we get a Scream movie that takes place at a hurricane party. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I don't even know why the fuck was I talking about that? It's crazy. I have no idea.
Because we're talking about fear of heights.
We're talking about the ladder, and then we just started talking about fear.
We were talking about YouTube rabbit holes.
Oh yeah,
we went out
rabbit
our own
holes.
rabbit hole on.
Oh, dude, yeah.
It went super meta.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of YouTube, it's all fucked up right now, because I clicked on my YouTube this morning and I was like, why am I getting videos from 8 days ago in my top feed? The algorithm is completely fucked up right now. I'm like, no wonder our shit's not being watched. I'm like, I'm blaming YouTube. It's not just folklore. So whatever. Anyways, Scream 6. Decent kills.
Yeah.
It's got some decent kills, pretty gory. I feel like they're amping it up here. It goes kind of batshit. Part 7 it goes pretty bad.
I just think the bar, you don't have to be like as gory as something as Terrifier, but I do think the bar has just been raised, where like you do need to give us something more than what you have gotten before.
It's definitely a thing I noticed from watching, from the past ones. I feel like these ones are a little bit gorier.
Yeah,
I think that's,
for sure.
All the stabs.
Oh, yeah.
I love the part where like Samantha stabs fucking Ethan in the mouth. Like it was so fucking brutal. There's a lot of crazy like brutal stabs. Like
like through the mouth and the neck and shit, and like
in the eye.
I think the Scream franchise has consistently, even when the deaths aren't like elaborate and over the top, they all feel visceral. Like you feel the stabs.
Yeah.
You feel the cuts. You
pack a punch.
It feels realistic.
If only they felt them.
Yeah, I guess that's the main thing is they don't feel them. They're like pro wrestlers.
That's what I was saying the other day. I was like, these guys are like fucking John Cena in like 2010 with a golden shovel.
Courtney Cox got to be a Dewey this time.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's crazy about this movie is that this is the first time she's ever talked to Ghostface on the phone.
Yeah,
Really?
I know they make a point of that too,
That's
right?
insane.
And that scene's crazy too because she gets stabbed the fuck up in that scene.
Oh yeah.
Like she takes
gets
a
fucked
beating
up.
and shit. I'm not like, is this? And I remember watching the theater and going, "Well, this is Gail's death right here." No,
I thought they were for sure killing her there because I figured like, oh, they'll do one in each movie.
Yeah,
like
that's
once
what I thought,
Dewey
too.
died, I thought it was like, okay, it's getting
open
She
season.
even,
like
she even had
Yeah,
that
open
line.
season.
Tell
Open
Siggy
season on the
that he
legacy
didn't
characters.
Get me.
Yeah,
I think it might have messed them up having Nev not come back because they maybe felt like they had to keep Gale around for a little
probably
bit more
Gail
assurance.
probably was originally going to die in this one, probably.
yeah. I mean, I'm glad she
the
doesn't.
throwaway
Because I like
line
Gail. I
is
like Gail
cheesy
as a
now.
character, and
I like Gail too.
I don't want her to die, actually, to be honest, because I think she's she's a major big part of this fucking franchise. So.
I think it's coming in the next one.
But
Maybe.
I do feel like they are setting up because with Chad and Mindy being the new reporters, they're replacing possibly in the next one.
Oh yeah,
Which is good.
That's the way I saw it.
Like,
That's the way I saw it.
well, there was a couple things I was thinking of that I would like to see in Scream 7, and one thing was something that happened in the movie that I thought of. It'd be really cool if they did right here, and the movie did it, and I was like, wow, that's exactly what I would have done. And then going into it though is like it'd be really cool if they found someone that would be following Gale to maybe replace Gale in the future, and then that happened. So
At this point, Gail
I think
has
so.
more cred than anybody. Like in terms of being in all the movies.
I was worried about because I think me and Tony were talking about what we thought was going to happen with the twins, but I thought
that was
they did a
before
good
we knew
job.
like what the movie was about.
Yeah, but because I was like, I thought like, what is the purpose of these guys now? And they did a good job repurposing them, I think.
I was kind of
No, I think they set it up for what they're going to be in part 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, before knowing anything about 7, other than we were only going to get 2 of the 4 core 4 people, I was kind of curious. I was like, man, does that change them now into just fodder? And luckily, they didn't go that way.
Yeah, because really, what do you do with them? So they did a good job of making.
Because
them
yeah, you
important
think
again.
about you think they're like in the grand scheme, they're like the lesser important of the 4, and since the other 2 didn't come back, it's like, damn, like. Does that just change everything about their importance?
Yeah.
But I guess we're getting ahead of
I
ourselves.
didn't really think that they were that much like Chad and Mindy were that much less important. They were obviously not the main characters, but
well, no, I don't
they
think
still were
originally.
important.
I don't think as part of the core 4, but once there's only 2
the core
going
4
forward.
turns the core 2.
Yeah.
It's like, do they become less important at that point?
They just
I mean, they
just ain't
definitely
no
had a
scene with
backdrop in
them.
part 7, but I think that's just a prelude to them being more involved in part 8. I bet you any money.
Because even if all 4 of them came back, I would still say it's more likely that one of those 2 would be the ones to die in future installments. So the fact that like the other 2 didn't come back, I think in my mind, it increased the chances a lot until we actually saw 7 and like, oh, okay, now they have a legitimate reason going forward to be a part of it.
Yeah.
I think that I like it's just so funny because like how characters like come and go too, like Kirby, like she came back for the last one and then isn't in this one or the next one. It's like you could literally bring back characters 3 films from now, you know what I mean?
What if they did something crazy, like bring one of those characters back, not have them appear in the movie, and then they're just the killer? You think they do something like that?
They might. I don't want them to, but they might.
Yeah, like they just pull off the mask, like, holy smokes, it's Gale.
And they're like, I've had this in plan since 1997.
Like the most insane Scooby-Doo moment where like,
literally,
that makes no sense, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting up to the 8th installment, so you figure eventually it's going to get just wild with like how they...
Oh yeah, we're in wacky mode already.
I mean, we've got established characters now, and I don't know. I'm very intrigued to see what they're going to do in part 8.
Do we have anything else on part 6?
Ratings.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Yeah, yep. I mean, okay. So who went for?
I think it's
Mikey.
Oh, I'm gonna give Scream 6. I'll say 7 on this one. I appreciate some of the big swings it took. I do think the change of scenery to New York did provide some opportunities for some really good sequences. But on the rewatch, I just think 5 is like a stronger film. I already said all my piece on that one. So yeah, I'll just leave it brief there because we still got 7 to talk about. So 7 for 6.
Cool. Tyler.
Yeah, I'm actually up on this film, but I'm still not so hot on it. But when I saw this in the theater a couple of years ago, I thought it was just actually bad. And maybe that's something to do with that I did. And I did even like 5 back then too. So maybe it had something to do with that. I felt like they did a really good job with 5, and then they just threw out something quickly for 6. But I don't think it's actually bad. But I don't love it. I'm going to give it a 5.5.
Tony.
I do really like this movie, but not quite as much as 5. I'm going to give this one an 8.5. I had such a blast with it. I loved the killer reveal. I think the third act is batshit fucking crazy, like pure insanity. Yeah. I love the characters. Like I loved, I really liked the Gale scene because she had like almost like a 15-minute just like showcase. I thought that was like a fun little moment in this movie. And yeah, I love the New York setting. I think it's perfect that these later movies are just like picking random settings. I think that's just a fun and fresh idea to keep doing. But yeah, I love the true crime aspect. I love that they kept adding more character development to Richie in the last movie. I think that's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so originally I did not like this movie really at all. I kind of stressed my distaste for this one multiple times. I think I might have given it like a 5 out of 10 when I left the theater. This is the second time I watched it. But just like part 5, man, I came way up on this one. I'm going to give it a 7. You know, I mean, rewatches are bliss, man. You know, I just really have become this weird kind of like low key fan of Scream films now. I don't know what it is about these later ones, but they're working for me. It's what I love about this show, man. You know, you do some rewatches, you think differently about shit, and sometimes it just works out for the better. And this is one of those weird cases where I just had a lot of fun with watching this again, and everything kind of made sense to me. So
I think that's the thing. When movies are fun, I think it shines through on rewatches.
100%.
Like I think 100%. Meaning a bigger emphasis on the fun in the movie can shine through on rewatches, as opposed to like on the first time watch, some of the fun might get convoluted by if you have an issue with like
you're more focused on the story and the plot.
Yeah.
On the first watch, and then once you know it, like you could focus on all the other little cool things.
It's a good point because it really does help when you're watching these films knowing where it's going. It makes it so much better. I don't know why. You're just like, oh, that's kind of cool. You start picking out things and you start analyzing things. You're like, oh, that's cool. As long as you can like kind of separate yourself from like, you know, the film making aspect of things where, you know, Tyler can't, where he's like, oh, they're wearing these stilettos and they got the wrong shoes on. Like, fuck, dude, come on.
That's like bro. Not even like You're not even representing my point on that.
That's exactly what you were saying, bro.
What I'm saying when you're talking about like how fast people have to change, like, well, you all thought to consider they have to do this. But if you want to, like, they didn't have to put that shot in the movie. I'm not saying it makes it worse, but like, you put that shot in the movie. Like, don't put shots in the movie.
Well, I'm talking about the changing thing. It was a problem I had. I said before. I said it's still a thing that always kind of bad, but I don't let it bother me because it doesn't
bother me. It's just something I observe and I point out that I think is kind of not good. It's not like it bothers me. I just think it's not that good. But that's not even a point I was making, because I really don't have a problem with that at all, because I don't think it ever really presents everything in real time, just because you're watching like a movie with different edits and slightly different timelines that it might present that. There's not a way that you can pin it down in the same like couple minutes, you know what I mean? Like, I think just by the way the nature of movies are, there's never any scene that I felt in any of these movies where it's like, well, there's no way that person did that and then got that here in time. Like, I don't think it's like this true linear thing. All I was saying was like, you also got to consider they have to change their pants and shoes, because I noticed them didn't match.
All right, me, I give it an 8. For me, this one is narratively not as strong as the fifth one, but I think might have a little bit more fun factor. So yeah, I give it an 8, a little bit under the fifth one, where before I did have this one ranked higher than the fifth one, and then on rewatch I swapped them.
I was the same. I was like really, really high on the sixth one on a first time watch. I think it was probably the 3D that was so high on. But yeah, actually it went down on a second watch. But I still really like it.
Yeah.
All right, so that is Scream 6 from 2023?
3?
Yep.
I think it's 23. Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, Sydney. Did you miss me? Nice little town you found. You and your pretty daughter. Reminds me of where we grew up.
All right, so getting into the third and final film here on episode 316, we are going to talk about the newly released 2026 film Scream 7. And this is the film that Kevin Williamson steps into the directorial seat, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting
second
that
movie
he
ever
directed a Scream film.
Yeah, so he is the writer of the original film. Did he pen the next couple?
1, 2. I think he wrote 4.
Yeah,
I think that's it.
And that's it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I think he was like a consultant on the last two, though.
Right. Okay. All right. So synopsis here. When a new Ghostface killer emerges in the town where Sidney Prescott has built a new life, her darkest fears are realized as her daughter becomes the next target. All right. So I'm just going to start by saying this is my least favorite opening scene, I think, of any Scream film.
Wait, really?
I honestly,
I really like the opening of this movie.
love the opening scene.
I thought the opening was one of the stronger parts of the movie.
Yeah.
Shit.
I kind of figured it'd be the dark horse on this one, but it is what it is. But
what don't you like about it?
I just didn't like the way it went down, bro. Like, you go to like the stew kind of fucking kill house. I don't know, just the way it plays out. I'm just like, and I think the reason for it though, because the way the rest of the movie plays out, I'm like, that didn't really play well with the rest of the film. It just feels like it's there. It just feels like it's there.
Yeah, I can respect that.
I think it's a,
you know what I mean?
I didn't even consider that, but you are right. this kind of just feels like
after I think I didn't mind it at first, and then after the film was done, I was like, "What the fuck was the point of that opening?"
I mean,
scene?
there's a
we've
point.
seen it before, though.
I mean, there is a point,
like in Scream 2, when they go to the theater and kill those two randos, like, you know what I mean? It's just same thing. Don't they do that in part 4 as well? They just kill two random people to kick off the murders.
I don't.
Yeah, I can't remember like who, because they like have like 15 openings and
that's the thing. I can't remember
the stab movies.
Yeah, 2 girls end up dying.
Yeah.
I mean, I get why it went down, but it's like it's not really overly.
I thought it was really cool for this reason. So there's a guy in this part of the convention circuit, and I see him everywhere. I've met him a few times and stuff like that. But a couple of years ago, he bought Buffalo Bill's house and he turned it into like a museum where you could kind of stay the night and stuff like that. And I'm like, I bet they fucking saw this guy at a convention because he's everywhere. Right. And they probably inspired like that fucking whole thing because he did that. Like, that's what he does. Like, and the house is like right near me. Like it's maybe like 30 minutes away from me. I never stayed, but I should. I just don't feel like paying like the $300 or whatever it costs to stay.
There's so many like famous movie houses that you can like rent as an Airbnb.
Yeah.
That have like their own stupid little museum sections. I mean, that's probably why I liked it so much, because my wife and I, like, we actually do like go to like random like movie locations and have fun staying in Airbnbs and random towns like that. Just felt very familiar to us.
And then like the fucking like animatronic Ghostface thing, I thought that whole scene was really cool. Where the like it fucking moved and stuff like that. And then like the little trivia game that they play where it's like a really bad like version of the Ghostface voice. Yeah. It's like just so fucking funny to me.
Diet version.
And it's like a commentary on like the capitalization of just like horror franchises in general and stuff like that.
It's just so watered down.
Yeah, it's just like watered down. But
it feels very true to like the experience you would get in like a lot of those commercial type operations where it's like, oh, let's just do the bare minimum to get people in here and give them a shitty watered down experience.
It's like, here's
and then
a picture of Tori
I like the whole right. I like the whole like actual like kills there too, and like the chick falling and stuff like that, and then just like the fire and shit.
Yeah. Man,
that's exactly what I didn't like about it. Yeah,
that made me bust out laughing. That was amazing.
Which one?
The one the chick fell down. He just like stuck the knife up.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, I was like, I was underwhelmed by the beginning. I knew I was going to be in the minority here, but I'm fine with that. It is what it is. But
I liked it. It kicks off like the sequence of events that happens, and
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think too hard.
It also like plot line made it more reasonable for Gail to get there, because she kind of says like that as soon as she like realized what was happening,
it's like you have to like burning the house basically makes it more legit of a reason to believe like in the deep fake. You know what I mean? Like you have to like take it seriously after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think there's a prank, right?
I honestly think like later on in the film, there's way better kills, man. Like the fucking.
Oh, there is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
100%.
This one is
a fun opening.
This one really amped up the kills though, man, to the point where it's like, holy shit, bro. Like what the fuck?
I got pretty imaginative in this one.
Yeah,
I thought the guy's kill was pretty gnarly though. Like when he got stabbed in the head and his like eyeball was all like fucked up.
Yeah.
I love the mean spirit of kills like that too, where they do it like right in front of someone's face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This one, like it was weird because not a lot of Scream films are like unintentionally funny. But that's the one kill in this film.
I laughed a bunch of times. I thought this movie definitely has some good humor in it.
Where dude gets fucking hung up on the keg.
By his mom.
That's fucked up, bro. Like
that shit was hilarious.
It is fucking so funny, dude, because the beer starts coming out of his mouth, and me and the wife look at each other and actually burst out laughing in the theater. We're like, bro, like, just like, what the fuck?
That was awesome. It was a straight,
such a sharp ass fucking keg.
Yeah, dude. Like, he just fucking puts him right up on the fucking keg tap, and like, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, that had to have been a My Bloody Valentine reference. Like when they lift the girlfriend onto the shower head.
Right.
Yeah. They even lift them the same exact way too.
Yeah, our theater erupted at the beer tap.
Yeah. That was a big scene.
I think blowing the face off at the end there too, that was kind of fucked up too.
I also think like one of my like favorite things about this one is similar to what they did in the last one, where like they kill a ghost face like really early on in the movie. And I'm just like, oh, that's cool. Like, I like this because it's just different. It's something that they hadn't really done in that way.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Was like when it got to that scene, I was like, it'd be really cool if they actually just kill him right now. And
so was I. Yeah. I was thinking,
and it was a really stupid entrance for some characters too, which is like completely implausible that all these things would like convene at this like one moment. But I really loved it just for its cheesiness.
Yeah.
Well, I was kind of epic too when they get out and it's just like fucking the crew, bro.
I know.
I think when she got out of the car, I laughed at that too. Thought it was her.
I was very confused on how they were going to incorporate Mindy and Chad into the film, and then when everyone just kind of rolls up, I'm like, okay, I guess we're doing this.
Yeah, that was a like, great way to repurpose them because I thought they were be lost in this.
Did you guys watch the mid credits thing?
Nope.
Yeah.
That shit was so funny. Chad and Mindy are so good together. He's like, how the fuck do you mispronounce your name?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. They're the best characters in the new trilogy, bro. They're awesome. They're so good. Yeah, I think they're going to be straight up like the main ones in part 8. Besides,
I'd be down.
Yeah, I think they're on the ride for this.
They're definitely a little bit more of the comedic relief in this one.
Yeah, but they're fun though. Like it's not even bad comedic relief either.
It needed them though, because one of them, like, I would say, I think
they're the best part of the film. 100%.
The bigger issues I think with this problem is I mean, I don't mean the bigger issue, but I think one of the worst parts about this movie is all the characters are like kind of personalityless wet noodles. I think. Like they just do not they're indistinguishable and they're there to just like stack up the body count in the final act. But yeah,
dude, the fucking boyfriend had me cracking up because I'm like, what is this performance? Like I was like, this guy seems like such a like weirdo. And
he's a hodgepodge.
And then watching Scream 2,
typical fucking A-letter jacket fucking idiot.
Watching Scream 2, I'm like, oh my god, this is how her like boyfriend was acting in Scream 2.
Yeah,
but he's a genius. He's going to MIT and like computer engineering.
Yeah. I think the strength of this movie for me is just like Sid and her relationship with the kid. Like, it was kind of cool to see Sid front and center again, and then also like I felt like the relationship, although like kind of like melodramatic a little bit, I feel like they handled it in like the best way that they could, where you know, you have that whole dynamic of like the kid kind of being interested in her mom, superhero.
Of course, like who wouldn't want to know the past of their mom and stuff like that. Like,
and then honestly, dude, like the Tatum stuff was like really touching to me.
Dude, it was so fucking weird. I'm in the theater going, why the fuck do I couldn't put the Tatum name together. And I was like, oh my God, it's fucking Rose McGowan.
Yeah.
It like, finally clicked on me. I was like, oh my God, it's fucking Rose McGowan. I completely even said that to Aaron. I'm like, it's Rose McGowan's character. I'm like, I had forgotten.
And Sydney's explanation to like why she named her Tatum and stuff, I thought was like really sweet. And then also like, just like
it felt like it was a tribute to Rose McGowan too as a person.
It did, yeah. It
I
felt
love
like
Rose
Sydney
McGowan,
was
by the way.
actually talking about
another
Rose
reference
McGowan.
to Planet Terror tonight, right?
Yeah, like her bravery and all that shit.
Yeah,
too.
It felt like there's like a reoccurring effort to like the emphasis they put on like honoring Tatum, and I guess you could say Rose McGowan, because it wasn't like it was mentioned once or twice. It just felt like it was a strong point in the story to like honor
I did feel a little bit. I think that stuff
all comes from Williamson, man.
When Sydney's like explaining her relationship with Tatum, you know, and like how she was her best friend and stuff like that. Like I might be remembering it differently, but like were they that close in the first film?
Oh yeah, she stayed with her when, and that's why her and Dewey are so close, because that was her older brother. Which the one problem I had with Gail is like, I guess she really didn't know Tatum, but like when she's like your best friend Tatum, and it's like, bro, that's your sister-in-law. Like, like you're acting like you're mentioning her as if she's like, you know, not any connection to you as well. But like, you know, you married Dewey and stuff. So I just felt like they like, but I get she was also performing for like the news thing and stuff like that, and trying to make a scene. But I thought the Tatum stuff was so good. That was like some of my favorite stuff in the movie. Because Rose McGowan was like my favorite character in the first Scream. She's awesome in that movie. And I
do feel like this movie is like it just feels like a big setup to kind of pass the torch to the daughter. You know what I mean?
I mean, I felt like that with 5 as well.
Yeah.
I feel like they're definitely leaning towards the whole, you know, the inherent, you know, trauma thing. And, you know, I just feel like that's the way it was. I have no problem with that whatsoever, but definitely Sydney is not going to be a main character in part, if she's in part 8. I mean,
but that brings up the question of like how, like, because we know a lot of this was rewritten due to like who's not, like the 2 people that aren't in it.
Yeah.
So is this like a new course that is now set because of that, or is this just kind of like
from what I read, it was a complete rewrite on this
movie. Yeah, you have to.
I have no problem with this, you know, passing the torch on to the daughter. It makes complete fucking sense.
They started doing that in part 4 too, before you realize who the killer is.
I just don't think you guys. Okay, what are your guys' thoughts on the daughter as like the character?
I really liked her, and I usually hate. I remember hating Emma Roberts.
I might need to rewatch this, but I didn't. I'm like, they're gonna pass the torch to her.
I think she was okay.
She was fine to me. I don't think she was outstanding.
I don't know if she's.
Yeah, I think she was good, but I don't think she was like amazing.
I know we're gonna give her the lead. Like she's gonna be the shit here. I'm like, I don't know, man.
I don't think that's what's gonna happen. Like,
I mean,
anyway,
I personally think that might, if it does go that way, I might be a little bit whatever. But
I remember watching. I actually
Chad and Mindy will save the day, anyways. They'll save the day.
I told Carly, I was like, normally I hate when they do this like daughter of the lead protagonist and like try to make them like the next thing and like this storyline of like her finding her strength and stuff. But for some reason, it kind of worked for me in this one.
The whole movie is that. The whole movie is literally that.
What about you?
Probably because Nev Campbell sells it so good, and you like Sydney as a character.
I think this is like the strongest acting Nev's done in any of these movies.
Well, that's
it's also the most part that she's had since probably part 1.
Yeah. That's the question I was going to ask, though.
This is probably the role most primed to like have.
She was pretty good in the film,
and also she
earned her big
so
paycheck.
much later in life too. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like she even looks a lot different, like age wise, from part 5 to this one. Obviously, like 5 or 6 years have passed or whatever. Or 4. What is it?
She still looks fine.
5.
She looks fine.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that she doesn't look fine. I'm just saying you could see a difference, you know. Mm-hmm. And she feels even more like a mom in this film than, you know, any of the other ones. Like,
she
looks like a mom.
Same age as me and Mike, pretty much in like real life, so we can relate to it.
And I think that her husband is like the most like just uninteresting, bland, like boring character ever.
Dude,
but I think that is so intentional.
The generic,
I think it's so intentional.
Character.
I think it's so intentional because it's just like, this is not about this dude at all.
No, it's not.
Chicks.
And how in the fuck does he really?
Yeah,
you guys know what I'm talking about. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I was a little bit like, what the fuck? Like, dude, like you can't kill main characters in the franchise. Well, he's not even I guess he's kind of a main thing, but dude, he takes a fucking massacre
Oh yeah,
but he's still
characters
breathing,
in
bro.
Scream are superhuman.
I know, it's crazy.
John Cena.
Yeah,
so
he's the John Cena
about
Scream 7.
What do you guys think about the AI stuff?
Absolutely,
I love it.
Not gonna lie, fucking hate it, man. Okay, so let me speak my thing on this one. You guys know how much I hate AI in the first place, but I literally said to the wife going in here, I said, I hope that Stu is not AI'd in this, but it was like, okay, let me explain this whole thing. I was like, man, what do you mean he wasn't AI'd?
Like
that was the actor himself.
Yeah.
So
like in the narrative, he's AI.
Of course. So I was like, I felt like my mentality, I was stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I'm like, okay, so I don't want them to bring, because I already knew Stu was coming back somehow. And I'm like, I don't want them to write into it, which they constantly talk about it. Is he alive? He didn't die in the original one. I'm like, fuck.
I thought that was great because they set it up in part 6.
Yeah.
Where they say, there's rumors that he's still alive. And then they even like talk about it in this movie too, where they say something along the lines of like narrative. It's the better story, but, like the retcon doesn't make sense or something like that. And I'm
it's
like,
hard to explain it away.
They're playing with us so much in it.
And then they said, well, if Billy Loomis can have an illegitimate child, then I guess this can be a thing too.
Yeah. They
definitely red herring you. Like, yeah.
I at no point did I ever believe Stu was not AI.
No. I 100%. But going into the film, I was like, I just didn't want him to be where they all of a sudden were like, oh, Stu lived in the original film. Like, that's kind of fucking corny to me.
Right. That's why.
But then on the flip side, I'm like, if they AI'd him, that's kind of corny too, just to, incorporate these legacy characters. And I'm like, so what do you do? Like, I was, but
narratively, it makes sense. Like, that is the logical next step for one of these killers. How much has AI taken over the world in the last 4 or 5 years?
I know.
Like,
I was expecting you to say this exact same thing, and I'm like, I don't have to like that though. I'm scared, and I will be honest, dude. I am terrified of AI. I don't like it.
Yeah, we all are.
I don't like it at all.
You're not saying anything like that you're unique in. All of us are afraid of AI.
Okay. But I'm really scared of it, man. And like, I get actually physically mad at fucking Parker when he does that AI shit. I'm like, fuck off with that shit, dude. It bugs me, man. But like, so I was like kind of indifferent on this. I'm like, I wanted to see Stu's face again because I love him. It's kind of cool. But like, I knew it was going to be one or the other. And I knew for a fact they weren't going to have him live because that would be so stupid and corny.
Right, which is what
because
you can't explain it away. The movie. They say that so many times in the movie. It almost makes you think like, are they being too like on the nose to where they might actually do it? Because
there's that one ridiculous scene
hard against it
where they show the scene when they're at the fucking halfway house or the nut house or whatever. They're like, oh yeah, he checked out of here, a couple weeks ago, kind of thing. I'm like, no, he fucking didn't. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm like, that's fucking bullshit. I'm like, that did not happen, bro.
So my thing is like, I don't have an inherent issue with the AI Stu thing. In fact, like, I think going into the movie without because Matthew,
they brought back Aunt Jackie from that too. I keep calling her Aunt Jackie because I can't remember her fucking name.
The only person they didn't bring back was Emma Roberts.
They were interviewing Lillard, like they were trying to beat around the bush so much about like, oh, are you going to be in the new movie? Like, what's this rumors about? That I had a feeling like, okay, if he is, like, if his character's presence in the movie, it's not going to actually be him. My only issue is I think they revealed the AI Stu a little bit earlier than I would have liked because like it was so early in the movie. I'm like, yeah, there's no way that's like this is obviously just red herring. It's not him. To where maybe if it would have like. If they'd done a more traditional, like later in the movie, there would have been some more questions.
I think you would have even thought it was less likely to be him. If they did it later in the movie.
Yeah, I think the movie works a lot better if you know it's fake the whole time, including at the very beginning of the movie.
I thought the writing with the boyfriend, like, working on the whole, I just wanted to fucking, do some AI shit and stuff, and like in the vehicle. I was like, what?
That was fucking hilarious.
I thought that was so bad though. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, because
he's a fucking
I swear,
That's what
baby,
he's
it's
going
not
to
what it
school
looks
for and
like.
stuff.
But it was so obvious it wasn't him. And like it was kind of corny. But like,
but in the moment, if you're that character, like you're not going to think like that. Oh, it's not him. Like that's going to make you think it is him.
It could have never been him from the start. It was ridiculous. If it had been, it would have been so bad. Why? It's been
the boyfriend like 4 times.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point. It would have been so bad because it's always.
But
the
she's
boyfriend.
been pinpointing him the entire time, so it's like she has a natural like reason to.
But is not the overall reveal in this film the worst in the entire franchise?
I think it might be.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
For
dude.
sure, is the worst.
Listen,
I'm not even joking, bro.
Dude, I literally when it revealed, I was like, I looked at Carly, I was like, who are they? Or the guy, I was like, who is that? I didn't remember him. And I was like,
you get that one scene where he's like, oh yeah, I just said it. He checked out of here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
He's the dude that works at the fucking.
Dude,
I know. I totally forgot about him by
when
that
he
point.
walked up and
because
said that
everybody
to him,
did, bro.
I'm like, oh, what do I know that guy? Oh, that's Ethan Embry. And then he just like,
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, that's Boxcar Joe. He lost his mind and he was in here. Like, oh,
like I said earlier, slasher casting 101 right there. It's
But the
like
motivation-
the obvious killer.
The explanation from the neighbor is so.
I still don't understand what was going on.
I honestly,
it almost
like,
felt
really
like they
like
had
it
a
after
love
thinking
interest
about
at
it.
one point.
I don't.
Like, I was like, were
thought
they
about
like
it too,
together
Tony,
or
and I was like,
something?
I couldn't. I was like, I kept trying to wrap my head around it. And I'm like, it just. It seems
I
so.
understand what it was, but it just is so dumb to me.
Out of left field. I mean, I
thought it was original, and it's something that I've never like really seen before.
I thought the kid was involved too, and they were gonna have a 4th killer again until he got killed.
I just felt like it was so
the
obvious.
kid got killed.
Yeah, when he got killed, I was like, it's still his mom.
Are we doing spoilers right now?
And we've been spoiling the shit out of this movie.
But anyways, like
the mental institution, like when Ethan Embry's introduced to me, that was classic. Like he's only here to be one of the like. Yeah, and
you know what's funny?
Like,
I didn't actually catch on to
weird.
that, bro. I didn't at first. I was like, I just kind of like, I guess the way my mind worked, but I picked out the other killer right away. I told you guys. I was I even said to you, if my wife can vouch for me. I'm like,
what gave you?
I'm like,
okay, but let me ask you, like, what the fuck tell was there that you were like, that's
when
the
she
killer?
sat
the way
down
she was
because-
introduced, with her son is. There was something. It just
Because
I got
it's
the vibe
the
that it was
goofy
her.
bitch. It's the goofy girl from Pitch Perfect.
Yeah,
of course, she's the fucking killer. It's like I knew
What does that
she was
even
the
mean?
killer.
I don't know what Pitch Perfect is.
Is that those
I didn't know
fucking
who
singing
that- I
movies,
didn't know
bro?
who that was either.
I haven't seen it, but I know what it is.
I didn't know who that was either, but when she sat down and just trauma dumped on her about her husband, I was like, yeah, that's the killer.
I'm not gonna lie though, man. She's actually pretty
fuck
hot
is
though.
wrong with
like
you
for an older,
guys?
like I don't know. She's kind of hot. to
Yeah,
me,
it was
man.
obvious.
But yeah, I knew
Dude,
she
there's
was the
so
killer.
many random people in these
everybody
movies
in here was
that
like,
just
she was the
have
killer.
scenes of dialogue that aren't the killers.
Dude,
Like,
then
how
she
do you
just
know
disappeared.
that one is?
I mean, I have
she
proof. You can
disappeared
ask
for the
her. I
rest of the
literally
movie.
said she's the killer, and
that
fucking, I
happens
was right.
all the time in these movies.
No, I
No, it
think
doesn't.
It
That's
actually
who it always
happens all
is.
the time in these
The reason
movies.
I-
You don't
Every
understand,
time-
JP, because you don't like gravitate on these weird little character actors like we do. Like you
Yeah,
think
I
that this
guess.
happens in every movie, but it really doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It's like
no.
Ethan Embry and the girl from Pitch Perfect are literally the two only like stunt casted like
But
roles.
like,
Tony's
look at
right,
the
dude.
first
Tony's
one, and
100%
Everybody
right.
else is cast.
There's
by
like Henry
nobodies.
Winkler, right? Like he's just a random dude.
The first one doesn't count. The first one's
What?
The first
completely
one doesn't
because the
count.
rules
Okay,
haven't
what
been
about
fully-
like Cotton Weary? Like he just shows up. For,
But that's
like,
the first
a scene
film,
and then
though,
he's,
too.
like,
He's
gone
he,
again.
he's already an
the
established
second
character.
movie.
He's already an established character though. Aunt Jackie in part 2, that is stunt acting.
Yeah,
Or stunt casting. That's exactly what
Tony's
we're
right,
talking
man.
about.
100%,
Yeah.
100%.
The reason I picked out
That's
Ethan
why these
Embry
films are
is
getting
I
so
just
much
don't know
easier
who
to
these
pick out
people
who
are
the.
either.
It felt like
I know,
every-
but it
Well, the
helps.
thing is too, if you watch all these movies, everyone who's not the character, they just do everything to try to make you think that they're the killer.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I thought
So if
Ethan
they're not
Embry, like when
focusing
he's
on, that's who it is.
when he's answering their questions, and every answer he's giving is to wag the dog to like the suspicion of Stu. I'm like, oh god, he's so steering them.
He's
I'm
like-
like, this is ridiculous.
He's like in the background, like kicking the dirt, like looking at them.
Listen,
Examining
listen
the
here.
room.
When the next movies come out, because like I feel like maybe you guys called it, but like I'm horrible at this apparently. Like the next movie that comes out, like when you start it, I want to know 20 minutes into the movie who the killer is, because you guys
we don't always know 20 minutes in the film. But I mean, I can text Aaron right now. She will tell you that I called it. Like,
hey,
I believe you. But
obviously, I'm not lying because she's going to listen to this and be like, "Yeah, you were lying," but like, no, I wasn't.
They didn't have it in part 5. That's why it stumped me, because I couldn't figure out who the killer was in part 5 because I was overthinking it. They didn't have like one of those weird little character actors.
No, in part 5,
towards.
I never expected Amber at all.
Yeah, part 4
she's
didn't
the
have
stunt
one
cast
either.
Now. She's
never got that because I don't even know. Is she like? Is she an actress? Like, is she somebody?
She's the only Scream actress ever in the franchise to win an Oscar.
Oh my god! He's got the factoids. He's got the factoids here.
She won best actress last year, so now she's kind of a name.
Wow,
because she's not very good in that Scream film, but
she's not that good in the movie. She won best actress for it.
Crazy.
I mean, when we started seeing the casting that fucking Roman and fucking Jackie and fucking Stu were in the cast list, I knew right away they were probably doing something with like either voiceover or AI. And AI just made the most sense.
My first thought was AI because I'm like, how else? I'm like, are they going to do this whole thing where, because they'd hinted in part 6 where Stu didn't die. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, it would have been too much
explanation to like go away. Like,
right, everybody would have been mad.
Yeah, like, exactly. I know how much an old TV weighs. Your head is getting pulverized.
Dude, I actually like that in parts, like with the TV and shit. That's
I
love how we
do the TV shit. I'm like, that's fun.
That TV's maybe like 30 pounds.
Yeah, I love how he's so.
Yeah, but if you throw a 30-pound TV on someone's head, it's gonna.
Dude, it's not that big though, bro. It's like a fucking like a 20-inch or something.
Was it only a 20-inch?
It wasn't that big, bro.
Maybe I was just like imagining it bigger.
Yeah, but 20 inches isn't gonna cover your face. It'll still cover your face.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever tried to break one of them TV screens, but they don't. It's not going to break by falling on his face. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I was saying his face is going to be the one that gets broke, not the TV screen.
It broke an electrocuted.
Amnesia from that TV falling on his head.
All right, so yeah, it's just a mess up in general. Because the TV is not going to electrocute.
Right.
So maybe Stu is alive. Even now.
Yeah. But it was cool seeing Matthew. I mean, because like Matthew Lillard, I think is the most iconic character in the first Scream movie. Like, he's more interesting than Billy. Has the more quotables than Billy. Like, he's the fun
Randy?
Character. Well, yeah, Randy's fucking pretty dope too.
Randy's the coolest character, but you get more, I think, upfront time with Stu, or at least that's what it seems like, right?
Peer pressure.
Leave her alone.
For this. Liver.
Here's a joke.
It's a joke. Like, he just does a bunch of funny shit.
Yeah.
Do they ever mention?
I'll be right back.
Do they ever mention Chad Mindy's? I guess it would be their father. Because
I think there's like something in the. I didn't know you were meaning that. I just meant like why he's not there.
I just thought of that. I was like, what the fuck? Like, Randy's completely. That family.
Yeah, they're clearly supposed to be mixed, right?
Of course, but I mean, they don't.
They show their mom, I think, in 5, right?
I feel like
their mom is Dawn Wiener.
Yeah,
that's right.
We talked.
But they never show the dad.
No,
I think that
we don't even know if he's alive.
Was there
they don't mention anything about it.
Picture or something on like the mantle or like a urn?
I think there was.
I feel like
there was. I couldn't say.
Now I feel like the father's going to show up in a later one, just like out of the blue.
The father's going to be the killer.
He's going to be the fucking killer.
Oh my god,
dude! Could you imagine?
All right, guys. All right, listen. If Keith David gets cast in the next movie,
dude, why am I such a little girl about these Scream films now? It's so weird. Fun. So weird.
They're also a fun communal experience, and when you get with other people to talk about them.
I honestly don't think this.
Yeah, you're never gonna have a Scream movie where there's not things to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. It did. I mean, coming off of 5 and 6, like this one felt a lot different because again, Sydney was the main character. It was like it just felt like there was an agenda through the whole film for myself. But I will say, like, I mean, there's some moments in this film where I was like, "Fucking gore is crazy, dude!" Like the beer tap.
Yeah,
thing.
I love the restaurant bar scene, and then like the empty streets because of curfew and shit like that, which they brought back again from like the first film.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really like that. And then like the 2 ghost faces there was pretty cool. And then I actually really like the way they do the Sid walking her through, like shooting through the wall and stuff. That was a pretty cool like design scene.
But it plays out like so bad though, because she tags them, but then like, yeah, you guys know.
Oh, the bulletproof vest thing. That's not the first time we've seen that. I don't think
that's like the 100th time.
I think
you have to expect
always wear a bulletproof vest as a ghost face killer. Like if you don't have a bulletproof vest,
you didn't shoot me in the head.
You know what's funny about that?
It really says that too.
That puts a wrench in the whole like how easy it is to take your outfit off. You know what I mean? Now you got a fucking bulletproof vest to try and
exactly. Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird, but
no, you don't.
I did like the scene where they're.
Yeah, no one's gonna notice.
Can you guys explain the panic room to me? Because who has a panic room where you try to escape through like the walls and they're like
with another access point?
I'm like, what the fuck is that?
If one person is gonna have a fucking panic room, it's probably Sydney.
Of course, she's gonna have.
No, but the thing is, like,
he's talking about the trouble.
You go through the trouble of the panic room, and then it feels underutilized in the movie because they're in there for like 2 minutes, and then they're like, "Oh, never mind, we're gonna take."
No, they're in the panic room, which was safe.
That's why you make an escape route in it, because like, what if you have to get to one of your family members?
Yeah,
but their escape route was 6 inches long, and they had to like creep through the fucking wall where they could be stabbed to death. I'm like, what the hell's that?
Because it leads to a good movie scene.
That's the only way to get out without being seen.
I like the chase scene.
They could have done it like in Breaking Bad, where like it tunnels out.
If I had a panic room, I would literally have that shit built down, like out the back.
The bigger question is, why did the daughter not know about the panic room?
Daughter didn't know about anything.
Yeah, she like opens up that sheet. She's like, "What the fuck is this?"
She apparently doesn't even know about her mom's life, even though it's like there's like an entire movie franchise about it.
Yeah.
Well, she knows stuff, but she doesn't know from her mom. Like
everything I learned from Stab.
You know.
Yeah. They make reference of that.
I like the chase scene in the downtown area that led to the coffee shop. I like that sequence.
Yeah, that was cool.
I love that chase scene. It's such a classically filmed chase scene.
Yeah.
That's what
I think this movie had the best cinematography of at least the new franchise.
I think it felt the most Wes-like cinematography.
I was gonna say,
yeah, I haven't seen. It's been too long since I've seen like to have a real like good opinion of like the first couple, but of the 3, I think this definitely is.
I think the fact that Sydney was back as the central character as Ghostface's like counterpart, it gave it kind of that old school feeling from like the original series of the
franchise. Plus Williamson writing and directing, I feel like he channeled Wes more because he worked closely with Wes obviously on these films and the early films. And then also like I think that like one thing that I will say, like from hearing like interviews from like Nev Campbell and stuff like that, they loved Wes Craven. Like they 100% like loved Wes. And Nev Campbell talks about how important Wes was to that franchise like so many times. And the little preview that I got beforehand, they showed like Wes directing the movies and stuff like that. It was really nostalgic, like just holy shit, like look how many of these we've made and like how far it's come and stuff like that. It was pretty cool, like little bonus feature stuff.
Mm-hmm. Sweet.
I had a point. I was trying to think of it after this. I was like,
I thought he was just taking a sip and then was going to keep going.
No, that was just like the
point. You know what I think about this? Like, I feel like this is the Scream that I'm going to want to like pick up in October because it's like it has probably the best atmosphere of like any of the sequels because it's got like leaves on the ground, which is something you don't see in a Scream movie and shit
There's
like
this
that.
one shot
That
in
small
the movie
town feel.
where it like tracks all the way down the main city, and then it like pans out backwards and just reveals like that whole bar and the whole setup that they're at. And watching it, like you said, the autumn setting and just the way it was lit, I saw that and I just thought this seems like something that would have been in a Halloween movie.
And another thing that I thought was really cool too, and you wouldn't maybe notice this unless you watched part 2 recently. So the daughter is in theater. So and she sort of talks to Sid about that briefly. In part 2, Sydney is in theater.
Yeah.
Like,
I do. Yeah.
I remember watching that in part 2, and being like, "Holy shit!" Like they reference this. That's such a weird thing.
They even have a conversation about when she got out of it too. She's like, "I haven't done this since." Yeah.
Yeah, and in part 2, she's having a conversation with the actual teacher about whether or not to quit.
Yeah.
And he like convinces her not to because he doesn't have another understudy.
You know what's an interesting thing?
Weird.
Is there, because Scream 6 actually takes place pretty much around Halloween, like maybe might even be Halloween night kind of thing.
No, I think it is, right? Like
because they have costumes and shit.
Is there any other films that are on Halloween? No.
In the Scream franchise?
Yeah.
No.
Because they do it like in part 6, it's kind of low key. It feels like it's very low key, but it's actually it's actually like fucking Halloween for sure. That's interesting.
It is true how they barely even treat it like Halloween.
Yeah, they really don't. But like
they use it as ambiance, but they don't really talk about it a lot.
No, but it technically is kind of based on Halloween. It's kind of fucked up.
Right.
So
7 feels more like a Halloween movie, and it's not even a Halloween movie.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
I know.
Haddonfield, Woodsboro.
It actually, it feels sort of like fucking Haddonfield a little bit.
Yeah.
It took me forever to like catch a license plate to see like where exactly like state it takes place in, and it's Indiana.
Oh yeah.
Pine Grove, Indiana.
Dude, honestly, bro, like,
is that what it's supposed to be? India? Because I wasn't.
Yeah, one of the cop cars.
It does say India. Okay,
that too, where it was taking place, because the first one's California.
Yeah, and then second also, place is, or second takes place in Ohio.
Yep, and then the third one is like L.A. or something.
Yeah, Hollywood.
It's Hollywood. Yeah,
and then fourth. Well,
1, 5, and 6.
Fifth one's back in Woodsboro.
1, 4, and 5 are in Woodsboro.
Yeah, and then I think that like this town feels more like Woodsboro. Too, you know, it does feel small townish.
Yeah, when you take it out to like New York and Hollywood and shit, like part 3 and part fucking 6 definitely don't feel the same as a small town.
Yeah, I do like the detour to New York, but like I wouldn't want it to be like every movie thing.
It's funny because like even the New York setting doesn't even feel like New York though. I even questioned a few times because they kept showing alleys and I'm like, if you've been to New York, there's no alleys in New York. So I don't know where they shot that.
It depends where you go in New York.
Yeah, you can probably find some alleys somewhere.
Have you guys been in New York?
Yeah, I've been to New York.
No, but I've watched a lot of movies that take place and are filmed in New York.
I mean, I've only been in New York once. The wife has been multiple times. She always goes without me. She's such a fucking bitch. But
yeah, there's alleys in New York.
Yeah, there's a couple, but yeah, not. I don't know. Those ones. I don't think that was shot in New York though. But whatever.
No, I think it's probably shot in like fucking Vancouver or something.
Just like Jason.
I don't think. I don't think any of I don't think any of the Scream films were actually shot up there. But oh fuck, is it in this one or part 6? On the marquee where they got the fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
It was this one.
It's this one. Yeah, so I saw that. That's cool. When I first saw when I was in the theater, I was like, oh, I was thinking of JP right away. Because I have never seen TCM on the big screen before.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah, that was cool.
And I leaned over to him and I was like, oh, JP will like that right there. And he's definitely taking note of that. So pretty cool.
It was filmed in Montreal.
Fuck. There you go. I knew those alleys didn't look familiar.
I knew those alleys looked French.
I love it. I love that Canada is like where we film like the alleyways and just random buildings. We only go to New York to film landmarks.
They have prime alley shooting locations.
Dude, it's so crazy, man. Like how many films are shot up in Canada?
This one was filmed in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Part 7.
Yeah.
I think the second one was too.
The state of Georgia's taken over a lot of productions just due to cost. Like
it must be cheap to film there. Yeah.
If you watch, if you stick around for credits in a lot of movies, like they're all thanking like the state of Georgia, the city of Atlanta, because so many productions are going on there.
Yeah.
What else?
Have we really like talked about like the motive behind the killer yet?
I still don't even know the motive.
Okay,
the killers.
Okay,
because there's like
3.
Yeah, well, the one gets Ben Tramered. He's just the guy who's like he's like a hired.
I thought of.
He's like a hired hand. Like he doesn't even count.
Yeah,
but like
you know, this creepy guy in the insane asylum's like, hey, let me tell you some things about this person. Of course you could convince him to do some shit like that.
Right.
But like the lady I thought was really interesting, like the neighbor, because she's like purely a psychotic woman. But it like I've never like thought, I don't think I've ever seen a movie where a psychotic person like takes a motivational speaker's like positive encouragement and twists it into their own like positive way of like moving on with their life and like taking that into their own hands. I thought that was like such an interesting way.
She literally says, she's like, oh, I took that shit and like I took your advice and I killed my husband.
Yeah, she's like, I'm not
like,
a
what the
fan of
fuck?
Stab. She's like a fan of her fucking like motivational life healing book. Sydney's book. Like she's a fan of the book, not the movies. Like I thought that was
that's
so
actually
interesting.
kind of interesting.
100% was the books, yeah.
Yeah, that's different. I'm okay.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
When she was first laying out the exposition, I was like kind of on board, where it kind of got weird for me, where she was like, but now in order to truly transform into a new person, I got to kill you because you're part of that past me. And I was like,
that's some crazy person rationale.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
pretty
worst
serious.
person taking that like words of encouragement to their own like hands. I love that she just like didn't give a fuck and she just killed her kid. And it's just like,
that was like, I was like, holy shit. You know,
I think it reminded me too much of his dad anyways.
That's the first thing you think about when you realize it's her. Like, holy shit, they killed her own kid.
Yeah, that's why I thought until he died that he was also connected, just because like if it's his mom.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty fucked up.
Yeah, so when he died, did you rethink your guess?
No, I was like, oh, he just killed her kid.
The fuck.
I think that's probably why I didn't see. I didn't suspect her. I just thought Ethan Embry was a part of it because of his character introduction. But
yeah, like it did. That could have been a
I
random
totally did.
guy.
But I
think it also is because you guys like knew that it was so unlikely that they were going to make it Stu.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
like going in, I'm like, there's no way he's alive. There's
dude,
no
I
way
was
he's
down
alive.
with the
so I watched the whole
from the
movie.
start, and I was right.
Yeah,
I'm
that
like,
was
it's
the thing
totally
with,
fucking
with,
AI.
with Ethan Embry. Like, even if you just made that some random guy I've never seen before in a movie, like I never believed it was Stu. So when a guy just has some random made up story about Stu, like,
if it was a random guy, I wouldn't. So
it's you. Yeah, so you just told on yourself.
For me, I thought that like I never thought it was Stu, but the more they kept saying that it would be stupid to be Stu, I felt like they were pushing that so hard that a part of me was like, maybe they are gonna do that. Like, even though the like
they started to get me the question too.
Yeah, because I'm like, they keep because when they push a red herring in your face so much that they like they trick you. They're trying to trick you. So it's like if they're doing the opposite here, where they're saying that it's dumb, you know what I mean? They're actively saying that it's dumb, and then I'm like, okay, well, maybe
right, because they're like, even like referencing all the other preposterous like plot points in the franchise to like back up their like plans and shit.
Yeah.
I just think the reveal of like the other dude was not good.
I thought their back and forth was kind of funny too, where he's like, I had the idea of bringing Stu back, and she's like, actually, I thought of that. It's just like her narcissism and just like crazy nature.
I get why he was there, because he was the dude doing the AI shit, blah blah blah.
He was literally just a puppet the whole time, and it's funny how he just like
it felt like kind of
he dies
bad,
so
though.
like unceremoniously.
Yeah,
too.
you get
It's
the
so
feeling
fucking
from
funny.
that interaction, like, oh, okay, so she's the one just behind everything.
Yeah,
well,
it just felt like it was kind of
That's
bad.
the thing. It kind of went back to that well of like, I'm the mastermind. I just met this dumbass and talked him into shit. Like, okay.
Yeah, like the Billy Stu relationship.
Yeah.
Like Billy is the mastermind and Stu is just like the friend. And honestly, like I thought this reveal like sucked really bad, but like talking through it, I'm more okay with it than I was.
It's still the worst
The
reveal.
neighbor,
of the
the
franchise.
neighbor is
the worst
okay,
reveal.
but overall, this is the worst reveal ever.
For sure.
It really
what do you
is.
guys think about the reveal in Scream 3? Because a lot of people always said that was the worst one.
I think that's the second worst reveal.
That's the second worst. Yeah, 100%.
But it's not the worst because like this is the first time it's ever been like random, where something's like completely unconnected. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no connection whatsoever.
It feels like
Well, the connection is craziness with the
reveal.
book and shit. Like her connection was because she felt motivated by that stuff,
which is almost like a non-connection.
Exactly.
It's just a
That's
connection
what makes
to
it so
her.
stupid, because you could easily write that shit. Like
But it feels like a rewrite. Like it feels like the type of thing you do when it wasn't the original plan, and they're like, because it's kind of thin. I mean,
To me, it's
not
okay
that-
because they've never done it before. So it's like,
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, because
it's not like it's a tired idea.
I mean, that's a point. That's a point. For sure.
it's like, and I still
Doesn't
think
make
it's
it good?
better than making
Well, that's what
him
I'm
like
saying. Like
one of the lead characters, like one of the good people.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
like one of the
another
survivors.
instance of me talking about like how like the obsessed like fan is like the overall theme of this trilogy.
Right.
Yeah, because she's an obsessed fan in a different way. She's
Yeah, and
obsessed with Sydney, and this movie is about Sydney, the person.
I'm just fucking happy that Chad and Mindy made it through this shit, man.
And they got it off easy too. Just a stab and a cut each.
Yeah, barely.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's
Mindy
like-
got fucked up in the train though, right? So fucked up.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
one
she got gutted in a train, but here she just got a nice little cut.
Yeah, and Chad got stabbed like 87 times by 2 screams.
And then he
Dude,
just
all
gets
three
stabbed
films,
once.
like yeah, she gets it pretty easy in this one, yeah. But
Yeah, they each get like stabbed once in this movie, and you're like, okay, cool, they're fine.
They're
like,
fine.
like I didn't even think about them like even remotely being in any sort.
like, there's
sort of
no
danger after
plausible
that.
reason why Chad should be alive after part
They're
6.
kicking out of a
like
one
he got
count.
literally like that scene where they're literally fucking just giving it to him. Like, come on, man, it's amazing. That's why they're goddess. That's why they're awesome.
I hope with some time passing that they do like release like what the actual original plan reveal and justification. I'm just curious.
I think it'll probably make me glad that they didn't get to do it. Like from what you're saying.
Well, like if Barrera was really gonna be the killer, I mean that's one thing, but I just want to know what.
Bro, you know that she's gonna be the killer in part 8.
And
She's coming back and she's gonna be the killer.
It's gonna be Chad and Mindy's dad. It has
to kill
be.
Sydney's.
That'd be
daughter,
so
maybe?
funny.
Yeah, I mean, we're like, and that's the cool thing about like these movies too, is like there's all different killers with all different motivations, and some of them are stronger than others. But I think that this one, like Tony was saying, it is the most different out of all of them, like in terms
Oh, it
of
definitely
motivations.
is.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it only has to make sense to the killer. I mean, they can be crazy
Yeah.
as shit, and it doesn't matter.
And like I'm gonna be honest, dude. Like I've never, outside of the first Scream, I've never like watched these for the reveals, like because I thought part 2 when I first seen it was like pretty weak, and then I thought part 3 was pretty weak, and then part 4, I hated part 4's reveal when I first seen it, because I was like, wait, you're telling me this fucking, like, it's her niece? Like, that's so weird. Like, and then part 5, I wasn't crazy about. But I think also as like rewatching,
made sense though. That's
maybe
what I
a
like
year
about part
from
5.
now or a couple years from now, we rewatch this and it sits better with us.
So do you think an issue is maybe that like the reveal in the first one was seen as being like very clever and well written, that it created a legacy?
Yes, everybody expects the rest of them to be
expects
like
it to be that
100%.
Okay.
Because I've always felt that way, because everybody always has the same reaction to these reveals, and every single one since well, I wasn't really around the internet on part 2 and 3, but since part 4, I remember people being so mad at the reveal in part 4, and then 5, and then 6.
I had a problem with part 4. I don't get it.
Dude, the internet was upset, dude. They were all.
I'm not the internet. So
Especially how she became like Super Jill at the end too.
We are
right. And I think that like that it's because people expect they're expecting like some Shyamalan shit, and it just never is, and it never was, except for in the first film.
Yeah, I mean, with that said though, like I still think that this movie definitely has it just kind of feels out of left field a little bit.
It definitely is. I think we all agree that it's like the least good one, but
no,
I think also that it might be one of those cases where we soften on it over time.
But they almost have effects. Like when they put the 2 clips into the chick's face and fucking.
Oh my god!
Oh, that was great. I love that.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Fucking laughed out loud.
I laughed.
Literally laughed out loud.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So I wasn't the only one. I laughed like 4 times before this.
Everybody,
I laughed. I laughed at almost every kill in this film. I was like, "Holy shit, dude!" Like it got pretty fucking. Like there's multiple kills that are like super gory. I'm like, "Fuck, man."
Yeah, I thought that one was. I thought the shotgun was wicked funny. They're just like it has that little piece of meat just like falls off at the end.
Yeah, and then even Sid like stabs the fuck out of her with the screwdriver or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
That does remind me though, on the reveal, there was someone in front of me, and at the reveal, the guy like literally threw his arms up in the air.
Gnarly.
That guy was mad. Oh yeah, that's funny.
You guys got anything else?
One more thing.
Theater
this is
for it.
Yeah, mine was too. People cheered multiple times.
There was cheering. There was like reacting during like the chases, like the nervous laughter. It had like everything going on.
Yeah, see, there was only a few people in mine.
This was the first time since part 4 that they used the original Marco Beltrami score too.
Yep.
Oh yeah. There's some in part like 5, bro. Like the Dewey cues.
They're different but the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're almost like they're like elevator, like Temu versions of like the Dewey thing.
Temu versions.
Temu Dewey. Dewey drop.
And it's not even like the actual Dewey theme either. They took that shit from like Broken Arrow.
Yeah. Where are we at? Whose turn is it? I think Tyler's.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, despite all the things that I think are really are like not good about the movie, I definitely enjoyed this movie, and I do think they did a good job with it. As far as at least just it being a really entertaining movie. Maybe its first time reaction than something I might even go down on, but right now I think I'd give this movie a 6.
Tony.
I'm at an 8.5 on this one too. Like I just had a blast with this movie. It's the most classic feeling slasher out of any in the entire franchise. It looks great. It sounds great. It's got some of the best kills out of any of them. Yes, the reveal is stupid and it's the dumbest reveal, but I like it, and I really love when characters really fucking go wild. Like after their like switches flipped and become the killer. I thought the girl in this one fucking was hilarious when she like went full blown like manic. And I like Ethan Embry too when he went crazy because he went from like a 3 to like a 5. You know what I mean? Like he's still just
she
like
fucking shoots him in the head.
Doesn't she say something like you? Doesn't she say something like you? And he's like, yeah, me.
Yeah, like who else did you expect?
Like almost like they forgot he was in the movie.
Exactly. I feel like that was the joke. Like, who the fuck is this? It's like the most generic looking guy in the world. Is like, who the hell were you expecting?
Also, when Gale and them unmask the first killer, and they're just like, the fuck? Like, this isn't normal. This isn't normally what happens.
Just the fact that it's them showing up, smashing Ghostface to death. Like, of course they show up at the perfect fucking time. Like, that's so convenient. But I love cheesy shit like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's a one-time watch. Not one time. I've only seen it once. So
First time watch.
It's the first time watch. I mean, the other two films went up after rewatches. I mean, I'm going to give this one 6.5 right now. It's my least favorite out of this trilogy, but I didn't hate it. I mean, I enjoyed it for what it was. I just thought the reveals were so stupid that maybe upon rewatch, I will appreciate a little bit more. But I did definitely take away from the fact that it's got to be the goriest one in the franchise.
Oh, for sure.
There's definitely some shit happening in this one.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy. So that's always a plus. So, I mean, first time watch 6.5, but yeah, it's still solid.
I am at an 8. I absolutely had a blast with this one. Even Carly, who was a little bit down on 6, had a lot of fun. To me, it was just so comforting. Like these are comfort movies for me. I was just smiling during the movie, and it was a lot of fun. So yeah, I give it an 8.
Wow. Some high ass ratings, guys. Come on. All right. Yeah, so that's going to conclude.
Mike can go.
Wait, I need to rate it.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Right.
I just forgot where in the lineup I was. Okay, so I'll say to me the bonuses or the high marks of this movie is taking it back to kind of the small town setting, re-centralizing Sydney as the protagonist. Gave it a feel to me of the early parts of the franchise. The kills were crazy good. And I think the positives counterbalance some of the more silly elements to me. So while those do take the score down a little bit, I think like the others, it has the potential to go up in future watches. So I'll go with 7.5 for Scream 7.
Okay. Well, that is Scream 7 from 2026. Y'all want to do some rankings?
Yeah, I think we should just start at our number 7 and everybody just say it what it is and then go to 6 and do it like that.
Sure.
All right, so what's the worst Scream film for everybody?
Number 3.
3.
I also have number 3.
I agree.
Yeah, 3 is my least favorite. I don't even hate 3, but it's not great.
All right, number 6. I have actually Scream 2.
I probably have 6.
I have 6.
I've got 7.
Yeah, it turns out my 2 least favorites are the 2 that are least small town Woodsboro
6.
In 5th place, I have Scream 7.
I also have 7.
I also have 7.
Make it another one for 7.
I've got 6.
Right. Number 4, I have Scream 6.
I have Scream 2.
I have Scream 4.
Wow.
I've got Scream 2.
What did Mike say?
5.
All right, number 3, I have Scream 5.
Number 3, I have Scream 4.
I have 5 as well.
I got 5. Also,
I have 2.
Number 2, I have Scream 4.
Scream 5.
I have 2 as my number 2.
I got 4.
And I've got number 4.
And then number 1, everybody has Scream 1.
Clean sweep.
Obviously.
It's like,
so
what?
So 1 4.
1 4 5.
I was surprised, Tony. You got number 4 at number 4?
I mean, whatever. It's a fucking 9 out of 10. What's it even matter? You know what I mean? My least favorite is an 8 out of 10.
I used to be 1, 2, 4, but then 4 and 2 swapped on like the latest rewatches.
If I gave
4 and 5
6,
swapped for me. 4 was always my number 3 until 5.
3 has always been my least favorite. I don't even remember what I gave that. Probably like a 5. It's low.
I gave Scream 3 a 7, and everything else in the franchise is 8 to 10. Definitely one.
I mean, 7 might go up. I mean, my Scream 1, 4, 5. I give that one 8. 2. I think 2 is a 7, if I recall correctly. I don't know. So yeah, I'm definitely lower than you guys, but doesn't mean I don't like them.
Yeah, I was very surprised. I mean, overall, in general, it was a very positive review session for these 3 films.
Yeah, Mike was playing it up like we were going to be yelling at each other, fighting. Fucking blood's going to be flowing everywhere. Like, shit, dude, man, it's going to get out of control here. It's going to be the hot topic of podcasts for 2026.
I think the funny thing is, I think we all agreed way more than we disagreed on all of them.
Yeah.
We pretty much are all in agreement on how stupid the stupid things are and how smart the smart things are. It's just a matter of how forgiving you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Well, and I think what helped is, despite there being 5 of us, which sometimes can lead to like more argument, I think we all kind of acknowledge there's a baseline fun factor to the franchise as a whole that is going to carry and lift the movies up a certain amount no matter what, and then you can squabble over like the silly elements in each entry.
Yeah, and I think if you look at like everything in the new series kind of has some issues somewhere that are dumb for me, but I guess that would just be the order I rank them in, or the order I have fun with them, I guess, or how much fun I think is in each one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you can have silliness within a fun movie, and it doesn't hurt as much as if the movies were just less fun, and the other stuff might stand out more.
Well, this one I would even grant being more silly, just because the kills are more over the top. So like we're leaving the reality a little here.
This one definitely amps up the campiness a little bit with those kills. You're like, holy shit, because you're not really used to seeing that shit in a Scream franchise.
Right? That's what I mean. You could think Terrifier 3 for that, or the
like Scream 7 has probably the most unrealistic kill of any in the entire franchise. And that's it's the beer tap kill.
Yeah.
Nobody can just grab that kid who's like the size of a grown adult and just
none of us can even do that
and walk around and then like.
Well, think about who's doing that. Yeah. We don't actually know which one did that kill.
Sure. Yeah,
I don't even think Ethan.
But if it's the girl, that's even more fucked up.
I think his arms would fall off trying to.
Right. But you have to admit, like the end of it, like I
know. In the 90s, didn't Ethan ever kind of play the scrawny guy? He usually kind of played the scrawny like nerd, right?
Yeah, he was like not like the dork, but like
he was like the
sensitive guy,
like the alt kid,
beer brains, man.
He was like that. I get along with everyone, but I'm kind of invisible in that.
Yeah, like he was never the jock. Is kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, the 2-word review came from, we were walking out of the cinema. We were laughing still about that. I'm like, man, that beer brains kill was so funny. And the wife was like, yeah, that's pretty good, man.
Just the fact that they had the beer and then blood and beer mix come out afterwards is like just added so much.
That's actually probably one of the most campy moments in the entire franchise.
My 2-word review would have been Face Off.
But you're right, though. It's so like it's something you would see like in a Terrifier film for sure.
Yeah, that's
pure like slasher movie fandom type of fantasy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, okay, well, I don't think the characters in this movie are as good, but you gave me like 6 kills in exchange for it. So, like, all right.
Oh, come on, man. Chad and Mindy are great, man.
I'm talking more so like the people that were there for a body count that they also wanted us to think for the killers.
Yeah, like the boyfriend having the fucking computer in his truck of the deep fake, like
that red herring was so bad though, dude. That was like so obviously funny. It's not this dude. Like it's ridiculous. Because there's a point in the beginning of the film where he's talking to Sydney. He's like, I'm a really nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
Why don't you like me?
Just kind of like pushes the envelope that he's a nice guy. I'm like, no, you're just not.
We had like the same opening to that as we did in the first movie with Billy climbing through the window and shit. That was pretty weird.
Yeah.
They even had the same it's like a cover of the cover of Don't Fear the Reaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not the same one that they play, but it's a cover of the cover. It's
like a photo.
Is that what that was?
Like
Jesus Christ, that's brutal.
That whole scene was just like a photocopy of a photocopy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, lordy. Don't Fear the Reaper is actually one of my all-time favorite songs, so that's crazy. I didn't even know that's crazy. Anyways, that's going to conclude episode 316, man. Thank you, Tony, for stopping by. Mikey, always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for hopping on, and this is
man,
probably going to be a pretty entertaining show for the listeners, so
I think it'll be pretty good. Probably going to do better than Folklore.
Probably.
Dude, it hits both the popularity things because it's a franchise and it's a brand new entry. So
and it's new. So
dude, and it's going to be like 8 hours long.
They always do pretty deep. I was surprised, man. I went back and looked at the Wishmaster show. I'm like, that show is killing it right now.
Yeah, it did better than I thought.
Yeah, me too, man. I didn't think it was going to do good at all, but whatever. What the fuck do I know?
All right.
Wishmaster rocks.
It's fun. It's fun. All right, guys. That's going to conclude episode 316. We're out of here, man. Per usual, deuces.
Peace.
Yeah.
That's all, folks.